Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Godlike Naruto was in Sekirei. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. The next morning Musubi woke up on the large air mattress in hers and Naruto's room. At least when put in perspective to the fact that she was at least on the air mattress and not the floor. In truth, it would be more accurate to say that she was only half on the mattress, while the rest of her was on top of Naruto. She was pressed firmly against her ashikabi, her head resting on his chest, her breasts pressed against his torso. One of her arms had been thrown across his chest, her hand resting in the center of his chest, and one of her legs was leisurely stretched across his own. She closed her eyes and took a moment to enjoy the relatively new sensations being with Naruto brought. His heart was beating steadily against her ear, a rhythmic pumping that made her feel calm and at peace with the world around her. Never in all her life had she even dared to dream that being with her ashikabi could evoke such powerful feelings from her. She knew, of course, that her ashikabi was the one person she would end up loving with all her heart, but even she had not known the true extent that love would extend to. A part of her couldn't help but wonder if this was something all Sekirei felt when they were with their ashikabi. Was this something solely unique to Naruto? Or were these sort of feelings common? It was a question without an answer, and Musubi, who was never one for caring much about such things, forgot all about her previous thoughts in favor of enjoying Naruto's presence. The warmth Naruto was emitting was something to be cherished as well. His body was producing a natural heat that surpassed any of the heating devices she had used before while living in the laboratory at MBI. It felt like his soul was warming her up with its love. And even though she had only just met him, Musubi somehow knew that this heat was just something of Naruto that had nothing to do with their bond. He was just a warm person, the heat he emitted was a reflection of his soul. It was as she was coming down from the natural high caused by Naruto's presence that Musubi noticed something else that she had missed during her relishing, the hand that was stroking her hair, fingers messaging her scalp that caused her to sigh in content. She snuggled herself deeper into the warm body of the blonde, once again thinking about how lucky she was to have the man laying beside her as her ashikabi. Finally awake, Musubi-chan? Asked Naruto, his voice causing a rumble in his chest that reverberated through Musubi as well. Despite his voice being softer than she had heard it yesterday, there wasn't an ounce of sleepiness in his voice. It probably had to do with the fact that Naruto had been up for at least an hour already. He had been thinking about substituting himself with a pillow or a clone, but found that the more he thought about doing such, the less he actually wanted to leave the warm embrace he had woken up in. Musubi looked up to see Naruto's blue eyes on her. Smiling, she greeted the blonde in a voice that was just a tad sleepy, letting her ashikabi know that she wasn't quite awake yet. Naruto-sama, good morning, she yawned at the end, stretching out the word morning as she sucked in a lungful of air. Good morning to you as well, the blonde replied with an amused voice. His hand stopped its idle stroking as the brunette fighter blinked at him in a dazed manner. Did you have a good night's sleep? Of course I did, Musubi said with what Naruto was beginning to realize was her signature smile. She placed her head against the blonde's chest and again, closed her eyes, emitting a sigh of such content that even the deaf, dumb and ignorant wouldn't be able to mistake. I was sleeping with you, Naruto-sama. I like this, being with you in this way. A novelty experience then? Asked Naruto, his tone of voice letting her know he was amused. There was a touch of something else in his tone, which Musubi missed entirely. It was a tone that would let those in the know realize that for all Naruto's experience with women, his current situation was as new to him as it was to Musubi. For all his know-how when it came to pleasing the opposite sex, for all his experience in seducing women, Naruto had never actually stayed with said women after the deed was done. This was the first time he had slept with a female and not left in the middle of the night. This was also the first time he had slept with a female and not had sex with them. A novelty experience indeed. Musubi didn't really know what novelty meant, but seemed to figure out that it must mean something good. She mumbled as she continued laying there. This was the first time we slept together, Naruto-sama. So it is, Naruto agreed. Despite himself he couldn't help but feel slightly amused by Musubi. The girl took extreme amounts of pleasure in the most mundane of things. Not that that was a bad thing. It was a part of her charm. And while I would like to stay here with you, we need to begin the day. I wanted to be with you for a little bit longer, Musubi complained. She looked up at Naruto as her eyes became big and watery. The fact that she was using it so expertly to break the blonde's resolve had to make one wonder whether she actually knew what she was doing, and was a lot more cunning than she acted. Or if she was just naive and was acting out in harmless innocence. Whatever the case may be, Naruto's resolve crumbled as per usual under that gaze. Well, I suppose we can stay here for a few more minutes. But we have more shopping to do today. We do. Musubi looked around at the bare room. Not noticing anything out of place. What do we need? Naruto's sweat dropped at the question most people would assume was obvious. Then again, hadn't this girl told him that she had essentially grown up in a lab? Maybe she really didn't know why they needed to go shopping today. Now that we have a place to live, we're just going to out and buy some creature comforts. Looking back at the blonde, Musubi blinked. Creature comforts. XOX. Ah. Check out this couch, Naruto-sama. It's so comfy. Musubi shouted excitedly from where she was sitting on the couch. She and Naruto had left early after breakfast to go shopping for more accessories to make their room more comfortable. It was very fun as far as she was concerned, though for her anything was fun so long as she was with her ashikabi. So far they had gone to several stores and looked at things they felt they might need in their room. Naruto had told her that creature comforts were simply items such as furniture, plants, posters and any other number of things that they would place within their room to make it more livable. He called the act, giving the room more character. He had also explained what character meant when she asked him about that. Naruto shook his head with an easy-going smile on his face. Moving over to the love seat, he sat down on it with her, if for no other reason than to humor the young woman who acted more like a child. Almost as soon as he sat down, his body sank into the plushy covering. It is pretty nice, he agreed. Do you want us to get this? Can we? Asked Musubi, her eyes looking hopefully wide as he clasped her hands in front of her face. Can we really? If you want it, Naruto said. The smile that had been plastered onto his face since they left turned sly. Though do keep in mind that we only have about 25 square feet of space available to us. Perhaps it would be best if we kept this seat in mind but continue shopping before we decide. You may find something else that serves the same function that you like more. Okay. Musubi said, not having a problem with that. Even to her childish thoughts the blonde's words made sense. The pair continued walking through the store, with Musubi trying out every chair, couch and otherwise sittable piece of furniture they ran across. Thankfully she knew the difference between a couch and a dresser and thus, he didn't have to worry about her trying to sit on something that simply wasn't meant for sitting. He did entertain the image of her doing that, however, and it was rather amusing to say the least. Musubi had asked him what he had been laughing about. Throughout the entire experience, Naruto found more strange feelings that he hadn't known himself to possess. This entire situation was one he had never been in before. Not just the shopping for household items with a female that he was now living with, but the shopping in general. Odd as it may seem, Naruto had never shopped for things like furniture and household appliances. When he was younger and just moving into his first apartment that he had been given upon leaving the orphanage, Sarutobi had been the one who had done all of the shopping for him. Naruto had lived in that apartment for the rest of his time in Konoha, until it was turned into a large crater by Nagato, and by that point he couldn't go shopping anyways, since his apartment and every store there had been destroyed. And while he might have considered it after the Fourth Great Shinobi War, he had been unable to do the same circumstances that had led him to being unable to form any meaningful bonds with others. In the end, it had come down to a simple question to which the answer had been obvious. Why bother buying appliances like a couch and furniture when you weren't going to be living in any one place for more than a year or two? Trip down memory lane aside, the shopping trip had, contrary to what some people might have thought, turned out to be not only an eventful time, but also very fun. Musubi, bless her soul, put so much enthusiasm into everything she did that Naruto couldn't help but smile and laugh along with her as she enjoyed herself. The girl truly was a breath of fresh air to someone like him, whose eyes had become jaded to the world and everything in it. Even having just met, Musubi had already brought more positive emotions into his life than anything he had seen, done, or met within the last several thousand years. The shopping excursion itself lasted around 2 hours all told. In the end, they ended up buying a love seat of a different make that the short-haired brunette Sekirei decided she liked better. That wasn't the only thing they had bought, however, as Naruto ended up getting a small but high-quality desk with several drawers on either side for files, a slotted board above the ground on the bottom where a computer would go, slide-out keyboard table, and a place where he could set a printer if he wanted to, all of it painted in a glossy black color. Along with that he bought a comfortable wheeled leather computer chair to go along with the desk. He planned on buying the computer later on. In return, he let Musubi pick out the rest of the appliances they would have in their room. She had been ecstatic and ended up getting several lamps, brushed steel gooseneck torchiere floor lamps, a couple of fake potted plants, light blue curtains for the windows, and a dresser drawer made out of an exotic dark wood with a varnished finish. By the time the pair had finished shopping they must have been an odd sight. Naruto was carrying the loveseat above his head, using only a single hand. On top of it was the computer chair, and under his other arm was the box containing the desk. Musubi on the other hand was carrying the table over her head, on top of it was the box with the drawer in it and the plants, and had the lamps under the arm she wasn't using to hold up the table. Naruto noticed the looks of shock and disbelief they were receiving and sighed, thankful that if nothing else, the desk and drawer were unmade in their boxes. Not only would the added dimension make all the items they bought infinitely harder to carry, it would have drawn even more attention than they did now. So much for remaining inconspicuous, he thought to himself. He looked over at Musubi and smiled. Still, I can't seem to find it in myself to truly complain. Musubi didn't even notice the looks they received as they walked back home, or she didn't understand. The latter case was more likely because her eyes were roving over the city as if it was the first time they had seen it. As her eyes continued moving, they landed on the glass window with a display in the front of the store. To be more specific, they landed on the television set they were advertising in the front window. Ah, a TV, she said, stopping in front of the display to look at the flat-screen television. Had she not been carrying several hundred pounds of furniture, it was more than likely that she would have pressed her face against the glass like a kid looking into a candy store. Naruto stopped as well when he noticed Musubi was no longer following him. Looking back he saw that she was staring at the TV, which he could hear was giving more news on the unnatural plant growth in the botanical garden. He chuckled as he walked back over to her. I take it you like watching TV. Yes, Musubi said enthusiastically, her head bobbing up and down in an exaggerated manner. It looked very comical, and Naruto had started to laugh before managing to turn it into a cough. The brunette fighter looked at him, tilting her head to side curiously, as if she was wondering whether his cough was because he was sick or some other reason. In the end, she shrugged and continued on with her previous train of thought. I love watching TV, I can learn of all the things that happen in the outside world from it. Outside world? Naruto said in a questioning tone. The way she said that, so matter-of-factly, bothered him. The words themselves sounded somewhat ominous, they were the kinds of words he would expect a prisoner to use to describe the world beyond his cell. For some reason, the term, caged bird, came to his mind, but he banished the thought before it could take hold, and instead focused his attention on his Sekirei. How appropriate was it that the word Sekirei was Japanese for a type of bird called a wagtail. I mean the world that you live in, she said, her eyes moving from the television to him. She smiled that smile that only she could. For some reason, it unnerved Naruto right now, rather than soothed him like it normally did. We were born on an island where we were adjusted. Naruto's body stiffened. When Musubi used the term adjusted, his mind couldn't help but conjure up the image of the young woman before him, strapped to a table as faceless people in lab coats experimented on her. He would have blamed it on playing too many video games and watching too much TV, but he was far too busy dealing with the white-hot rage that surged through his body at the thought of someone adjusting Musubi. Thankfully, Naruto had a lot of experience when it came to masking his emotions, and thus managed to keep the anger out of his voice as he asked, what exactly do you mean by adjusted? Newborn Sekireis can't adjust to the outside world and can't control their powers, Musubi explained in a matter-of-fact tone. It almost sounded like she was giving a lecture, a thought which actually forced Naruto's anger away as he gave a tiny snort of amusement. He was glad that Musubi hadn't heard him as she continued talking. An example would be every time we hugged. If I couldn't control myself, you would have been turned into a pancake by now. The blonde relaxed a little, though the thought of someone adjusting, as Musubi called it, another person sickened him. Her explanation had gone a long way to soothing his nerves. He still didn't like the thought, but it sounded to him like the Sekirei's adjustments were necessary in order to allow them to fit into human society. While the humans of his time might have been capable of dealing with an unadjusted Sekirei, the ones in this day and age were notoriously weak. He had no doubt that an unadjusted Musubi really would have turned any human bar himself into a pancake if she hugged them. Then his mind recalled her last statement and he gave a snort of amusement. I'm a lot stronger than I look, Musubi-chan. You know that. In emphasis he tossed the love seat a few inches above his hand and caught it again with ease to emphasize that fact. He winked at the girl and said, I think I could have withstood your hugs just fine even if you couldn't control your powers. Musubi giggled a little. Well, maybe you could have, but most people wouldn't be able to survive a hug given by me if I couldn't control my power. So where is this island that you're talking about? Asked Naruto innocuously enough. A part of his mind was already making plans to infiltrate the island so that he could learn as much as possible about Sekireis. Right now, he only knew the basics, and while that was fine for right now, if he wanted to plan his actions appropriately, he would need to know more about what he had gotten himself into. It's an island called Kamigura, and it's a secret of MBI. It's not even on the map either. Her eyes widened and she would have pressed a hand to her mouth were it not for the fact that she was carrying several hundred pounds worth of furniture. Oops. I wasn't supposed to say anything about that. So basically no one but the higher-ups likely knows where this island is, Naruto said with a sigh. There went his plans of infiltrating the island to learn more about Sekirei and this Sekirei plan that the MBI head had spoken of. He put the thought into the back of his mind, storing it for a later time just in case the knowledge became relevant again. To distract himself from his thoughts, Naruto looked back at the television and smiled. So do you want to buy this TV as well? Musubi's eyes went wide as she squealed in delight. Ah, can I really? Of course, but you'll be carrying that one. Yada. XOX. They arrived at the Izumo Inn around 2 hours later. Stopping at the front door, Naruto raised his free hand and knocked on it exactly 3 times. He waited for Mia or one of the other residents to answer the door, listening as Musubi shuffled impatiently behind him. It seemed she was eager to start decorating the room. The door was soon answered, not by Mia, but by the other female residents. Uzume was standing in the doorway, wearing a pair of form-fitting jeans that cut off at the knees and hugged her shapely hips like a second skin, and a tight-fitting purple shirt with a yellow star in the center of her chest. The shirt was very stretched as it expanded across her bust. It looked almost like it might rip at the seams. Equally clear was the fact that she was not wearing a bra of any kind. Her outfit was finished with a basic pair of sandals. She blinked at them, a dumb expression on her face as her eyes went from Musubi and the large stack of furniture she was carrying, to Naruto and his equally large stack of furniture. After several moments of her standing there looking like a lemon, she seemed to snap back into reality. Wow, she whistled as she glanced at the pair, though her eyes lingered thoughtfully on Naruto longer than they did Musubi. You two are pretty strong, ain't ya? Of course. Musubi cheered, and Naruto was sure that if it were not for the fact that she was carrying so many supplies she would have pumped her fist into the air. That's because I'm a Musubi. Naruto cut the air-headed Sekirei off before she could incriminate herself as a Sekirei and thus reveal her existence to someone who didn't know about the Sekirei plan. Musubi looked at him curiously, her head tilting to the left as she tried to understand why he had cut her off. It took her several seconds, and a lot of non-verbal cues that she couldn't understand, before she realized just why her ashikabi had cut her off. Her eyes widened before, less than a second later, she giggled. Whoops. Sorry Naruto-sama. I almost forgot that you told Musubi to be discreet. She knuckled the side of her head and stuck her tongue out. Tehi. Tehi, she says. Naruto sighed and resisted the urge to face palm. How someone could be so scatter-brained was beyond him. His Sekirei seemed to take the term, loose lips sinks ship, To a whole new, otherworldly level. It was almost ridiculous, just how bad she was at keeping secrets. He was just glad that there had been no point in time where Musubi might be willing to talk about his powers. Uzume looked back and forth between the pair for a while longer, then shook her head and grinned. So is all this stuff for your room? She asked in an attempt to make conversation. At the same time she moved out of the way and held the door open so that Naruto and Musubi could enter the boarding house. Yep, Naruto said as he made his way inside. It took a bit of work, because he was carrying the items he had bought over his head. He needed to stoop slightly and bent his arm at a 45-degree angle so it wouldn't smack against the wall above the doorway. Thankfully his natural grace, born and bred from years of living and his own surety with each movement he made, helped make the task easier. I just came to Shinto Tito a few days ago so we don't have any furniture or anything for the room. I gotcha, Uzume was nodding as she walked backwards in front of the pair, her hands clasped behind her back. Then she blinked, so then wait, does that mean the two of you just met? And you're already moving in together? The busty brunette's look turned sly as a grin sprang onto her face. Damn bro, you work fast. What can I say? Naruto spoke in a pompous tone. It was too bad he was carrying so much crap around or he would have been able to pretend to dust off his shoulder. When you've got it, you've got it. Uzume gawked open-mouthed at Naruto for a second, while Musubi stared at the two in confusion. A second later, the star-wearing girl busted out in laughter, her hands coming around from behind her back to curling around her gut as she laughed. You're certainly not lacking in confidence, are you? Should I be? Asked Naruto, raising a single eyebrow at the girl. Not at all, Uzume assured him, taking one hand from her gut to wave it about her face as if attempting to ward off a fly. It's just, wow, I mean, I really did not expect that. She began to regain her primary motor functions and straightened up, offering the blonde another grin. You know, I think I'm beginning to like you. Well, Naruto rolled his eyes. I'm glad to know how you feel about me. It really warms my heart to hear you say such things. Uzume's grin widened as she nodded her head once. As you should, it's not every day someone finds themselves in my favor. Naruto stifled a chuckle before deciding to switch topics. I didn't see you for breakfast this morning. Were you out late last night again? Aha, yeah I was. Uzume rubbed the back of her head and laughed loudly. Naruto frowned, both the smile on her face and her laugh sounded forced. He would have asked her about it, but didn't want to be rude. It hadn't even been a full day since he had moved in, and while Uzume was an extremely likable person, and he was sure from their interaction just now that they would get on famously, it didn't change the fact that he hardly knew her. It simply wouldn't be right to intrude on her private life. Perhaps when they actually became friends he would ask her if there was something wrong. I didn't get in until, 2 this morning, Uzume continued, and Naruto's attention turned away from his thoughts to the girl in front of him. Wow, you must have been really busy last night, Uzume-san, Musubi said with the brightest of smiles. While the naive Sekirei might have missed the grimace that the busty brunette gave at her words, Naruto was not one to miss such details. Once again, he stored the look and its possible meanings in the back of his mind. Yeah, I suppose you could say that, the star-wearing Sekirei said, absently bringing her left hand to clutch her right elbow. It was a posture that Naruto recognized from someone who didn't want to discuss whatever topic the current conversation was about. I actually just woke up a few seconds ago and was about to get a snack before you two came knocking on the door carrying what looks like an entire house's worth of furniture like they were pillows. Naruto nodded his head at her explanation, putting his observations of her character in the back of his mind for later perusal. Well, don't let us keep you from your food. Exchanging final pleasantries, Uzume left for the kitchens while Naruto and Musubi began making their way to the stairs. Just as they were about to try and figure out how they could make it up without losing some of the more loosely placed items, Mia came walking downstairs with a duster in hand. I thought I heard you to come in. Oh my, Mia cut herself off mid-sentence and brought a hand up to her mouth in mild surprise as she saw how much the pair was carrying. She made her way all the way downstairs and looked-eyed the two large stacks of furniture they were carrying. Look at all this stuff you guys bought. Hey, Well, we pretty much had to buy all the essentials since neither of us have any furniture of our own. Naruto's eyes traveled up towards all of the stuff he was carrying above his head. He grimaced. Though, I think we may have ended up getting a few more items than necessary. The landlady gave him a warm smile that had a hint of amusement to it. It does look like you two bought quite a bit, she admitted, her perennial smile still in place. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm sure your room will be a lot homelier with some of the things you bought, even if they aren't necessarily needed to live. True, Naruto said with a nod and a smile. We managed to get a lot of nice furniture and appliances for our room. I think by the time we're done with setting everything up it will feel just like home. Well, that's good, the perplet replied with her typical calm smile. She looked at the many furniture and items the pair were carrying with an amused expression. There was a slight gleam to her eyes, one that Naruto was surprised to recognize as something he had seen in his own eyes many times before the Fourth Great Shinobi War had broken out. It was the mischievous and amused look he often had when something amused him, or he had played a successful prank. He could only hope Mia wasn't the prankster type. I don't think I've seen anyone capable of lifting so many large and heavy objects at the same time. You two must be pretty strong. That's because I'm a fist-type Sekirei. Musubi replied in a cheerful voice before Naruto could tell her to keep her mouth shut. The blonde had to remind himself he was carrying a lot of heavy furniture, otherwise he would have face-palmed at the girl's inability to keep a secret. Hadn't he just got through doing his best to keep the girl from blurting that same secret out to Uzume? If this was how bad her memory was, then maybe it hadn't been such a good idea to reveal some of his abilities to the girl. Mia, however, just giggled. You're so funny. It seemed she was willing to write the girl's comments off as an odd quirk. At least, that's what it looked like to the untrained eye. Naruto knew better, but decided not to say anything. He had just become a tenant at Maison Izumo, and didn't want to jeopardize his place there. It was hard enough finding an apartment that wasn't owned by MBI, but he also happened to like the traditional-looking Japanese house. So few places retained their architectural roots these days. He was brought out of his reverie when Mia then looked over at him with an amused eye. And what about you? Are you a? She giggled again, fist-type Sekirei as well. No. I'm just awesome, Naruto said with a shrug, which caused the many items above his head to wobble. He cursed slightly, tilting his hand quickly and in various directions to correct the balance of weight in order to keep the objects from falling. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to pout when he heard Mia giggling again, this time at him. Well then, I'll leave you two to get started, she told the pair. When you're done, why don't you come back downstairs for some tea? Thank you. Okay. The pair made their way upstairs, a more difficult task than the door. Because of the size of the items they were carrying, they were forced to take them up one at a time. Once done with that they had to move them into their room. This again required more effort, as most of the items they had bought were too large to fit in through the doorway normally. Things like the table had to be turned on its side in order to get through, while the loveseat had to be twisted at a 45-degree angle. The pair worked for somewhere around 15 to 20 minutes before they managed to get everything in the room. All right, Naruto said, taking a deep breath and releasing it before he clapped his hands together. Getting everything set up and built is going to take some time, so let's get started. Musubi, why don't you begin by setting the couch wherever you want to sit when watching TV, then set up the table, the lamps and plants and put the curtains up. While you do that I'll build the dresser and the desk. Musubi gave the blonde a big smile. I would be happy too, Naruto-sama. The pair worked for another 2 hours, with Musubi setting up the furniture and Naruto building the pieces that were in the boxes. However, despite the amount of work it took, both felt their efforts were well worth the outcome. By the time they had finished the room looked much more cozy, more like a well-lived-in home than a sterile room whose sole saving grace was that it wasn't white. The desk had been placed in front of one of the windows, allowing whoever used it to look out at the horizon and the city beyond. Because the room was on the west side they would be able to watch the sunset from it. The drawer had been placed in a corner of the room on the same side as the desk, and was being used as a TV stand. Just a few feet from it was the loveseat, situated by the second window. The The lamps they had bought were standing in 3 different places, one near the desk, another by the door and the last in the corner with the television. The 2 plants were located in the 2 corners of the room on the other side, while the bed was still in the center. As a finishing touch, the blue curtains had been draped from the windows, adding what Naruto would consider a more feminine touch, since he honestly would have never even thought of buying the curtains if Musubi hadn't wanted them. Though he was truthfully surprised she had thought of them, given that she didn't seem to know much about the outside world. "What do you think, Musubi-chan?" asked Naruto as he looked at the woman beside him. "It's perfect," Musubi said, beaming as she looked over the work she and her ashikabi had done together. She looked over at him and her smile widened, reaching her eyes and conveying feelings of happiness and warmth. "Don't you think so too, Naruto-sama?" Naruto looked at the girl and smiled, something he had been doing a lot more often since the odd and slightly naive Sekirei had come into his life. "Yes, it is." Since they were done, the pair walked back downstairs, where they ran into Kagari wearing a long overcoat as he put on his shoes. Both of them looked at each other before looking back at the white-haired man who was walking towards the door. "You heading out, Kagari?" asked Naruto, making the only other male living at Izumo in stop. He looked back at the pair standing on the last few steps and grimaced a bit, bringing up a hand to scratch his chest, before smiling. "That's right, I've got a lot of work to do." "Well, you're leaving early today," Mia said as she walked down from the hallway. Naruto and Musubi both turned their attention to her, along with Kagari. She gave a small pout. "And I just made you dinner too." "I'm sorry," Kagari apologized with a charming smile. "I hate missing your delicious meals. Could you please leave some on the stove for me when I get home?" He leaned down, kissed the perplexed hand, making the woman giggle. "Take care," he said, waving to her and the other 2 as he left. Mia waved goodbye to Kagari before turning around to see Naruto and Musubi looking at her curiously. "In case you were wondering, Kagari works nights at a host club." "Really?" Naruto said as he eyed the door that was just now closing. It clicked shut a few seconds later and the blonde turned his attention back to Mia. "I can't say I'm surprised. He's got that Bishonen look that a lot of women seem to be into nowadays, down pat. Were it not for the white hair and the fact that Kagari was a lot nicer, the guy would have reminded him of Sasuke." A shudder escaped the blonde before he pulled himself together. "I'm betting he's pretty popular with the ladies." "He is," Mia agreed. "He's apparently the most popular host over there. I think it's amazing." She looked back at Naruto and gave him a teasing wink. "Though, you're not bad looking yourself, Naruto-san. If you want, I bet you could speak with Kagari about getting a job there. I'm sure he would be more than happy to help you out." "No thanks," Naruto said with a head shake. "I'm not really interested in possible one-night stands anymore." Unbidden, his eyes traveled over to look at Musubi. He would freely admit that during his time on this earth the blonde had slept with numerous girls, so many in fact that he had lost count of the number of females he'd had sex with. How could he not? His refusal to get close to anyone had made it so that the most significant form of intimacy he could have was sex. But sleeping with someone just for sex was baseless, and he had only ever done it when he had an itch that needed to be scratched. Unlike his former sensei, Jiraiya, such acts usually left him feeling hollow afterwards. "It's strange, now that I've found Musubi in my care, the idea of having sex simply for the sake of having sex feels wrong somehow." There it was again, that odd desire to be close to Musubi. He still couldn't pinpoint just where this desire came from, or how it came about so quickly. A part of him wanted to say that it was the moment he had winged her, their first kiss, but then he would be lying. The feelings had started before that, but he still couldn't figure out when. A part of him was bothered by that fact, while another part, a part that had been growing since Musubi's winging, told him to simply enjoy what life had just offered him. "Oh my," Mia giggled. "It sounds like someone's in love." Naruto paused, trying to come up with a more plausible explanation than love. "It's not that. I just don't see the point in sleeping with someone for carnal pleasure when I have a person I know cares about me right here." "Right, Musubi." "Right," Musubi said with a nod. It was clear to both Naruto and Mia that the girl wasn't even paying attention to their conversation. She was still looking at the door, a finger pressed to her lips and a quizzical expression on her face. "So, Kagari-san's a host." Yeah, Naruto said. He basically gets paid to lavish attention on women. Depending on the club, it can be a pretty lucrative business. Has Naruto-sama been a host before? Asked Musubi, looking over at him. I've been a host a fair few times during my travels, he admitted, a fair few being somewhere along the lines of 500 or 600, but they didn't need to know that. Sometimes when I was strapped for cash, or just wanted some extra spending money and didn't want to wait until I was paid. He grinned at the brunette. Why? Interested in seeing what it would be like to have a good-looking guy do all those things for you, Yeah, especially if it's you, Musubi said, looking at him with her amber-colored eyes. I'd let you do anything to me. Naruto opened his mouth, closed it, blinked, then opened it again. After doing this for several seconds he sighed. You know, there are so many sexual connotations and innuendos I could say to that I'm not even sure which ones to use. Inwardly he thought, and I know for a fact that Musubi-chan doesn't even realize what those innuendos would mean, so saying them would be pointless. Musubi blinked and tilted her head to the side as she looked at the blonde curiously. Huh. Naruto sighed as his point was proven with that one little word. Meanwhile Mia giggled at the pair, drawing their attention to her. She smiled at the brunette and said, You look exhausted, would you like to take a bath before dinner? Yeah, I'd love that, Musubi said, throwing her hands into the air in her enthusiasm. Naruto and Mia actually shared a look before both began laughing, much to the brunette Sekirei's confusion. XOX. The bathhouse was on the first floor and was typical of a standard Japanese bath. Made with a light blue tiling that spread out across the floor and 1/3 of the walls, the rest was made of wood made of a lighter grain. There was a large window which filtered light through the room, illuminating the rectangular wooden bath. It was of a decent size, about large enough to comfortably fit 4 or 5 people, and had a wooden platform sticking out of it. Off to the left was a small square plank of wood where the shampoo and soap was, along with a bucket that was used for washing. Oh, wow. It looks fantastic, Musubi said with a brilliant smile. She looked at Naruto with a hopeful expression. If you want to join, I can wash your back. It was definitely her naivety talking again. The sexual connotations of a male and female taking a bath together were completely lost on the girl. Sure, Naruto said, agreeing with her even though he knew this. Whatever else could be said about the blonde, he was still a hot-blooded male, and the offer of taking a bath with someone who was easily a 10 on the hotness scale was not something he would pass up. I haven't been in an actual bath like this for a long time, and it will be nice to relax. I'll even help you wash your back as well. The smile that split Musubi's face at his words lit up the entire room. The pair quickly shed their clothing, folding them neatly and finding an empty cubbyhole to put them in. Naruto looked over at Musubi and took a moment to admire her form. In his long life the blonde had seen and been with many beautiful women. Of those he had met, it had always been the first women he had known that he felt were the most beautiful. There had simply been something about the kunoichi in his life that the civilian girls he slept with just couldn't compare to. However, seeing Musubi as she stripped down, Naruto had to amend his statement. The girl had all the firm and lean muscle mass that a kunoichi had, along with the softness one would expect from a civilian supermodel. There was also the small, or large depending on your perspective, fact that the girl had some of the largest breasts he had ever seen in his life. He had to wonder if they were something unique to her, or if all Sekirei just had an abnormally large bosom. They were so large that even the slightest of movements caused them to shake and shudder in ways that left the blonde's pants feeling incredibly tight. As things stood, he wasn't wearing pants anymore, and only the most supreme command of wills kept his body from giving into its natural response. Shaking the thought away, Naruto finished taking off his own clothes and folded them in an empty cubbyhole. He walked into the room with Musubi and followed the girl as she made her way over to the small stool that stood off to the side of the steaming tub. Right next to it was a bucket and some soap and shampoo used for washing. Musubi gave Naruto a bright smile as she said, "Why don't you sit down, Naruto-sama, and I'll start washing your back." After a moment's pause, Naruto replied with an affirmative, "Sure," before sitting down on the designated stool. Musubi stooped down to grab the bucket, then went over to the tub and filled it with weight. When she returned, it was to pour the bucket's contents of steaming liquid on her ashikabi. As the warm water ran down his body, the sound of two hands rubbing together let him know that Musubi was lathering either soap of shampoo on her hands. He guessed it was the shampoo since the soap was in the form of a bar, and not the liquid body wash that most people use these days. Moments later, a pair of delicate and feminine fingers ran through his hair. Naruto stiffened under their touch for only a moment before letting his body relax. It wasn't long before the blonde actually found himself enjoying the girl's ministrations, the way her fingernails lightly scraped against his scalp, marveling at how deceptively soft her hands were. He knew from seeing her carry her stack of furniture that she was strong, so it was definitely a surprise when he found out that her hands held none of the calloused hardness that came from intense training and work. Then again, she had lived in a lab up to this point, so maybe it wasn't so hard to believe. He closed his eyes as the girl behind him once more got a bucket of water and used it to wash the shampoo out of his hair, then began washing his back. Deciding to do some washing himself, Naruto grabbed one of the extra bars of soap and began scrubbing his arms and chest. As he cleaned himself, he listened to Musubi's gentle humming and let his mind wander. How long had it been since he had been with a woman like this? Had he ever actually bathed with a female before? It was hard to remember all of the things he had done sometimes, the centuries tended to blur together after a time. The only thing his mind ever deigned to remember were important events in history that he had lain witness to, and considering he went out of his way to avoid those moments, only a few of them really stuck out. To be honest, the times that were clearest in his mind was back before his life had become the curse it was, when he had been nothing more than a shinobi of Konoha. Perhaps that was because the times back then were simpler, or maybe because those times held more meaning. After all, he held no attachment to the world or the people now living in it. These people, who were so ignorant of their ancestors' past, of the hardships that had been faced so they could continue living in relative peace, they were not people he cared for. It had been a long time since Naruto ever actually cared about anyone aside from himself. His introspection was brought to a halt as another bucket full of water was dumped on him. There, Musubi said in a proud tone, and while Naruto could not see it he could almost feel the smile on his Sekirei's face. Your back's all clean, Naruto-sama. Without even realizing it, a smile appeared on his face as the ghosts of his past receded into the back of his mind. Standing up, Naruto turned to face the woman he found himself bonded to. Thanks, Musubi-chan. Would like me to wash your back now? Yes. Musubi would love that. The excitable Sekirei shouted, reverting to the more childish form of speaking to herself in third person. She bounded over to the stool and plopped herself down. Naruto couldn't help but grin as he saw the girl squirming with a combination of excitement and impatience. Retrieving the empty bucket, Naruto copied Musubi's earlier actions and went over to the tub, scooping out a bucket full of water and pouring it over Musubi when he walked back over. He began the process of washing Musubi's hair, dropping a nickel-sized dollop of shampoo on his hands, rubbing them together until the soap had formed a thick foam, and then messaging the now foamy substance into Musubi's hair. His Sekirei let out a loud sigh and her posture slumped, letting him know just how relaxed his actions were making her. It was good to see that even though he was slightly out of his element here, some of the techniques he had learned when it came to pleasing women still applied. The process of washing Musubi's hair, and then her back was surprisingly short, or perhaps he had just lost track of time. It was strangely comforting to help the girl wash herself. When he finished, Naruto stood up and took a single step back. Now that we're both cleaned up, why don't we enjoy some time relaxing in the tub, nay? Musubi responded to his question in the way he was beginning to suspect was something of a trademark for her. A loud squeal of affirmation as she threw her hands up in the air before she rushed over to the tub. Or at least tried to. Careful, Naruto said as Musubi slipped on the wet floor. She would have fallen were it not for him catching her. There's no need to rush, he told her as he helped the girl steady herself. The tub isn't going anywhere. Sorry, Naruto-sama, Musubi replied with an excited smile, not at all bothered by the fact that she had almost fell flat on her face. I'm just so excited. The lab didn't have any baths. We just used showers. Ah, well, I can understand why you're excited then. And he could. The idea of actually being able to relax in a tub of warm water was definitely an enjoyable one. It was, in fact, one of the few things in life that Naruto was able to appreciate. But that doesn't mean you should be reckless. You could have seriously hurt yourself. I'm sorry, Musubi moaned piteously. She gave him a pleading look. Can we please go in the bath now? All right, Naruto relented, feeling he had reprimanded the girl enough. It was clear she was barely listening anyways, probably still too excited by thoughts of a warm bath to really pay too much attention. Following words with actions, Naruto stepped into the steaming tub without a moment's hesitation, Musubi right behind him. The water was hot enough that the blonde actually got slight burns as he sunk down in the water. However, the burning healed up a second later with no adverse effects, not even a red mark to signify that he had been burned. Hot. Musubi hissed as she dipped her toe into the water. Naruto chuckled as he watched her get in much more slowly than he had. Granted, she didn't have his healing factor and she likely hadn't dealt with the kind of painful circumstances he had often found himself in when he was younger, so her pain tolerance probably wasn't up to par with his own. Are you okay? Asked Naruto as Musubi dipped her toe in again before fully moving into the water. Yeah, the water was just hotter than I expected, Musubi said. She winced a little more as she lowered herself into the bath. However, as she immersed herself more fully into the hot water, her body began to adapt. As a Sekirei, she had a stronger tolerance than most humans, and her body healed much faster from wounds as well. She was genuinely surprised that Naruto didn't seem to have any trouble dealing with the hot water. She looked over at her Ashikabi and smiled. Naruto was leaning against the tub with his eyes closed and a small smile on his face. He looked really relaxed and completely at ease. Seeing him look so content made her heart soar. Naruto felt her looking at him and opened his eyes to watch her in turn. He gave her a smile and said, "See anything you like, Musubi-chan." Of course, Naruto-sama. It's nice to see you so relaxed like this, Musubi said with a smile that was so innocent that if the blonde didn't know any better he would have thought it wasn't real. He did sweat drop at her for not even getting the slight innuendo, but quickly realized that he shouldn't have expected anything less. I don't think I've ever seen you this happy. She pressed a hand to her chest. I can actually feel your happiness right here, and it's beautiful. For such a naive girl, she tends to make some really insightful comments, the blonde thought with an internal chuckle. He looked at the girl with a soft smile before a small frown came over him. Now that he was no longer admiring the girl, at least, no longer admiring her any more than was natural, he noticed that her shoulders and back were a little tense. Too tense to be natural. Long experience with his own body and its functions told him that she probably had several knots that had been built up in her body, most likely due to the fact that she had only just been released from the lab she had been living at and already been forced into running combat with those lightning twins before she met him. Come over here, Musubi-chan, he said, gesturing her over. The girl looked at him for a moment before smiling and doing as told. He directed her to sit between his legs with her back to him. With just a moment's hesitation, Naruto placed his hands on her shoulder and began to utilize skills that had been cultivated by years of experience to bring Musubi incredible pleasure. Ooh. The word was extended to incredible lengths as Musubi let loose a long breath. Her entire body seemed to slump in on itself as Naruto began kneading her muscles and removing some of the knots that were in her back. That feels so good. I'm glad you think so, Naruto said as he used his pointer and middle finger, along with some precise chakra control, to work out a particularly tight knot in Musubi's thoracolumbar fascia. I noticed that you were pretty tense. You've got a lot of knots in your back, and that can hinder you while you're in a fight. This should help keep you limber. Ha! It became clear to Naruto when Musubi released a long sigh of content that she was no longer listening. Shaking his head in mild amusement, Naruto began to hum a soft tune he remembered learning during his lifelong journey. He couldn't remember where it was from, but supposed that didn't really matter. When you're as old as I am, things like the who's, what's, where's, how's, when's and why's simply stop being an issue, he thought to himself, a little sadly. Thinking of my age makes me wonder if becoming Musubi-chan's Ashikabi was a mistake. Will she live as long as me? Or will the ravages of time take her like it did everyone else? That had always been his biggest fear and the reason he never got close to another person after the time of the hidden villages had passed. He simply didn't think he could survive the heartbreak of losing someone he loved. Thinking of his past, and the precious people he lost caused Naruto to stop giving Musubi her message. Beginning to feel overcome by emotions and a fear he hadn't felt in a long time, the blonde wrapped his arms around the brunette Sekirei's waist and pulled her flush against him, confusing the girl greatly. Naruto-sama, she asked, turning her head to try and look at him. He was, unfortunately for her, resting his head against the center of her back, so she couldn't quite see him other than his spiky blonde locks that spilled over her shoulder, but considering their bond, he wouldn't be surprised if she could feel his emotions. Why? Why now? Why was he losing control over his emotions like this? He had gone thousands of years before now without ever once letting himself feel the true depths of his own despair or any sort of hopelessness. So why was it that he now felt so incredibly vulnerable? Was it the girl? Could her presence be invoking this emotion? He supposed it was possible, but the answer couldn't be that simple. Maybe it was his fear of how close she was getting to him. After all, hadn't he avoided forming attachments with others so he wouldn't hurt when they died? Yet in just 2 days, this girl had wormed her way into his heart, and now he was afraid of what might happen to him if, no, when, she died. After all, the only thing that seemed to last forever in this world was him. Are you alright? Musubi's question snapped Naruto out of his slight fugue, though he was still feeling unusually vulnerable. Perhaps that was why he said what he said next. Promise me you'll never leave me, Naruto whispered in a soft voice. Just hearing that tone in her Ashikabi's voice made Musubi feel terrible. The fact that she could feel the emptiness in the blonde's heart, like a void that had been sucking out his soul for who knew how many years, only made it worse. The person she now cherished most was suffering, and she didn't know why or how to truly help. Shifting her body around in his grasp, Musubi set her legs over one of Naruto's as she moved until her profile was being presented to him. She looked into the blonde's eyes, which were much more vulnerable than she was used to seeing in the past 3 days since they had met. Not really sure how to reassure him but wanting to do something, the brunette Sekirei cupped the blonde's face with her hands and pulled him into a kiss. Her wings flared out behind her as the power the blonde held entered her body. The phantasmagorical wings of energy pushed the water away from her back, sending some of his splashing over the sides as the 2 great appendages of energy unfolded. She did her best to ignore it, along with the pleasure and heat it brought her as she focused on pouring all of her emotions into the kiss. In response, Naruto's arms tightened their hold around her waist, as if to keep her from disappearing. When they broke the kiss, Musubi gave Naruto a soft smile. I will never leave you, Naruto-sama, she told him in a completely sincere voice. I will always stay by your side as your Sekirei, now and forever. Not even the professor will be able to take me from you. Musubi. Thank you, Naruto said, feeling tears run from his eyes. He cursed himself for his weakness. This wasn't like him. He wasn't this weak. Or at least, he shouldn't be. But Musubi's words, no, her very presence struck a chord with him, brought him a small measure of comfort in a world that was no longer his. He had been alone for so long that the girl's words simply made him feel more emotional than he would have otherwise. You don't need to thank me, Naruto-sama, Musubi said with a soft smile. I want to be with you. I was simply telling the truth. I know that, Naruto said. He closed his eyes and shook his head, willing both his tears and his weakness back into the darkest reaches of his mind where they would hopefully never see the light of day again. When he opened his blue orbs again, it was with a cheerful smile that held none of the vulnerability he had a few seconds ago. Still, I appreciate it. Musubi's smile, impossible as it seemed, brightened at his words. You're welcome. While Naruto and Musubi were having their small bonding moment, Uzume, who had been peeking from the doorway when she heard voices inside of the bathhouse, closed the door and sighed. I guess I can wait until they're done to take my bath, she said with a smile. I wouldn't want to ruin their moment. After getting redressed, she walked back out of the changing room and up the stairs to her own room. XOX. It was early the next morning that Naruto woke up. For the second time in 2 days, the blonde found himself being roused from grogginess with an unfamiliar weight on him. One might think it strange, but Uzumaki Naruto, despite being the kind of person who woke up before the crack of dawn, was not a morning person. During the early years of his childhood, and on through his genin days, Naruto had always had trouble waking up early in the morning. He'd even needed to go through an entire wake up process just to get himself started. This usually consisted of him stumbling out of bed and into the kitchen, then staring at the fridge for a full 15 minutes before opening it and beginning breakfast, which oftentimes consisted of a piece of stale toast and some spoiled milk. After that he would get dressed and, by some miracle, would be awake and ready to start the day. At the time, he hadn't known that it was just Kurama's incredible energy that had given him the kick-start he needed to get going. It hadn't been until his training trip with Jiraiya that Naruto had truly begun to appreciate getting up at the crack of dawn. Jiraiya, for all his faults and lecherous intent towards woman, had been a good teacher. As soon as the first few rays of light hit whatever clearing they had slept in that night, or shone in through the window, he would get the blonde up so they could start their morning spar. This wake-up call most often included Naruto getting a gallon or so of freezing cold water dumped on him. It had taken a while, and Naruto complained quite a bit during that time, but eventually the blonde began getting up on his own without needing Jiraiya's special wake-up call. After all, no one wanted to get a bucket of ice-cold water dumped on them. Despite the fact that Naruto's body was now naturally inclined to wake up before the sun had even begun to rise, a habit that he had simply never bothered getting rid of, it still took him several minutes before his mind properly rebooted. Sometimes he would just lay on his futon, or the bed of whichever hotel he was in, blinking as he let his brain restart. Which was fine with him, it wasn't like he had anything to do nowadays. There was no need for training, all of his enemies were dead, it wasn't like he had anyone waiting for him, and even if he had, he doubted they would be awake at the crack of fucking dawn. Truth be told, aside from habit, Naruto didn't know why he still bothered waking up so early. Perhaps it was a way to honor his fallen sensei. He didn't know, and a part of him didn't want to know for fear of where his thoughts might take him. Surprisingly enough, Naruto was not quite as tired this morning as he usually was. He chalked this up to the fact that he hadn't had any nightmares last night, something that could only be a good thing in his book. It probably had something to do with the weight of the very warm pillow cuddled into his side. The very warm pillow that made very slight movements as it breathed in and out, releasing cute snores with every breath. Wait a minute. Blinking, Naruto tilted his head down to see just what the pillow snuggling against him was. The first thing he was greeted with was a head of brown hair. The second thing was the angelic face of the beautiful girl that was currently drooling on his chest, followed by a body that the goddess themselves would be jealous of. A body that was currently as bare as the day it was born. Naruto suppressed a groan as his mental faculties began coming online and cataloging many of the feelings he had not taken notice of in his half-dead state. The very first of those things which just so happened to be the girl's breasts as they pressed against his bare chest, the way her nipples rubbed against his skin with each breath she took. This was followed by the curves of the brunette's body, luscious and beautiful curves that were both toned from what looked like years of training, but what Naruto somehow instinctively knew she had just been born with, and soft in a way that would put any supermodel to shame. More aspects began making themselves known to the blonde, like how her left leg had hooked itself over his legs, how she must have been rubbing against him some time during the night because he had a stain on his boxers that he knew from their position relative to his own sex organ was not of his own make, to the way her hand had some time during the middle of the night snaked its way into his boxers and was grasping his tool in a firm grip. That last one in particular caused him to nearly blow his load. Dear God, did this girl know what she was doing to him? Doing his best to not let loose a very manly scream of surprise, a now very awake and heavily aroused Naruto did his best to extract himself from Musubi's grip. This proved to be a lot harder than he thought it would, as it seemed like the girl quite enjoyed holding him close. Each time he tried to pull her arms from around his chest, or shift her leg until it was no longer wrapped around his own, she would tighten her hold on him to a painful extent. Naruto actually found himself wincing when he heard several ribs crack painfully during one particularly hard squeeze. Well, if he ever wanted to know what it would be like to be a teddy bear for someone like Tsunade, this would probably be an accurate comparison. Honestly, how Jiraiya could possibly the idea of getting with that woman was beyond him. If this was even half as bad as a Tsunade hug would be, then he didn't even wanted to know what the real deal would feel like. Thankfully, Musubi's bear hugs had the effect of calming his raging libido. If nothing else, he could be thankful for that. It took a number of minutes and some very careful maneuvering before Naruto managed to remove himself from Musubi's grip. It seemed that his Sekirei was quite content while she held onto him, and was loath to let him out of her grasp. Whenever he tried to pry her arms off him, she would tighten her hold to unbearable levels in turn, oftentimes letting out a noise of discontent at his attempts at removing himself from her. Really, the girl's hugs were quite painful. He would have substituted himself with a clone, but considering it would likely pop the moment it entered the brunette Sekirei's bone-crushing hug, decided against it. After finally managing to extract himself from Musubi's grasp, the blonde made his way downstairs. It was still very early in the morning, the sun was only just coming up, peeking out beyond the horizon and painting orange and purple streaks across the sky. No one else was awake yet as far as he could see while he walked through the house, even Mia seemed to be asleep, or at least still in her room. Thinking of the plans he wanted to do today, the blonde headed over for the kitchen. The kitchen was fairly average, much like the rest of the house. It held a marble countertop, with several drawers and cupboards lining the bottom, and a few more cupboards above. There was a gas stove and oven combination, several appliances one would expect to find in a kitchen, a refrigerator, a microwave and a sink. There were several windows lining the walls, allowing light to filter into the room, and a table that could seat 4 people in the center. With a slight smile, the blonde got to work. His first task was finding the pots and pans, then searching for the ingredients: eggs, flour, milk, bacon, broth, seasoning, butter, various assorted vegetables and some chicken. He separated the groceries into 2 piles, placed a pan on the stove and turned on the heat. Naruto placed some butter on the pan, and while waiting for it to melt, grabbed a bowl and began mixing the ingredients he had in the first pile into it. He wasn't sure how much flour he would need, but shrugged and placed 4 cups inside, then cracked 6 eggs, poured in some milk, added a pinch of sugar, a small amount of yeast, some baking powder, salt, butter, and several dozen blueberries he found in the fridge. He began stirring the food, mixing it until it was completely even with no chunky parts to it, then set it aside as he noticed the butter was beginning to melt in the pan and used a spatula to even it amongst the pan's surface. When he was sure the pan was hot enough to cook something in, he grabbed the bowl and began pouring in some of the batter. Knowing it would take a few minutes for the first side to bake, Naruto began working on the second pile. His first step was creating more batter, though this was for a completely different purpose than pancakes. With the sort of expertise one would expect of a professional chef, the blonde shinobi began to mix and whisk ingredients into another bowl much faster than when he had with the first one. Once he was finished with his mixing, he set the bowl aside and got back to the pancakes so he could let the dough set. As he worked, humming a small tune to himself, another person who had just woken up quietly entered the room and began to watch the blonde in idle curiosity. XOX. Mia watched as the blonde man went about the kitchen with the confidence of one who had been looking after themselves for a long time. She watched as he switched off between making the pancakes until all of the batter from the first bowl was gone. Then kneading the dough from the second bowl on a wooden cutting board he had found in one of the cupboards, the surety of his movements letting her know that this was a task he had performed possibly hundreds of times in the past. I wonder what he is making, she wondered to herself as she watched him. Mia would admit to being a curious individual, especially when it came to an anomaly like Naruto. While she had not known the blonde for very long, it was as she had told Kagari when the mysterious blonde and Musubi had asked for a place to live. There was just something about the blonde that drew her curiosity and told her he was a trustworthy individual. It was something that words alone could not ascribe to, the feeling she got when looking at Naruto. New movement from the blonde drew her attention away from her own thoughts. She was actually surprised when he began throwing the dough over his head, going through a complex series of stretches and twirls, before dispersing the dough through the air that pulled it out until it was taut enough that Mia was sure it would snap. It almost looked like it had become elastic as the blonde waved it about, and the perplete watched as her house's newest tenant flipped, stretched, and intertwined the dough before it suddenly separated itself into numerous strands. It was an extremely impressive feat to be sure. She had never seen someone make food in such a dramatic and skillful manner. Hopefully, she would have the opportunity to ask him if he could teach her how to do that. It might not be a useful skill, designed more for showboating than anything else from the looks of it, but she couldn't deny that the process he used looked, well, fun. So he's making some kind of noodle dish, she thought to herself as she continued watching. He's very talented, I don't think I've ever seen noodles being made that way before. Those moves looked almost like some kind of complicated dance, and I can tell from the way his muscles are built that he's not a chef by profession. He looks more like a fighter of some kind, but it's obvious he knows how to cook. Probably from his travels. But I wonder why I feel that there's so much more to him than just what he told us last night. While it wasn't in her nature to question others, she couldn't help but be curious about he blonde. For every answer she seemed to get about him, she received several more questions. Granted, she had only met him 2 nights ago, which could explain why she knew so little about him. It didn't change the fact that whenever he spoke, Mia got the feeling that he was using some form of double speak to say one and mean something else. It was the kind of talking one did when they didn't want to tell someone the truth, but at the same time didn't want to lie, so instead they told a half-truth that would ensure no one could question them on the sincerity of their words. Uzume and Kagari might have missed that bit about their new tenant, but Mia had been around people who spoke like that before. Despite this and the fact that the last person who spoke in a similar manner was someone she hated, Mia did not sense any ill intent from the blonde. Indeed, it seemed more like he was hiding himself out of habit, rather than because he thought it was entertaining to watch the people around him get angry. And she had to admit that the mystery she was positive surrounded Naruto brought an interesting element to the otherwise dull life that had been hers since her husband died. It wasn't until she caught the scent of miso soup when the blonde began cooking that Mia recognized what he was making. Deciding that she had watched him enough, and feeling just mildly embarrassed that she had watched him for so long, Mia decided to make her presence known. I didn't know you could cook, Naruto-san, she said loud enough for him to hear. The blonde turned his head to look at her and she was again mildly surprised when he didn't seem surprised to see her standing in the doorway. If anything, she got the distinct impression that he had known she was there all along and just waiting for her to announce herself. How curious. Good morning, Mia-chan, he called out in a happy voice. The blonde looked to be in a good mood today, and she couldn't keep the slight giggle from escaping her at his apparent new suffix for her. It seemed that since they were living together, her newest tenant had decided on a more affectionate term of suffix. The use of the suffix, chan, is a diminutive suffix. It expresses that the speaker finds a person endearing. In general, chan is used, but is not limited to, babies, young children, grandparents and teenage girls. It may also be used towards cute animals, lovers, close friends, any youthful woman, or even between friends. Considering she was none of those things, at least not yet, and on top of that she could technically be considered his superior since Maison Izumo belonged to her, the use of that suffix would have normally been considered condescending and rude in this instance. While such a situation may have earned him her ire had it been anyone else, Mia got the distinct impression that he used the less formal suffixes for everyone he knew. Thus, she decided to just let the instance go. Besides, if nothing else his use of attaching such a suffix on her was amusing. Shaking the mundane thoughts of suffixes and Naruto's use of them away, the Lavenderette eyed the food he was making with an interesting gaze, before turning her attention back towards the blonde himself. I was going to make breakfast, you know, Mia said with a mild pout. While she had not always been a very humorous individual, in fact some people she knew back in the day would call her downright scary, the purple-haired beauty did have her fun side, something that she thanked her late husband for. You're stealing my job from me. Naruto gave her an easy-going grin, the look coming to his face so naturally that it was actually kind of surprising, and not just to Mia. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. I was actually just planning on making some ramen for today and decided that I would make breakfast as well. Having moved around as much as I have, and having been making food for myself for many years, I'm a pretty good chef. I noticed, I was watching you, Mia admitted without a hint of her earlier embarrassment. It was a talent she possessed thanks to her earlier profession. It was not something she was particularly proud of, the things she had done in her earlier life, but it wasn't something she let bother her either. She just didn't let the thoughts bother her for too long. I know, Naruto chuckled at the mild amount of surprise she displayed upon his statement. I have something of a sixth sense that lets me know when I'm being watched. Mia accepted his answer, even though she knew there was more to it than that. If he had sensed her when she had entered the room, he must have incredible spatial awareness, a must-have for people trained in combat. It seemed her earlier estimation of Naruto was correct, and he was turning out to be a very interesting individual. Deciding to change the subject as she was not quite sure Naruto would reveal anything truly relevant about himself if she asked right now, Mia focused on something else. She looked over at the broth he was making and couldn't help but ask, so what did you need to make ramen for? I plan on taking Musubi-chan out for a picnic, Naruto informed her. He frowned for a second, his eyes flickering uncertainly before he pressed on. I haven't really had a chance to spend so much time with anyone else before meeting her, what with all the traveling I do. So I figured it would be nice to do something other couples did. Mia raised an eyebrow. Both had his seeming reluctance to admit to having not spent much with other people and his hesitance to admit he and Musubi were a couple. Did that mean he was still unsure about his relationship with the excitable Sekirei? It was possible, she supposed. After all, Naruto was human, even Takehito had taken his relationship with her far too slow for her tastes, and she was different than the other 107 Sekireis. Putting her curiosity of the man's words aside, she focused on something a little less invasive. There would be a time to learn more about the man before her later. So you made ramen for a picnic? She asked, an amused smile playing on her face as she held the left sleeve of her kimono to hide her mouth. You can never go wrong with ramen, the blonde defended his favorite noodle dish. How do you plan on keeping it warm? She asked, and was only mildly surprised when he gave her a mysterious smile. She had actually been expecting it. Last night at dinner when Uzume had asked him how he had traveled to so many different countries despite only being 19, Naruto had given her that same smile. Mia even had an idea on what he was about to say, a theory which was confirmed a second later. Oh, I have my ways, he said, chuckling again when she pouted at the expected response. Then he blinked, his eyes flickering for a moment as he seemed to realize something important. He looked at Mia again, this time with a sheepish smile. Speaking of picnics, do you know of any good parks I can go to for one? I haven't been in town very long, and that time was spent trying to find an apartment and clothes shopping for Musubi-chan. Of course, Mia said, taking on a thinking pose with a hand under her chin and her other hand holding up her elbow. Normally, I would suggest the botanical garden. However, the undergrowth is still going strong. I hear it's gotten so bad that MBI might actually begin stepping in. There was a hint of disdain when Mia mentioned MBI, something the blonde took note of and placed in the back of his mind for later thought. Naruto frowned for a moment but nodded. So where else would you suggest? Well, there's a small park about a mile east of the garden, she suggested. It's small, but nice. I think you and Musubi-chan will love it. Then that's where we'll go. Naruto cheered, causing Mia to giggle as the blonde's enthusiasm reminded her of Musubi's. She wondered for a second if perhaps the excitable young woman he had bonded to was affecting him just as much as he likely was her. It wasn't something she had realized was possible, but then again, Naruto was an interesting character, so perhaps what was impossible for most ashikabis was quite possible for him. When he calmed down, the shinobi looked over at her and asked, "Do you want to come with us?" Oh my, Mia held a hand to her cheek as she put on a look of mild surprise. Should I be worried about you asking a poor, widowed woman like myself on a date with another girl? I'm not going to have to fend off your lustful urges, am I? Lustful urges. Naruto blinked at the term. What are you? He trailed off and shook his head. Never mind, I don't want to know. Now it was Mia's turn to giggle at the blonde while he gave her a pout. With a shake of his head, the blonde seemed to dispel his previous faux indignation and gave the Lavenderette a look. And I wasn't hitting on you, I was simply trying to be polite. He gave his head a sharp nod, as if to reaffirm himself of his thoughts just as much as Mia. Teasing done with for the moment, Mia smiled in appreciation of the offer but shook her head. I wouldn't want to intrude upon yours and Musubi-chan's date like that. You wouldn't impose, Naruto said adamantly. Mia blinked at the tone, but he continued before she could comment on it. And I think Musubi-chan would love having another girl to talk to. Well, maybe, she doesn't seem to be your average female, so it's hard to say. He paused, his eyes regarding her with a look of intense scrutiny. Mia felt her shoulders stiffen slightly at that look, a part of her wondering why she suddenly felt so vulnerable. Then again, you don't seem to be your average woman either. Oh. Mia shifted again, forcing her shoulders to relax as she adopted a look of idle curiosity. And she would admit to being curious, wondering just what it was that he saw in her. Another part, however, was thinking on whether or not she would have to kill him. And just what makes you say that? You're too graceful, he said, making her raise an eyebrow. He seemed to sense her confusion and decided to elaborate further by saying, what I mean is your movements hold a grace that very few people can achieve. Only warriors of the highest caliber have the kind of movements you do, meaning you've been in more than a few life and death battles. The blonde paused for a moment, blinking. That, or you could just be a dancer. Talented dancers are pretty graceful too. Though a sweat drop formed on her head at his last comment, the blonde's first words actually caused a few alarms to go off in her head. That was a very keen observation. Even more incredible was the fact that he had made it after having only met her 2 days ago. Being able to note details like that and make an accurate estimation about a person from them was a talent that few people had. Mia could do it, of course, but even then it took time before she was able to truly make such an accurate guess. A good example would be the first time she had met Naruto. She had known the moment she laid eyes on him that there was something different about the blonde, something that drew her to him, made her want to trust him, reach out to him. She just couldn't for the life of her figure out what that was at the time, and even now a part of her was still having trouble determining just why she felt this way. Naruto, on the other hand, seemed to have made an accurate estimation of her skills as a warrior within a short amount of time, and if her guess was right, had made those beliefs during their very first meeting. The only thing she could conclude from this was that Naruto would require careful watching in the future. Despite her shock, Mia managed to keep herself calm as she addressed the blonde who was just putting the finishing touches on his food. Knowing this, you must have some experience in battle yourself. Too many, Naruto agreed, sighing as he suddenly seemed to age before her eyes. Not in the physical sense, but more in the spiritual sense. It was all in his eyes, they looked so tired, like he had lived for far too long and a part of him had given up and was just waiting to die. It was enough to shock whatever wariness Mia might hold towards Naruto out of her. Her hand twitched, and it was only her own superb reflexes that allowed her to keep the offending appendage from being placed on Naruto's shoulder. She shook her head. Where had that come from? For a moment there she had been tempted to offer a man she had barely met the comfort of her presence. While it was not completely out of character for her to do, helping others out that is, she had never willingly touched another male before. Not before her husband had died and certainly not after. Yet that had been exactly what she had been about to do. It wasn't so much her arm moving against her will as it was her arm moving before she even realized it was moving. That more than anything was what shocked her. Dragging her attention away from her surprise at her own, almost, actions, she turned to look at Naruto. The look between now and the past half a second she had seen him showed a remarkable difference. In between the time she had watched him age before her eyes, he had somehow managed to pull himself together through an act of sheer will. The moment of weakness from before gone as if it had never existed in the first place. Almost unbidden, Mia felt her respect for the man rise several notches. What kind of strength must someone possess to pull themselves together like that? And what must he have suffered to even gain such a look in the first place? They were questions she didn't have an answer to. They were also questions she realized she had no business asking. Perhaps when they knew each other better, but not now. For a second the two stared at each other, neither of them seemed to know what to do. Mia was sure that Naruto had not missed her reaction to his moment of weakness, a man that observative was more than capable to taking in great detail even when they themselves were in turmoil. It also looked like his own moment was keeping him from saying anything. Mia could understand where he was coming from, she currently felt the same way. Fortunately for both of them, the tense moment was soon broken by someone else who knew nothing of what had just transpired entering the room. Musubi continued walking further into the kitchen, her nose sniffing as she followed the scent of Naruto's cooking. She seemed completely unaware of the thick, knife-cutting tension that permeated the two before her. In fact, she didn't even seem to realize that there were two more people in the room. It smells so good in here, she mumbled sleepily, her stomach rumbling and a small amount of drool coming out of her mouth as she took in the scent. Her words and the rumbling of the black hole Musubi called a stomach broke the tension that had built up between Mia and Naruto. The two looked at each other, then at the brunette whose stomach rumbles had just rocked the house. A few seconds later, Mia gracefully hid her mouth behind the sleeve of her kimono. Fu. Naruto was not far behind as he gave his own amused chuckles. Hee. As the two continued to laugh and or giggle, Musubi glanced from one laughing face to the other in adorable confusion, her head slightly cocked to the left. Era. XOX. Thank you so much for taking me out on a picnic, Naruto-sama. I've never been on a picnic before, Musubi said as she held onto his arm with both of hers. Naruto did his best to ignore the feeling of the naive woman's abnormally large bosom as his appendage was pressed in between the glorious mounds of her cleavage. Did this girl really not have a clue about what her actions did to him? They had left an hour after breakfast, picnic basket in hand and journeyed to the park that Mia had given Naruto directions to. It had taken a while to get there, nearly 2 hours because they had decided to go for a more scenic route, wandering through the streets and exploring more of the city. Musubi hadn't complained thankfully. In fact, she seemed just as taken in with the sights as Naruto was, though their reasons for taking in the city were most probably vastly different from each other. Having only been in the city for 3 days, Naruto had wanted to gain a measure of the city and create his own internal map so he wouldn't get lost. It also allowed for him to observe potential ambush sites and choke point that he could use to great effect if he decided to go with utilizing guerrilla tactics against other ashikabi and their Sekirei. Musubi on the other had been on the run from the S&M girls, along with who knew how many other Sekirei that went after unwinged Sekirei from the moment she had been released from the lab to the day she had met him, which in truth had only been a grand total of 2 days. As things were, neither of them knew much about the city or its layout beyond what they had already seen. Naruto could have picked up a map, but felt it was better to get a feel for the place himself. Not just learn the routes he needed to get where he wanted to, but to take in the atmosphere as well. There was a lot to be said about getting a feel not just for the city itself but for the people in it. Learning how to feel the mood of those around him would help him know when something was wrong. You're welcome, the blonde replied as they walked into the park. It was small, but nice, with a tiled pavement and several fenced-off sections where the foliage was located. Most of the plant life consisted of large oak trees surrounded by several different types of flora. Naruto recognized a few of the flowers thanks to his green thumb. It wasn't well known, or known at all, but Naruto was very good at taking care of and raising plants. Ino had become very interested in him after learning he had his own garden at home. There was a bit of disappointment when Naruto realized that there was no grassy areas for them to sit, unlike most parks the sections of green were fenced off. That meant they would have to either find a bench to sit on, or use the hard pavement. It was annoying, but the pair made do by finding a secluded spot where they wouldn't be seen or bothered. Which was good because he didn't need every passerby with enough curiosity to kill all 9 of a cat's lives gawking at him and Musubi while they ate. As things stood, the excitable girl already had enough attention on her thanks to the ridiculously skimpy shrine maiden outfit and large breasts. As Naruto spread the blanket out on a bench he looked up at the girl he had bonded to as an ashikabi and smiled. I'm glad that I'm able to help you experience something new. And I'm glad it's you I'm doing this with, Musubi said enthusiastically. The response was so typical of her that it caused the blonde to smile. They sat down and Naruto opened up the basket. There was a puff of smoke and the blonde pulled out 2 steaming bowls of ramen. The moment the smell hit Musubi's nose her stomach rumbled and drool once more began leaking out of her mouth as her eyes glazed over while looking at the dish of noodly goodness. That smells so good. Naruto grinned. You're in for a real treat. This ramen is a secret recipe made by someone that had been very precious to me. She taught me how to make this, and I'm the only one outside of her family who was allowed to learn it. This is the best damn ramen you will ever taste in your life. So someone close to you taught you how to make this. Musubi pulled her attention away from the bowl of ramen with a supreme force of effort to look at Naruto. After cocking her head to the side for a moment, she graced the blonde with a smile. I'd really like to meet her. You can't. At the Sekirei's confused look, Naruto offered a sad smile. Like everyone else that had been in my life, she has long since passed away. His words evoked a strangled gasp from the excitable Sekirei. It seemed that even Musubi knew what death was. A good thing too, Naruto didn't want to be forced into explaining the concept of death any more than he did sex. I'm so sorry, Musubi said, her eyes watering as she looked down, suddenly finding an interest in staring at the blanket they were sitting on. It was like someone had flipped a switch, her entire posture screamed depression and regret. In short, if her previous looks had been of someone kicking her puppy, then this new look was of someone who had just watched an entire nursery of newborn babies getting slaughtered. I'm supposed to be your Sekirei, but I keep bringing up your painful past. Naruto winced at the look. There was just something inherently wrong with the girl before him looking so desolate. It probably had something to do with the fact that it simply wasn't her natural expression, but more than that, it was something that the blonde shinobi knew in his heart was wrong. It felt like there was something inside of him, whispering in his ear and telling him that the look of utter sadness was not one that Musubi should have, and that he should do everything in his power to keep it from appearing on her face ever again. Hey, Naruto said softly, placing a hand under her chin and lifting up her head. He smiled at her, using his free hand to wipe away her tears. You have nothing to be sorry about. It's not like I told you about my past, so you couldn't have known. To be honest, I've never told anyone about my past, it's something I've kept inside for a long time. But I don't mind telling you, and if you're going to be my Sekirei, then it wouldn't be good to keep secrets from you. So no more tears, okay? Musubi sniffed, her eyes watering again, but this time in that strange look of gratitude rather than depression and regret. Okay. Thank you for not being mad at me, Naruto-sama. Naruto chuckled before he kissed her temple. I don't think I could ever be mad at you. Now you should know, there are still many secrets that I have yet to tell, because to put it quite simply, I have more secrets than I could tell you in any single day, or even a year. However, eventually, you will know everything there is to know about me. He gave her a wink. We've all our lives to learn more about each other, so there's no rush, right? He studiously ignored his own internal wincing at the thought of, all our lives. Musubi might have all of her life to learn about him, but her life would less than a tenth of the number of years he had already lived. God, how much did that suck? Whether by luck or design, Musubi did not even notice the blonde's own turmoil. The brunette nodded her head with great enthusiasm, her heart warmed by his words. Right. Glad for the girl's incredibly dense attitude, Naruto was able to shift his thoughts away from his own cursed existence and onto something more pleasant. Much more pleasant. Now let's eat before the ramen gets cold. The picnic would be considered a great success after that by the two of them. Naruto found someone who managed to appreciate ramen as much as he did. It brought him a very large grin to his face when Musubi had literally begun to cry as she proclaimed his ramen to be one of the greatest foods she had ever eaten. It was definitely an ego booster considering he had never made ramen for anyone other than himself. It was also good that someone else appreciated the food that the gods had gifted the earth with. Musubi on the other hand learned more about her ashikabi. There was a lot more to Naruto than anyone could have first suspected. She knew the basics about him, and due to the strong bond they already shared, the brunette Sekirei could claim some smattering of knowing how his emotions ran. But during this time she had learned that Naruto had a past that brought him great pain. She could only hope he would tell her more soon so that she might help heal the wound in his heart. It was as they were eating that Naruto noticed it, a sight that caused him to frown. Now that he was no longer focusing all of his attention on Musubi and his own thoughts, his eyes were able to take in more of his surroundings. It was not that hard to spot her. Sitting on the bench a few feet away was a woman with short, light brown hair, and a sleepy expression on her face. She was wearing nothing more than a button-up shirt, a pair of panties and a doctor's coat that was stained with blood. Her blood, Naruto assumed from the way it was staining her clothes. Beyond the blood stains, the most noticeable thing about her was that she had a crimson Sekirei mark on her forehead instead of her back. Hey, Musubi-chan, Naruto said, getting the attention of the brunette happily munching away on her 8th bowl of ramen, easily keeping pace with him. The blonde only took a moment or two to pat himself on the back for his insight. He had already known Musubi had a large appetite, and while not as big as hers, Naruto ate quite a bit more than the average human himself. That the food he was eating was ramen meant his own appetite had essentially doubled. That was a lot of ramen needed to feed 2 people, hence the reason he was glad he had made so much. Naruto doubted there would even be leftovers by the time they were finished. When she looked at him, he pointed towards the woman he assumed was a Sekirei. Why does she have her Sekirei crest on her forehead? Musubi looked over at the hurt-looking female, blinking several times as she observed the other woman before putting an index finger to her lower lip and looking thoughtful. I don't know. I've never seen a Sekirei with a mark on their forehead before. She looked slightly sheepish after that. Though, I haven't met a lot of Sekireis in the outside world. That's right, Musubi had only been in the outside world for 4 days now, 2 before she met him, and another 2 after they had met. That wasn't much time to really get much of a feel for the place, the fact that at least 2 of those days had been spent on the run notwithstanding. She looks so lonely, Naruto whispered. Once again a small pang of anguish shot through their bond and Musubi looked over at her ashikabi to see compassionate blue eyes staring at the woman on the bench. A smile crossed the Sekirei's face as she saw her ashikabi's expression and felt his emotions through their bond. This was why he was her ashikabi, buried under that expression that had both equal parts of amusement and a devil-may-care attitude was a person whose compassion compelled them to help others. She looked over at the Sekirei that had grabbed Naruto's attention, then back to the blonde himself. She nodded once, her decision made. Standing up, she grabbed her ashikabi's hand and held it in her own. The blonde looked at their entwined appendages as he allowed the young woman to help him up. His eyes traveled from their hands to her face, his expression conveying confusion. We should help her, she determined with a smile so wide that her eyes were forced closed. Naruto stared at her for a few more seconds before a smile came unbidden to his own face as well. He shook his head, wondering if he would ever stop being surprised by his Sekirei. Yeah, let's go. Naruto let his own loose fingers tighten around Musubi's hand, bringing a smile to the face of the girl in the skimpy shrine maiden outfit. Together, the 2 walked over to the other Sekirei who didn't even seem to notice when they stopped in front of her. Now that he got a better look at her, Naruto could definitely see that she was wounded. While her face remained expressionless, her left hand was favoring her side and there was a large red patch there. Hey miss, are you okay? Do you need me to call a doctor? The woman didn't seem to respond to his words. Indeed, it didn't even seem as if she had registered them, like she was dead to the world. Noticing this, Naruto crouched down in front of her so he could see her eyes. The woman looked at him for a second, blinked, then turned her eyes back down to look at something apparently only she could see. At least that was what it looked like from the outside, Naruto knew otherwise. Hey, he said in a soft voice. Are you okay? Do you want me to escort you home or? He trailed off, wondering what he was supposed to do in this situation. She must be a Sekirei judging from the mark on her head. Did that mean she had come from the labs? And if so, had there been violence involved when she left? Perhaps she had gone rogue or one of the scientists had tried to take advantage of her. I have no home, she said in a voice that was so broken that Musubi actually began shedding tears where she stood. Naruto grimaced at her words, so familiar to him that he couldn't help but let himself be taken to a time long since past. I am broken. I'm a failure. Without himself even realizing it, water began to gather in Naruto's eyes. No matter how long he walked this earth, he was a sucker for sob stories of any kind. If anything, his inability to listen to someone as they poured out their pain and soul had only gotten worse with time. Which really sucked for him because there were a lot of people who had it bad in this day and age. He generally hid that side of him by keeping his distance from everyone, but it had always been there, waiting for an opportunity to come out. It seemed that moment had finally come. He cupped the woman's face and lifted it so she was forced to make eye contact. You are not a failure, he said, watching as the woman blinked at his proclamation. Naruto had the feeling that was the most emotion she had ever shown since whatever had happened to leave her in this state. While someone like Musubi would have never been capable of reading this woman's emotions, he could tell she was not only surprised by his words, but more than likely by the conviction in his voice. Hopefully, it would help her snap out of this stupor. I don't know what idiot told you that, but you are most definitely no failure. But I can't be winged, she said, as if that answered everything. A failure like me will never be able to find an ashikabi. I'm useless. A discarded tool. My purpose is now gone. Zabuza-sama has no need for a broken tool. I need you to do me a favor, and kill me. He could hear the words of Haku, the person who had first started him on the path to true strength, ring through his head at the light-haired Sekirei's words. It had been Haku that told him about true strength, how it only came from protecting the things that were most important to you, those things that you held dear to your heart. Hearing those words, so similar yet so different from the person that told him what it meant to be strong, caused a sharp pain to enter his chest. It was an almost physical pain that Naruto forcefully shunted to the side so he could focus on the woman before him. I may not have been able to save you, Haku, he thought to himself with gritted teeth. But I'll be damned if I let her end up in your position. He would not let this girl become like Haku. Working for a person treated her as nothing more than a tool. Even if Zabuza had not truly thought that, he still acted as though he had until the end, that could easily be disposed of when its purpose was finished. He would get this girl to understand that she was not broken, she was not a discarded tool. Just because you can't be winged doesn't mean you don't have worth, Naruto said adamantly, the conviction in his words once more making the woman blink. A person's worth is not determined by something so menial. You have something that is special only to you, something no one else has but you, something that makes you unique. That is what makes you special, and is what gives you worth. But come with us, Naruto said, once more surprising the woman whose opened mouth quickly snapped closed. Come with us and I'll prove that you are worth something. I'll prove that you can shine just as well as any other Sekirei. The woman looked at him for several seconds before speaking. Okay. Naruto smiled. I didn't get your name. Ah. The woman blinked, the only sign she had heard his words. It's Akitsu. Pleasure to meet you, Akitsu-chan. XOX. It was only an hour later that the two were nearing Izumo Inn. Naruto was carrying a now sleeping Akitsu in his arms. Said woman was either subconsciously affectionate, or just wanted the blonde's body heat because she was currently snuggling herself into his chest. After agreeing to go with them, the blonde had simply scooped her into his arms, surprising the woman greatly, and began walking home. Thankfully she had not protested and seemed to have gotten used to it because at some point she had obviously become comfortable enough to fall asleep. Naruto looked over at Musubi as they continued walking. The girl had a smile on her face and didn't seem to be bothered by him having another woman in his arms, though she could be faking it. Musubi-chan, he called, getting her attention. When she looked at him he continued, saying, are you alright with this? Me being with another Sekirei, I mean. Of course. Musubi said with her standard bright smile. Why wouldn't I be okay with it? The more Sekirei Naruto-sama has, the better protected her is. Naruto's sweat dropped but eventually laughed her words off as Musubi simply being Musubi. In many ways he envied the girl for her naivety. He had been a lot like her at one point, back when he had first started out on his path as a shinobi. Sometimes he often wished he could go back to being the simple boy whose only dream was of becoming Hokage. He did have to wonder about her words, however. What did she mean by better protected? Were there people out there who would try to hurt him because he was an ashikabi? Probably. It wouldn't surprise him if there were a few unscrupulous people like that. It was kind of off-putting that she didn't think he could take care of himself, but considering she had only seen one of his abilities, couldn't quite blame her. There would come a time when she would realize he was even more capable of a fighter than she was. The pair arrived back at Izumo Inn and Musubi opened the door for Naruto, as he still had a sleeping Akitsu in his arms. Said blonde offered her a smile and a kiss on the cheek as a thank you, before walking inside where he ran into Mia. Oh my, what's this? Mia said as she walked over to them, her eyes going to the woman in Naruto's arms. The first thing her purple orbs flickered to was the mark on her forehead. Naruto took quick note of the recognition in the woman's eyes before they left Akitsu's forehead and looked into his. Is this a friend of yours, Naruto-san? She looks hurt. She is now, Naruto replied with a shrug. When Mia gave him a confused look he decided it may be wise if he elaborated, especially since she was the landlady and the one he had to get permission from to let Akitsu live with them. Musubi-chan and I found her alone in the park. She looked so defeated and we wanted to help her. He frowned as he looked down at the young woman. She said she was broken, and that no one wanted her. I couldn't just leave her like that. He gave the purple-haired woman a pleading look. Do you think it would be alright if she stayed here with us? Mia took several seconds to gather her reply, seemingly thinking deeply about his words. After a few seconds she smiled. She seems to have had a hard life. You know, it's my policy to never turn away someone in need, and from what you said she is very much in need of help. Of course she can stay. Thank you. Naruto graced the woman with a smile. It soon changed into a sly grin as he said, if I wasn't sure you'd beat me half to death for it I could kiss you for that. Oh my. Mia placed her hands on her cheeks and effected a blush. Aren't you bold, Naruto-san, saying you would do something so intimate to a widower like me? What would my dear late husband think? Said blonde just rolled his eyes, not even deigning to reply to her parting shot as he headed upstairs. Musubi made to follow but Mia held her up, placing a hand on her shoulder. And how about you, Musubi-chan? Did you have a good time? Oh yes, Musubi said with a nod, bobbing her head up and down enthusiastically. I had a very good time with Naruto-sama. He even fed me. She looked up the stairs where Naruto had disappeared to and smiled. I'm so lucky to have such an amazing ashikabi. He's so warm, and kind and dependable. I never imagined I could be so lucky. Musubi-chan. Naruto called from upstairs. I kinda need a little help getting the door open. Oh, right. Sorry, I'll be right there. Musubi bowed to Mia and quickly ran up the stairs. Mia looked up after her before holding a hand to her mouth and giggling. Such an interesting pair, those two are. I feel they're going to bring a lot of good changes to this place. Musubi finished climbing the stairs and walked over to the door to hers and Naruto's room. Sorry about that, she apologized as she opened the door. Mia-san wanted to talk to me about our time at the park. It's alright, Naruto replied reassuringly. I kind of figured she would, and I don't mind you telling her about our time there. I was just hoping it could wait until we get Akitsu-chan in bed. I don't know what happened to her, but she could use some rest in a nice bed. I agree, Musubi said as Naruto walked into the room. He moved over to the air mattress and managed to show some dexterity with his feet by grasping the blanket between his toes. Pulling back the covers he knelt down and lowered Akitsu onto the bed, then pulled the covers up to her neck. Already missing the warmth from his body, Akitsu stirred. Her eyes opened up a crack before widening ever so slightly as she took a look around the room. Her eyes landed on the blonde, making her relax as she saw his ocean blue eyes looking at her in concern. So, it wasn't a dream. Did you want it to be? Asked Naruto, giving her a wink. When she shook her head, no, he grinned. Don't worry, this is no dream. From now on, you'll be with us, a new addition to our. He paused, wondering about what the appropriate term for them was. After a second he decided to go with family. Akitsu looked at him in confusion. Family. That's right, Naruto said, the impulsive nature of his youth coming out to play after several thousand years of inaction. Musubi-chan wants a sister, and well, I'm not actually sure what we are yet but I think we'll be something more than brother and sister. Akitsu it seemed was not as naive as Musubi because she caught onto his meaning fairly quickly, if the blush on her face was anything to go by. So, you'll take care of me. That's right. You won't abandon me. In response to her question Naruto leaned down until their noses were touching. Looking into her eyes he said, I promise to never abandon you. No matter what happens I will always look after you, and cherish you as someone as beautiful as you deserves to be cherished. I swear this on my life as a shinobi. Shinobi. Wondered Akitsu before her mind was swept away when Naruto kissed her. The woman's mind blanked completely. She had never expected to have someone want her like this, she was broken after all. Yet this man was kissing her, she could almost feel the emotions he was pouring into the act. Slowly, almost tentatively, she began to kiss back. Her arms came up and wrapped around the blonde's neck and she could feel her entire body becoming almost unbearably hot. Much like the last time Naruto kissed a Sekirei, he could feel his chakra being drained. However, where Musubi seemed to continue sucking his chakra out until she gained her wings, with Akitsu it felt almost like something was blocking her from gaining the necessary chakra to do the same. Concentrating on his chakra, Naruto followed its path as it flowed through the woman's body, tracing it. He had not been able to do this when he had winged Musubi, being as startled as he was. But this time, the blonde made sure to follow the path it took to its conclusion. When he did, a frown marred his face. While Naruto could not be certain due to how shocked he was by the situation last time, he would have bet his entire fortune on his chakra going to Musubi's back. That was, after all, where her crest was located. With Akitsu he could still feel his chakra flowing through her, but instead of stopping at her back where her crest would be and gathering there until she had enough to gain her wings, it stopped at her forehead and pushed against something. A need for air soon became relevant and Naruto pulled back with a gasp, greedily sucking in the much-needed oxygen. He looked down at Akitsu and saw tears beginning to gather in her eyes. Hey now, he whispered, using his left hand to gently wipe the tears away. What's with the tears? Ah, Akitsu started, her despondent eyes dropping away from Naruto's questioning ones. I was really hoping that I could truly be your Sekirei. Naruto frowned. Placing the hand that was wiping tears under her chin, he pulled her face back towards his. Let's not give up yet, he said, causing her eyes to turn to him. I still have one more thing I want to try. And with that he pressed his lips back down against hers. This time, he did not just follow the flow of it as it traveled through the woman's pathways. He prepared, and waited, and when he felt his chakra hit that strange block that had been keeping his chakra from going any further, Naruto began actively channeling his chakra through her via the kiss. He sent a surge of his potent and powerful chakra into her, pushing it against the block. For a moment, nothing happened, and then, without warning, Naruto felt something give before the block broke and his chakra surged through Akitsu like his namesake. XOX. Within MBI headquarters, alarms were going off and several workers were running around like headless chickens. The alarms were blaring and panic had set in. Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on, and of course, all of their actions were counteracting the actions of each other, making it impossible for them to get any of the answers they sought. Fortunately for them, the cavalry had arrived. Unfortunately for them, she was a hard ass that they all feared even more, the Hiroto Manaka. A slender woman with gray hair and gray eyes walked into the room and began trying to return order to the place. She had a long scar over her left eye, and was wearing trousers, a black top and a white lab coat. Everybody calm down before I shove my foot so far up your asses that you won't be sitting for months. She shouted as several workers typed away frantically on their computers in an attempt to gather as much data as possible about the current event that was causing the sirens to go off. She walked over to one of the workstations and looked at the data flowing, ignoring the way the man stiffened from her mere presence alone. What have you found out? It's Akitsu, ma'am. One of the workers shouted. She's just been winged. Impossible. The woman said as she walked over to the computer and watched the feedback. Her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. This shouldn't be possible. I want all information you have on Akitsu and the Ashikabi who winged her, and I want it yesterday. Get to work. Ma'am. Up on the top of the MBI headquarters, Hiroto Manaka watched the proceedings inside of the lab on his portable monitor with a grin. Uzumaki Naruto, such an interesting and mysterious character you are. A figure from the past. Will you be the one who is destined to help these little birds spread their wings? XOX. There was an explosion of light where Akitsu's mark was, followed by an even more brilliant light from behind her. A large pair of angel wings burst from her back, great ethereal wings the same shade as ice. They conformed to the room as if they were a physical object, following the path of the floor as they moved around her back and curved upwards to wrap around the two of them in a protective embrace. The room began to fog over, frost formed on the window and a layer of ice began creeping along the floor, walls, and ceiling. Naruto and Akitsu came back up for air, their released breaths coming out as large puffs of fog. Naruto looked at Akitsu's flushed face, his gaze traveling from her moist, pink lips to her forehead. Hey, your mark is gone, Naruto commented with a grin. Looks like my theory was right. Akitsu's eyes widened and her hand went to her forehead. It's gone, she whispered. Yep, And you've got wings. He looked at her and winked. I guess you're not so broken after all, It was impossible for Akitsu to keep the tears from her eyes as she looked at Naruto. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she said in a repeating mantra over and over again. Naruto smiled, kissed her on the forehead and said, get some rest, tomorrow you'll begin a new life with Musubi-chan and I. Yes, my Ashikabi-sama, Akitsu said, closing her eyes as she let sleep take her. A small smile making its way onto her face. Her last thoughts before sleep claimed her were on her Ashikabi and her hope that they would share a bright future together. Now that girl and her Ashikabi are here, I can't help but feel things are about to get hectic, Kagari thought to himself as he began putting on the clothes he normally wore when going to his job at the gentleman's club. He was wearing a pair of black slacks with sharp creases in them, a white long-sleeved button-up shirt with a collar and a black jacket over that with a black tie. As someone who worked as a host at a nightclub, it was required that he dress sharply. He would also admit, if only to himself, that he enjoyed looking stylish. However, his mind was not on his work right now. As was the usual in the past few days, his thoughts were focused on Izumo Inn's newest tenants. In truth, there was no real difference to the inn now that Naruto and Musubi were living with them. The house was a little rowdier, thanks in large Musubi's antics and enthusiastic personality. He had never met someone so outgoing. Yes, outgoing in his life. Naruto on the other hand seemed to switch between personalities whenever he wanted. Sometimes he was just as loud as Musubi, others he was sarcastic and witty, and still other times he was quiet and contemplative. It was confusing and Kagari still didn't know what about to make of the blonde. Mia seems to trust him for some reason, but I can't help but feel uneasy about his presence. There's something not quite right with him. Kagari felt that was a small understatement. Aside from the blonde's ability at switching personalities on the fly, he also seemed to be much more wary of the people around him. The white-haired man couldn't be sure, but he was almost positive that he had seen Naruto nearly attack some of the other tenants of the inn on several occasions the few times they managed to surprise him. It was as if he was reacting on instinct, like his body had been trained to respond to surprise with violence. It was highly unnerving. Though he did remember the one time Uzume had jumped on him to surprise the blonde, and been subsequently thrown across onto the table with a quiet chuckle. It was as Kagari finished getting dressed, putting on his long coat, that his cell phone began to ring. Picking it up from its place on the desk, he looked at the caller ID, noting who was calling before flipping the phone open and pressing the accept button. He put the phone to his ear and said, "Hello, Takami, is there anything I can?" He paused, listening to the person on the other line before his eyes widened. You're joking. Another pause. You're not joking. Seriously. The scrapped number just got winged. I thought you said that was impossible. He took another few seconds to listen to what the person on the other line was saying. So who winged her? After being given the name, he practically shouted, Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, that's exactly what I said, came an annoyed female voice over the line. Is something the matter, Homura? Takami, I know who you're talking about, Kagari said seriously. He didn't resisted the urge. He had to rub the bridge of his nose with his free hand in order to try and prevent the coming headache. He had not been at Maison Izumo when Naruto and Musubi had arrived home last night for their picnic, so he hadn't seen the scrapped number come in with the pair. He was actually glad that Takami had called in and informed him of this, otherwise he might have caused some serious problems and possibly even blown his cover. His attention was taken away from his own thoughts when Takami's voice blasted his eardrums over the phone. You do. Who is he? What can you tell me about him? Not much. Kagari shrugged, even though he knew Takami wouldn't be able to see it. He's actually my new roommate at Izumo Inn. Really? And does he also have number 88 with him? Yes. But I don't know much about him other than that he's apparently been traveling the world for the last few years. Which is pretty much all we have on him as well. A sigh came over the line. It had been a while since he had heard Takami this disgruntled. Listen, I need to ask a favor of you. I hate doing this, but can you learn more about Uzumaki Naruto? He's an added variable we haven't accounted for, and Manaka has taken an unhealthy interest in him. I get the feeling that man knows more than he's letting on, but unfortunately nothing I can do will persuade him to tell me anything. I'll do what I can, but I won't make any promises, Kagari said, snorting when he heard the last part about Manaka. He almost pitied the blonde if that man had taken an interest in him. Naruto, while very friendly and seemingly open, was surprisingly tight-lipped about his past. He would tell you a lot of stories about his travels, but whenever anyone brought up the subject of his origins he would clam up quicker than you could say Sekirei. Finding out anything about him that would actually prove relevant to what Takami wanted would be difficult, if not outright impossible. That's all I can ask for. Kagari sighed as he hung up the phone. The news Takami had brought him was unsettling. He had known from the moment he met Naruto that there was something different about him, but he had never expected the blonde to be capable of doing what should be impossible. Nobody knew why the broken number was unable to be winged, except for maybe Manaka. Kagari wouldn't be surprised if the bastard had something to do with her inability to be winged. However, all of the professors at the laboratory had deemed the possibility of her being winged a hopeless case. Except apparently it wasn't as hopeless as they had thought. He looked at the clock in his room, sitting on the nightstand next to his bed. 5:16 p.m. Leaving the room, Kagari made his way downstairs, towards the front door where he stopped and began putting on his shoes. He would deal with this new information later. Right now, he had to go to work. XOX. It was a few hours before Akitsu woke up again. The past few hours had been the most fitful sleep she'd had since she became a scrapped number. Stirring from her sleep, the light-haired beauty slowly sat up and looked around the new room she found herself in, and for a moment couldn't help but wonder where she was. It took her a while before she could figure it out. Then she remembered what had transpired before she fell asleep. Naruto finding her and taking her home, and her subsequent winging at his hands. Were she the kind of person, Sekirei, who displayed her emotions on her sleeves, she would have probably started crying tears of joy by now. As she was not that kind of person, all she did was blink and take in her surroundings as the most imperceptible of smiles crossed her face. While she kept it well hidden, a part of her, a big part, was rejoicing at the fact that she had truly found an ashikabi, that she was no longer a scrapped number. Had Akitsu been the kind of person to think about such things more deeply, she may have wondered how it had been possible for the blonde to have winged her, but as things stood she really didn't care one way or the other. All that mattered to her was that she had her ashikabi. A noise to her left drew her attention away from her thoughts. She couldn't quite put a name to the sound, but if she had to say anything Akitsu would say it sounded like flesh hitting flesh. Not quite familiar to her, but familiar enough that she could at least recognize it for what it was. Other noises accompanied it, talking, explosions, and various other sound effects that she could not put a name to. Deciding she'd had enough of staring at the ceiling, Akitsu let her curiosity get the better of her. She turned her head and soon found herself staring at the handsome blonde who had winged her. He and Musubi, his other Sekirei, were sitting on a loveseat several feet away, watching some kind of cartoon about a bunch of high school girls wearing strange magatama earrings fighting each other and getting their clothes ripped off. Naruto had his arm wrapped around the other Sekirei's shoulder and Musubi was leaning against him. They looked comfortable, and Akitsu wondered if her ashikabi would hold her like that as well. Her thoughts were dispersed when she heard the blonde speak. "I'm glad to see you're awake," he said, his head turning so her could look at her. Though her cool and aloof look remained, she was surprised he had known she was awake. Had she given some indication that she had woken up? As far as she could tell she had not made so much as a peep since her return to the land of the living. The blonde seemed to sense this because he favored her with a smile. "If you're wondering how I knew you were awake," he started, and the words would have caught her attention had he not already held it. "It's because of that mark now on your back." Ah. Akitsu paused, her head slowly turning to see if she could see the mark that he was talking about. She couldn't, however, seeing as it was on her back. Thus she turned back to look at Naruto, a look of very mild confusion on her face. "Mark. Your Sekirei crest," was his answer. Akitsu's eyes widened, at least in so much as her eyes could widen. It was more like a slight opening of her half-lidded eyes, nothing at all like Musubi's own expressive widening of the eyes. That's right, Naruto had winged her and so she now bore his mark. Still, her lips turned down slightly. That didn't explain how he knew she was awake. As far as she knew, the Sekirei crest that a Sekirei gained upon being winged did nothing more than bond the Sekirei to their ashikabi. At least that's what all Sekirei had been told. Akitsu would admit to not knowing as much about the Sekirei crest as others of her kind since she had been, a scrapped number. Was there more to the crest than she knew? The noise abruptly being cut off alerted Akitsu to the fact that Naruto had turned off the TV. She turned her head to look at the blonde again just as Musubi made to whine about the television getting shut off. I was hoping we could finish watching that together, Naruto-sama. Naruto chuckled at her before saying, "Don't worry, I have it being recorded so all three of us can watch it later tonight." That seemed to satisfy the girl because she gave a nod and shouted, "Okay," causing the blonde to grin a little before continuing. "Now that Akitsu-chan's awake, I was hoping you could take her down to the bathhouse and help her wash up. Do you want to join us, Naruto-sama?" asked Musubi, a hopeful smile on her face. "I can wash your back again like last time." "Not this time," Naruto said, causing Musubi to look down in disappointed. He gave an amused shake of his head before pressing his lips to her temple. The act caused the girl in skimpy shrine maiden clothing to do a near 180 in her disposition, going from depressed to happy in a second. It seemed that Naruto was already capable of telling his Sekirei's mood and offering the appropriate stimuli to keep her happy. Akitsu wondered if he would be able to do that with her. "None of that now. I was actually hoping you and Akitsu-chan could use this time as a female bonding moment. You know, so you two can get to know each other as women without having a male around." "Does having a male around change things?" asked Musubi, her facial expression showing everyone that she didn't understand what the blonde meant. It was an adorable look, the way her nose and eyes scrunched up in thought and general confusion. "Wouldn't it be better if we all took a bath together and bonded?" "Oh." The girl suddenly smashing her left fist into her right palm almost startled Akitsu, even if she didn't let anyone else know that. "Is this another one of those discretion things you talked about?" Her face went from understanding to confused as she released her hand's hold over her fist and brought an index finger to her lips. "But wait, that doesn't make any sense because we already bathed together." This is all so confusing." Naruto snorted in mild amusement before shaking his head. "No, Musubi-chan, this has nothing to do with discretion. It was more like modesty, but since he couldn't find it in himself to actually care about her being modest, it had no bearing on his reasons for her sharing a bath with just Akitsu and not him. You may not realize it, but having a male bathing with one or more females is actually somewhat unusual," he explained patiently. "It doesn't usually happen for one reason or another. Again, it was a matter of propriety, but he hadn't cared about such things for a long time. More than that, however, there are times when girls normally want to talk about things that men simply don't like to talk about, or don't understand. Also, from what I know of the bonds formed between Sekirei and Ashikabi, you two are as good as sisters. So I want you to be as close to her as you are to me." "I think understand," Musubi said after a few moments of thought, her eyes drifting from her Ashikabi to Akitsu who was still looking on curiously. Naruto smiled at her for getting where he was going so quickly, however, the woman's next words nearly made him face fault. "So should I kiss Akitsu-chan like I do you as well? But it wouldn't be the same, would it? I mean, I wouldn't gain any wings from kissing her." Akitsu blinked as she listened into the conversation and heard Musubi's last few comments. She herself was not what one would call an expert in relationships of any kind. Hell, she couldn't even be called a novice since like most Sekirei she would only have one relationship and that was with her Ashikabi. Worse for her, she had been a scrapped number just a few hours ago. Akitsu had been told ever since she had become a scrapped number that she would never find her Ashikabi, so she had not even bothered to look. If it weren't for Naruto she would most likely still be sitting on that cold bench, alone, without an Ashikabi. However, while Akitsu knew next to nothing about relationships, even she thought the question her sister Sekirei had asked was strange. No, you shouldn't kiss her," Naruto said, then blinked and amended. "Unless she wants you to, but that's an entirely different kettle of fish we're not going into right now." "Kettle of fish?" Musubi asked, clearly confused about what fish had to do with what they were discussing. Naruto ignored the girl's confusion for now as he continued on his point of topic. What I meant when I said I want you to be as close to her as you were to me, I was talking about forming a bond with her. I would like for the two of you to be as close as sisters. To want to watch each other's backs and always be willing to help each other. Oh. I understand now, Musubi said with a bright smile, once more slamming her fist into the palm of her open hand. We'll be like siblings. Yes, that's exactly it. Naruto didn't mention the fact that they pretty much were siblings. After all, they were both Sekirei, and there were only 108 of them. Now, do you think you would showing Akitsu to the bathhouse and helping wash her back? Of course. Musubi threw her hands up into the air, emphasizing her enthusiasm to a great degree. Naruto gave her an indulgent smile as he kissed her on the cheek. Standing up, he walked over to Akitsu, who had watched the entire exchange in curiosity. He knelt down next to her and kissed her on the cheek as well. The light-haired Sekirei looked at him for a second, then looked away with a mild blush staining her cheeks. It felt so odd to have someone showing her affection. Odd, but not unpleasant. Naruto's actions to her thus far had invoked feelings of warmth to spread through Akitsu's body, and she loved how it felt. She could easily get used to the feeling. Standing up once again, he gave the two a grin. I'll see you two after your bath. Okay. Bye, Naruto-sama. Musubi replied cheerfully as she walked over to Akitsu. Smiling happily at the other woman, she grabbed the ice user's hands and pulled her to her feet. Akitsu only had enough time to blink before the excitable girl was dragging her out of the room. Come on, let's hurry up so I can show you the bath, you're going to love it. Ah, Akitsu started. Wait. Musubi, of course, did not wait. It wasn't long before Akitsu was dragged out the door by the naive girl, leaving Naruto alone in the room and watching them as they departed. After staring at the just closing door for a few seconds, the blonde gave a profound sigh of relief. He would admit, if only to himself, that while the past few days had been hectic, for lack of a better word, he had enjoyed them. Finding himself bonded to someone like Musubi and now Akitsu was not the chore he originally thought it would be. Naruto loved being able to show affection for someone he actually felt affectionate towards, he truly did. But right now he was running towards his limit. It hadn't been that long since he'd arrived in Shinto Tito, and from the very first day he had gotten here it had been one mess after another. He needed time to himself, to sort everything out and bring his own overwhelmed emotions under control. More than that, he needed some space from his Sekirei, particularly Musubi. It was as he said, he did enjoy being with her, and enjoyed showing her physical affection even more. It had been a long time since he'd been able to do that with someone he actually saw as more than just a body to keep him warm for the night. But just because he was enjoying the more emotional aspects that came from a relationship with Musubi didn't mean his mind or heart were quite prepared to handle this sudden intrusion into his life. Akitsu's inclusion had only complicated matters. To top all that off, there was this bond he had now formed with not just Musubi, but now Akitsu as well. Naruto could not be sure. He had never felt something like this before, had never even heard of something like this before, but he was positive that this bond was the cause of most of his emotional problems. Whatever the winging had been designed to do, he was sure that it was not quite the same as the bond he and his two Sekirei had gained from the winging. At the very least, he was sure that the bond on his side was vastly different from what most ashikabi could expect. He needed to take a step back so he could figure out what it was about this bond that made him feel so emotional, that made him respond to his Sekirei with more affection in the past 2 days than he had shown for the last several thousand years. He needed to know, and the only way he could see himself putting things into perspective was if he was alone. XOX. Musubi smiled and stretched out her arms as she and Akitsu entered the bathhouse with nothing but towels wrapped around their bodies. This is so nice. I always love taking a hot bath. It's just too bad Naruto-sama didn't want to join us. I really like being able to wash his back. She looked over at Akitsu, who had been silent for a while. In fact, she hadn't spoken the entire time they had been walking from their room to the bathhouse. Would you like me to wash your back? Ah. Akitsu blinked as her mind registered the question. She seemed to think it over for several seconds, her head tilting left, then right, before nodding shyly. Okay. Great. Musubi smiled as grabbed Akitsu's hand once more and pulled her over to the stool where she sat the snow woman down. The first thing she did was fill a bucket of water and pour it onto Akitsu's still form. The light-haired Sekirei stiffened for a moment, but soon relaxed when Musubi's now soapy hands began to rub and wash her back. This is so relaxing, just being able to wash away your troubles with a hot bath. The next time we come in here, we'll have to go in with Naruto-sama. He's really good at washing backs, when he does it I feel all tingly and hot. Musubi paused for a moment, and it looked like she was about to bring her index finger to her lower lip when she seemed to realize her hand was still soapy. She went back to washing Akitsu a second later and continued. It's really weird, nothing at all like I usually feel when I'm with Naruto-sama, but I guess that's just another part of being in love. Akitsu blinked at the naive girl's words, paying them only enough attention to pick out the gist of them before deciding more than half of what she had just heard was something she didn't need to know. Wanting to get away from the topic Musubi had brought up inadvertently, she decided to focus on the first point in the conversation the brunette fighter had spoken of. Ah, a pause. R. Ashikabi-sama. What's he like? Naruto-sama. Musubi blinked, pausing in her washing to think about what she wanted to say about Naruto. After a few seconds she smiled a beautiful smile that lit up the entire room. Or it would have if the room wasn't fogged over with steam. He's the best Ashikabi anyone could ever ask for. He's so kind and caring. I always get this warm feeling in my heart when he looks at me. I'm sure you'll love being his Sekirei as much as I do. Ah, Akitsu once more paused, her voice barely above the volume of a whisper. I think so too. Just then the door slid open and revealed Uzume. Oh, Musubi, how are you? She asked with a smile, before she blinked at seeing Akitsu as well. Who is this? This is Akitsu-chan. Musubi said. She's Naruto-sama's new. The brunette snapped her mouth shut as she remembered that the Sekirei project was supposed to be a secret, and her Ashikabi had asked her not to say anything about it, and she didn't want to disappoint him. A surprising thing considering she had just told Mia she was a fist-type Sekirei just a few hours ago and would have told Uzume had it not been for Naruto himself. Of course, now the question was what should she call Akitsu? If she wasn't allowed to say the woman was Naruto's new Sekirei, then what was she allowed to call her? Musubi still wasn't aware of some of the more basic functions of human interaction, things like the proper term to use when talking about someone who they had more or less just met was one thing among many that she still didn't understand. Wow, who knew learning discretion could be so hard? Friend, Musubi decided on. She paused again, before nodding once. Yes, friend sounded like a good word to use. Congratulating herself on her quick thinking, Musubi began speaking with more confidence. We found her alone in a park, and she didn't have anywhere to go, so we're letting her live with us. It's going to be great. Uzume merely smiled at the animated girl as she grabbed a bucket, filled it up with water and sat down on the stool where she proceeded to begin the process of cleaning herself up. I guess I'm happy for you then. But aren't you concerned? She asked. Musubi blinked and tilted her head, an obviously inquiring expression. Concerned? Yeah, you know. About how another girl's going to be living with your boyfriend, Uzume continued. Akitsu looked up at Uzume when she said boyfriend, then looked away with a blush, but Musubi remained confused about why she should be concerned. Undeterred, the newest tub member continued. I mean, now you'll have to be careful about showing too much physical affection, if you know what I mean. No, I don't know what you mean, Musubi said in a confused voice. Naruto-sama has no problem showing us both physical affection. He likes my kisses and I'm sure he'll like Akitsu's too. By now Akitsu's face had taken on a fire truck red color, making impossible to be played off as her face being flushed from the heat of the bath, should a person have bothered taking note of it. Strangely enough, aside from the blush her face was still as expressionless as could be. Uzume on the other hand was looking at Musubi strangely. So you don't mind that your boyfriend is two-timing you? She asked. Two-timing? Musubi repeated in a questioning tone. Is that like discretion? Because I think I'm finally getting that one down. Uzume face-palmed at the girl's gullible and unsuspecting behavior. She opened her mouth again before her eyes landed on the other girl, or more specifically the winged crest on her back. Her eyes widening, the busty young woman turned back to Musubi. She said, wait a minute. Are you two both Sekireis? How did you know? asked Musubi, pouting a bit that Uzume had somehow managed to figure out that she and Akitsu were Sekireis. And she had just gone through all that trouble actually remembering that she wasn't allowed to tell the other girl about the Sekirei plan. So much for discretion. Because I've got one of those too, Uzume said, turning around and lifting her hair to reveal her own Sekirei crest, the mark attracting Musubi's eyes like a moth to a flame. Check it out. Because she had turned around, she never saw Musubi's eyes widen, nor the girl's face blossom into a smile. She also completely missed when the girl cracked her knuckles and prepared for battle. XOX. Naruto looked around the backyard of the house, his mind going to work on what he could do with the space. The yard was of a decent size, about half the size of the house, if he were to guess. The grass cropping up from the ground was a lively green, and there were a very small flower garden surrounding one side of the fence, the one directly opposite the shoji screen doors that led back into the house proper. He knew Mia probably wouldn't allow him to change it too much, but he was hoping she would at least allow him to build a garden, or something of the sort. I could also use this place to help Musubi train, the blonde thought with a sigh. He really didn't want her, or anyone else to fight. Truth be told, Naruto didn't like fighting anymore. When he was younger he had enjoyed it, at least the sparring aspects of combat, where two opponents could fight without any ill will or hard feelings afterwards. Now he wasn't even sure if he would enjoy that much. Unfortunately, right now there wasn't much he could do about stopping that. He knew nothing of the Sekirei plan other than what he was told. It also didn't take a genius to figure out that other Ashikabi would force their Sekirei to fight his. The best thing he could do was ensure his girls were prepared and ready for anything. His girls. God, that sounded so unusual. After living alone for so long, the idea that he now had two girlfriends, for lack of a better term, was not only surprising but incredibly awkward, at least for him. A part of it, Naruto knew, had to do with the fact that he was simply not used to the emotional attachment involved with physical intimacy anymore. For the thousands of years he had been alive since the Fourth Great Shinobi War, sex had been just that, sex. The act of two people, a man and a woman, consummating in order to achieve physical pleasure. Sure, there may have been one or two incidences where he had made the mistake of getting attached to the female in question, but those had been near the beginning of his long life, and he had learned not to make that mistake again after suffering through more heartbreak. At least that's what he had thought. Now, however, he had two girls, who he was not quite sure what to make of, that were, for lack of a better term, bonded with him. Not the bonds he himself had proclaimed to cherish back when he had been a foolish youth. No, the bonds he now had were literal bonds that had been forged through what could amount to a very mild version of a tantric ritual. And they were strong ones too. Even now, Naruto could feel the two girls he had bound himself to, pinpricks of emotions that he recognized as not his within himself, Musubi's happiness and joy, and Akitsu's more solemn yet hopeful presence. They were both singing to him inside of his soul, and it was getting harder and harder to ignore. It seemed that, even separating himself from their presence did not diminish the strength of the bond. That was troubling. He had been hoping that by distancing himself from them he would be able to think without their emotions affecting him. It was hard, dealing with these newfound emotions that were not his. Musubi's joy and enthusiasm at just being in his presence had made it impossible for him to feel anything but joy at being in her presence in return. More than anything else, that disturbed him. How could a bond between two people be so profound that it affected his own emotional paradigm? Was this what it meant to be an Ashikabi? Naruto growled, and with a violent shake his head dispelled the thoughts quite forcefully. They weren't helping him right now. He had too little information about Sekirei to form even a basic theory, much less a workable hypothesis on the bond between Sekirei and Ashikabi and why it was affecting him so much. Needing something, anything, to keep his mind off his thoughts of bonds, Sekireis, and Ashikabis, Naruto took the last few steps down the small stairway leading out into the yard and looked around. Aside from the shrubbery located on the opposite side of the inn, the yard only had a single tree, which stood off to the side, large and unobtrusive like a silent guardian standing ever vigilant over the inn. He walked over to it, and placed his hand on it to help him sit down where he planned to meditate and immerse himself in the natural energy of the world. It was one of the few things that had never failed to help him achieve some measure of peace within himself, to let him know that he was not alone. While he might be the only being on this large Earth that would never die, he could be assured that the planet around him would stay as well, till Armageddon came and the world was burned into cinders, till all was consumed in oblivion. If nothing else, Naruto could rest assured in the knowledge that the Earth would be here for as long as he was. However, before he could even think to start meditating, there was a flash of green light that came from the spot his hand touched. The light spread out, and before he knew it, the tree was gone, and in its place was a young girl around maybe 9 or 10 years old. She had yellow hair, green eyes, and was wearing a off-white one-piece gown with a ribbon on the back. Her eyes were wide and frightened, and Naruto couldn't help but feel a small pang in his heart as he looked at her. "Please help me," she said. Naruto opened his mouth to ask her about why she needed help, and just what it was that she needed his help with. However, there was another flash of light and the girl had disappeared, with the tree taking her place, once more standing its silent vigil. What was that? Naruto wondered too. The blonde sat down, leaning his back against the tree as he crossed his legs and tried to figure out what that new experience had been about. In his long life he'd never had something like that happen to him. He would have chalked it up to a dream, but considering he was not only still awake, but also in complete control over his own mental processes, ruled that out. It was like the girl had reached into his subconscious mind and used her powers to call out to him. Was this girl perhaps a Sekirei? Perhaps there was more to Sekireis than he had thought thus far. Granted, he knew next to nothing about Sekireis in general, aside from the small amount of information Musubi and Akitsu gave, which was very little in retrospect. Damn, it was so frustrating to find himself in a situation like this, where there was not only a lot going on behind the scenes that he was unaware of, but also where he couldn't even correct that problem by gaining the information he required. That was at least a part of the reason he refused to involve himself in human affairs. Too much backstabbing and political dealing, especially in this day and age, that he just didn't care for. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little worried for the girl as well. The look on her face when she pleaded with him to help her was just one of those expressions that people like him, who no matter how disillusioned they had become with life still harbor a deep-seated need to help others, made him want to find her and rescue her from whatever it was she was afraid of. I wonder if I could find her using Sennin Moto, he frowned as he turned the thought over in his head. Judging from the mere fact that she was able to reach out to me using some strange power through the trees, I believe it's safe to assume she's a Sekirei. I know for a fact that I can feel them when they use chakra, or whatever their equivalent is, since it's close enough to chakra that the feeling is identical from what I remember of when other ninja would use jutsu. Would Sennin Moto allow me to sense her? Of course, I'd still have the problem of picking her out of the other Sekireis since I didn't get a feel for her signature. His thoughts and issues on the little girl and her plead for him to help her were derailed when one of the windows to the second story of Izumo Inn was shattered and Uzume came flying out in nothing more than a bath towel. She flipped around and landed on the fence with the grace of a fighter, and Naruto sighed when her towel slipped off, revealing her breasts to the world. Eros Sennin would be having a field day with this. Thinking of how the old pervert would have reacted to the situation the blonde now found himself in brought a sad smile to his face. Thoughts on his old sensei brought with it plans that would make Jiraiya proud. Naruto had just been handed prime Ika material, and it would be going into the new book he was making. He hadn't come up with a name for it yet, but figured it would come in time. Uzume noticed him looking at her and gave a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. I think I already know the answer, but I just have to ask. Are you Musubi's Ashikabi? Yes, I am, Naruto answered, not at all showing his surprise that the girl already knew the term used to describe the partner to Sekireis in this game, as Manaka called it. It seemed that this girl was already aware of the Sekirei plan, which meant she was either a Sekirei herself, or an Ashikabi. Given the size of her chest and the fact that he had yet to meet a woman as attractive as her and Musubi who was not a Sekirei, Naruto was going with his first choice. He stood up and walked away from the tree, forcing his mind to the task at hand instead of the little girl who needed his help. It bothered him. Oh boy, did it bother him. Whether because she was a Sekirei or some other reason, a part of him was tempted to run off, find that little girl and rescue her, even as the cynical side of him that had grown over the years told him it wasn't his problem and he shouldn't even bother. Despite his thoughts and desires, there really wasn't much he could do for her right at this very moment, so it was a moot point. I take it she's the reason you're jumping out of the window in nothing more than a bath towel. Naruto let his eyes gaze at the busty young woman, taking in her form. She easily rivaled Musubi in the bust department, and had the same wide waist and toned thighs and hips that his Sekirei had. In fact, were it not for the general difference in facial structure, eye color, and her hair, Uzume could have been Musubi's sister. It was a damn shame she was a Sekirei and most likely already had an ashikabi. Yeah, listen, I don't want to fight anyone and that includes her. Uzume jumped down and ran to his side. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Uzume pressed herself against him, her large bust pressing into his back and allowing Naruto to feel her nipples as they were rubbed across his skin. She gave the blonde a sultry, pleading look and asked, "Can you please make her stop?" Naruto raised an eyebrow at her for a moment before grinning a grin so wide his eyes closed into slits and made him look like a fox. No need to go all seductress on me. I'll make her stop. He saw Uzume give him a sheepish grin, her hand coming to the back of her head and rubbing the back of it. So if Musubi-chan is trying to fight you, can I assume that you're a Sekirei then? Before Uzume could answer, Musubi appeared by the shattered remains of the window. She peered out, her head tilting as she searched for something, or more like someone, Naruto thought to himself as he glanced at Uzume. It didn't take long for Musubi to look down at the backyard and finally notice them. When she did, her face set itself in a surprisingly stern expression. Hey! You let go of Naruto-sama right now. The excitable girl shouted. Whether or not Uzume heeded her words seemed to be a moot point with the fist fighter, for not a moment after she spoke he jumped out of the window and landed on the ground a few feet from the other Sekirei and Naruto. Uzume hid herself behind Naruto, while Akitsu, who had just followed them from the hall of the bathhouse, also jumped out of the window. Akitsu-chan, what's going on? He asked, hoping his light-haired Sekirei would be the one to inform him of just how this situation had come about. Ah. A pause. We have just found out that Uzume-san is a Sekirei, Akitsu said in her slow, monotone voice. Naruto was beginning to assume that was a normal tone for her and frankly, it reminded him of Gaara. Musubi-san decided that it would be a good idea for them to do battle. She stated her name and number as the rules dictate when challenging another Sekirei. However, Uzume-san didn't want to fight and took off. Musubi-chan, is this true? Asked Naruto as he looked over at the girl with a stern expression. Did you pick a fight with someone who didn't want to fight? Yes, Musubi said, before blinking at him. Seeing the serious look on his face and the tone in his voice, she looked down at the ground, her left foot kicking at some of the dirt as she took on the expression of a child who had just had their hands caught in the cookie jar. Did I do wrong again? Naruto scratched at his chin before sighing. He unwound Uzume's arms from around his neck and walked over to Musubi, lifting her head before kissing on the nose. The girl under his gaze blinked at the action, tilting her head to the left curiously. You didn't do anything wrong per se, the blonde said carefully, trying to find out the best way to get through to this girl. But you can't just go around picking fights with people that don't want to fight, even if they are other Sekireis. But we were always taught to fight each other when we ran into another Sekirei, Musubi said in a tone that was more questioning than anything else. It was quite clear to all those gathered that she was confused by Naruto's statement. Frowning, Naruto asked, who taught you that? The professor, of course. Figures, Naruto muttered with a slight growl. There was seriously something messed up with Monaka and the whole Sekirei plan if this was what it created. Worse for Naruto was that he couldn't see a reason for it yet. Was this just the whims of a madman hoping to entertain himself, or was there a more diabolical purpose that he was unaware of? Whatever the case was, there was something inherently wrong with a girl who believed that they had to fight whenever another of their kind was near. Naruto-sama? Musubi asked, her face taking on a concerned expression, no doubt wondering if she had said something wrong. Musubi-chan, I want you to listen to what I have to say, he said, then paused. Naruto turned to Akitsu and gave her the same serious look he had given Musubi. You too, Akitsu-chan. This is something I feel you know, all Sekireis should hear. Fighting for the sake of fighting is pointless, baseless and should never be condoned by anyone no matter the circumstances. There is only one reason someone should ever fight, and that is to protect. Ah, Akitsu paused, her head tilting to the side as she absorbed Naruto's words. To protect. Yes, Naruto nodded as he began informing his two Sekirei and the one that he was not bonded to about his beliefs. It had been a long time since he had ever truly thought of the reasons he used to fight. The simple fact was that Naruto didn't fight anymore, had not been in battle for thousands of years. The few times in the past when someone had tried to kill him had been few and far between, and most of those incidences had been during before the Renaissance period in Europe, near the time of the Middle Ages when he had been wandering the broken-down remains of the Roman Empire. And at none of those times had the blonde ever been in what he would call a serious fight. Sure, he had killed quite a few people during that time. Men who had been foolish enough to think him an easy target because he never carried any visible weaponry and never had anybody guarding him. But even if a few of the people attacking him had some skill in combat, it was simply no match for his chakra-enhanced capabilities. The fact of the matter remained, no human in this day and age was capable of matching even the weakest of ninja during his time. Naruto-sama. Blinking, Naruto startled when he saw Musubi looking at him so close that her nose was nearly touching his. He jerked back in surprise, then shook his head as he realized that he had once more gotten caught up in his own thoughts. It had been happening surprisingly often lately. The only time fighting can ever be justified is when you are protecting something important to you. He continued on with his previous train of thought, the one he had been intending on imparting onto the three before him. Whether that something is a person, a place, an object, or even an ideal. Protecting that which you hold close to your heart, the things that are precious to you, is the only time combat can be justified. And it's the only time when your true strength will come out. What do you mean by true strength? Asked Uzume, getting just as into his words as his Sekirei were. There was something about the way Naruto spoke, the way he talked about his beliefs with such conviction and passion that it was hard not to get caught up in his words. Maybe it was the tone in his voice, the way it possessed such passion, such an unbending will and belief that he was right. Or it could have been his eyes, intense orbs of the purest cerulean that seemed to be smoldering in flames that told her to listen to the blonde's words. She didn't know, and a part of her didn't even care. Whatever the case was, Uzume found herself listening to the blonde as he spoke. True strength only comes when you are protecting something that is precious to you, Naruto restated. It was so strange, speaking about a belief he had, well, not quite abandoned, but had given up hope on. He had no precious people, there was nothing in this life that he cared for any longer. With the people he loved dead, his ideals shattered, and his curse making it so that moving on to the next life was impossible, Naruto had stopped following those beliefs. Not because he didn't want to follow them, but because he was no longer able to find that precious something that he could protect with all his might. At least, that was how it had been before now. Perhaps, just maybe, things were beginning to change. Only time would tell. Even as these thoughts flowed through him, Naruto remained undistracted unlike his small lapse a few moments ago. His will was currently honed to a fine point as he continued with his speech. When you have something that you hold so dear to your heart that you would be willing to risk your life to protect it, that is when your true strength comes out. The blonde paused here, as if in thought. Then he shrugged his shoulders and continued. There have even been documented cases that support this theory. Women whose children have been in trouble and they performed great feats of strength to save them. I remember one time hearing about a woman whose baby was stuck in a car that had been flipped upside down, and she had actually lifted the car and righted it, despite the fact that such a feat of prowess should be physically impossible. Naruto actually had a theory on that. He assumed that the adrenaline and fear that came from having their children in a life-and-death situation forced them to temporarily access their reserves to perform these feats of strength. It was quick enough that their chakra did not get drained enough to kill them, and was really the only way they would be able to do something like lifting a several-ton car. Naruto-sama, Musubi sniffed, wiping tears from her eyes with the sleeve of her shirt. That was so beautiful. From now on, I will follow your words and fight only to protect the thing that is most dear to my heart. I will protect Naruto-sama with my dying breath. Naruto shifted slightly, uncomfortable upon hearing her words. Though Musubi had said it before, multiple times, his mind was still trying to wrap itself around the fact that this girl apparently loved him. The bond flowing between him and her only made dealing with this particular revelation that much worse. "You won't be protecting anybody being so indecently exposed," came the voice of Mia. Naruto and the others all turned their heads to see the woman walking out of the house and down to the gravel of the small courtyard. She gave Akitsu, Musubi, and Uzume the look, that dangerous look that all women learn at some point in their lives, and speaks of inflicting great pain on the recipient of that look. Normally it was a look that wives directed at their husbands, or mothers at their sons. Naruto was just glad it wasn't directed at him. Once again that aura of dread appeared around her. The very air was thick with malicious intent as the area around the lavenderette seemed to darken as if there was a small solar eclipse happening just around Mia and nowhere else. Then it happened. Even Naruto could not suppress a small shudder when it appeared, a Hanya mask, the kind used in Japanese no theater to represent a jealous female demon or serpent. It crawled out from behind Mia's deceptively delicate frame, a mask of hatred that seemed to pierce your very soul. The fact that she had a pleasant smile on her face just made the look that much more creepy. "You three shouldn't be exposing yourselves in such a manner. I expect all of you to get dressed." "Understood." Akitsu, Musubi, and Uzume all hid behind Naruto, crowding around his back as they held onto him and each other for comfort in the face of such malevolence. The blonde turned his head and looked at the three with a raised eyebrow. Able to see no more than the top of their heads, he turned back to look at Mia, whose Hanya mask was still hanging out behind her. "Don't worry about a thing, Mia-chan. I'll make sure they put some clothes on," he reassured her with a smile. While the mask itself was scary, no doubts about that, Naruto had experienced far worse. Orochimaru's killing intent when he was a genin had been worse than that. Still, one couldn't help but admire her technique, and it would definitely be a useful skill when he apparently wanted to reinforce his will on someone else and not saturate them with his own impressive killing intent. Mia blinked at Naruto, surprised that he seemed completely unaffected by her Hanya mask and malicious aura. It was very slight, only a small stiffening of the spine that anyone other than someone like Naruto would miss. It was just one more piece of evidence that the kind landlady who had taken him and Musubi in was far more than met the eye. "See to it that they do," she said in a voice that was somehow both cheerful and solemn. Giving one more glance to the three girls hiding behind Naruto, the Hanya mask disappeared and she turned around to walk back inside. As she left, she looked back and smiled. "Oh, and dinner will be ready soon." As she left, all three Sekireis looked out from behind the blonde's back. "Man, Mia-san can be so scary," Uzume said from where she was peeking out from behind Naruto. "Don't you think she's creepy when she's mad?" "I suppose to some she might be," Naruto murmured, more to himself than Uzume. He rubbed his chin in thought. "I wonder if that technique of hers can somehow be replicated or if it's a trait unique to her." Wait. Uzume cried, surprise lacing her voice. "You don't mean to tell me you're actually thinking of learning to make that thing?" "Well," Naruto smiled as he looked over at her. "Perhaps not something similar but not the same. I got to keep some originality after all." Uzume wasn't sure whether to face fault or shiver at the thought of someone wanting to actually learn Mia's fearsome technique. In the end, she did both. XOX. Naruto frowned as he looked around the area he now found himself in. Everywhere he looked the blonde could only see trees, and more trees. With the occasional plant of course. It looked like he was in some kind of jungle, even the air was moist and sticky, much like one would expect in jungles found in South America. Worse still, even with his enhanced vision he could still only see a few feet in front of him. He heard an echo through the forest, someone was crying, and they sounded young. He began to walk, hoping to find the source of the crying. As he moved, a part of him tried to figure out just how he had gotten here. The last thing he remembered was going to bed with Musubi and Akitsu. Did that mean this was a dream? If so, it was the most realistic dream he had ever had. He could feel his lungs pumping oxygen in and out of his body with each breath he took, the feel of his sandaled feet crunching the rocks and gravel of the forest floor. Even his hands were tingling with the added pressure as he was forced to move branches from his path. Yeah, this was nothing at all like those dreams where he had been getting chased by giant bowls of ramen hell-bent on revenge for having eaten their brethren. Putting those thoughts in the back of his mind, Naruto ventured deeper into the jungle, eventually finding the source of the crying in the form of the young girl he had seen the other day. She was perched up on a branch, crouched down with her face buried in the tree. Her entire body was shaking from the crying she was doing, and Naruto was worried that the little girl might lose her balance and end up falling if she didn't get down from there soon. "Hello there, little one," Naruto said kindly. His words seemed to bring the girl out of her crying state, at least they attracted her attention. Bright green eyes with the innocence of youth peered down at him, partially hidden by a frame of messy blonde hair while the lower half of her face remained hidden behind the branches. Naruto gave the girl a warm smile and held out his hands. "Come on, why don't you jump down from there and Oni-chan will catch you." The little girl's eyes seemed to light up with hope at the word, Oni-chan. She looked from the blonde to the tree branch, then back to him. After a few seconds, she scuttled to her feet and Naruto worried that she might end up falling. He was thankful when she didn't and instead managed to safely jump down towards him. Like a feather, the little girl fell into his arms, and Naruto pulled her close until he had one arm secured around her legs and the other her back. "There you go," Naruto said, giving the girl a grin. "So what's your name?" "Kei Kusano," the girl said in a shy voice. "Kusano, huh. That's a cute name." Naruto gave the girl a kind smile. Kusano gave him her own shy smile even as a small blush lit her face and the blonde continued. "So what's wrong, Ku-chan? Why have you called me?" It's all Kusano's fault," Kusano said, sniffing. Kusano was being bad and selfish and wanted to go outside. Naruto almost frowned at the words. What she had told him was only useful if he had some context to go on. "So what happened?" he asked softly. Naruto didn't want to force the girl to relive what seemed to be painful memories. At the same time he needed to know more if he was going to figure out what was happening and how he might be able to help. Kusano opened her mouth to speak, but before she could get a word in her body began to glow. As if an invisible hand had grabbed onto her, she was pulled away from Naruto, her eyes widening as one of her hands desperately shot out to latch onto him. Naruto reciprocated the gesture out of instinct, but the moment their hands touched, his own went right through hers. "No. Oni-chan. Help me, Oni-chan." She called out, even as her body began to fade. "Don't worry, Ku-chan. I'll come find you," Naruto said just as the girl disappeared, leaving him alone in the strange jungle. "Ku-chan," Naruto mumbled as began to stir, his mind once more returning to the land of the conscious. Even as he awoke, he could still feel the girl in his arms. She was a lot heavier than he had expected her to be. She also seemed to be a lot bigger than he had remembered when holding her in the forest. Even though his arms were spread apart, he could feel the weight in both of them as he lay on his bed. Weight in both of them. Cracking his eyes open just a peek, Naruto tried to figure out just why it was that he was feeling the weight of two people who were much larger and heavier than a 9-year-old little girl, in both of his arms. He paused for a moment as his eyes adjusted to the lighting of the room, then tilted his head slightly so he was looking down. "So that's why my arms feel like something was sleeping on them," he mumbled out in a low tone. The reason for this statement, of course, was because something was sleeping on his arms. Two somethings in fact. Currently sleeping with him on the air mattress was both Musubi and Akitsu, who were snuggling into him on either side. Rather than feel any measure of surprise, shock, or embarrassment that most normal men who looked to be his age would probably feel at seeing two stunning beauties snuggled into his body, all Naruto felt was a slight stirring of long-suppressed emotions. He couldn't help but enjoy the warmth that came from both their own body heat and the feelings they emitted over the bond, which Naruto noticed now included Akitsu. It was in all honesty the first time he had slept with two women at once and was therefore a novel experience for the whiskered blonde. Wearing absolutely nothing, Musubi was sleeping in the same position she had the last few times they had slept together. Her head resting on his shoulder while her breasts were pressing themselves against his chest. Sometime during the night her hand must have sought his because she was currently grasping his left hand in her own, and had brought it dangerously close to her chest. One leg was thrown over his and was actually slightly rubbing against what the blonde recognized as his morning wood. On his other side Akitsu was, if possible, even closer to him than Musubi was. Unlike his fighting-type Sekirei, she was wearing one of his large shirts as sleepwear, though he was not surprised when to feel that she was not wearing underwear. Akitsu was odd like that. Her entire body had quite literally conformed around his, keeping as little distance between them as possible, almost like she was trying to make sure he wouldn't leave her. One arm was snaked around his waist, hugging him to her, or her to him, it was hard to tell, while her face was buried in the crook of his neck. He could even feel her cool breath against his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Her other arm had slid itself under his body, and Naruto had to wonder how long it would take for that particular appendage to regain feeling. He must have had a case of wandering hands that night as well, because his right hand was not only resting against Akitsu's firm derriere. The fact that she was not wearing panties meant that he was cupping her ass cheek directly. Despite the position he was in, Naruto was not embarrassed, while this was, oddly enough, only the second time he had ever slept with a girl, two in this instance, and not had sex, and actually woken up with the intention of seeing said girl, or girls, again. He had long since become immune to most situations where he might have been embarrassed when he was younger. His hand slid up Akitsu's tush, more out of respect for her than any fear of reprisals, and placed itself on her hip instead. While he removed his hand from what could be considered by most women to be forbidden territory, Naruto let his mind wander back to the dream he had. That girl, Kusano, was in trouble. He was now sure that she was the one responsible for the botanical garden's overgrowth of plants. He was also positive that she was in some kind of danger, though from what was hard to figure out. She was definitely a Sekirei, so perhaps MBI would be after her. He was not sure what happened, but from Musubi's words all Sekirei lived within the labs of MBI while they were being adjusted. Did that mean Kusano was still being adjusted and had escaped? Or had something else happened? And if so, what? As he was left to his thoughts, his right hand absently stroking Akitsu's side, said Sekirei, and Musubi began to wake up. Hiya. Without opening her eyes, Musubi sat up and stretched her arms up over her head as she let out a cute yawn. The sound of her back and arms popping resounded throughout the room before she let one of her arms fall back down to her sides while the other went up to her eyes and began rubbing the sleep out of them. On his other side, Akitsu used her left arm as support to push herself up. Despite being nearly impeccable and statuesque during the day, it was clear that his newest Sekirei was not a morning person. Aside from her hair being in general disarray, sticking up at odd angles all over the place, her eyes were droopy, more so than usual, had a lot of accumulated gunk in them, and were slightly red. The ice user blinked several times, her free hand moving up to being the arduous process of rubbing the sleep out of them as her mouth opened in a wide yawn. Good morning, Musubi-chan, Akitsu-chan, Naruto greeted the pair as he watched them. Once more, he couldn't help but feel something, as he watched the two of them while they went through their own processes to wake up. Just what that something was he didn't know, and truth be told, a part of him was afraid to know. Naruto-sama, good morning, Musubi said with a sleepy smile. She leaned down and kissed him directly on the lips, taking great pleasure from the feelings sharing such an affectionate gesture with her Ashikabi gave her as her wings flared out behind her. Naruto managed to keep himself from stiffening at her affectionate gesture, and even returned the kiss. Yet even as he went through the motions, a part of him tried to fight the feelings this one small action evoked. When she broke the kiss, Naruto turned to look at Akitsu, who was blushing a little in embarrassment. He paused for a moment, unsure if he should truly continue. However, he had given Musubi a kiss, and it wouldn't quite be fair if she got one and he didn't allow his newest Sekirei the same chance at receiving his affection, however forced it was. Akitsu-chan, would you like a kiss too? Ah. There was her customary pause. Even though Akitsu's face didn't change much, Naruto thought he could detect a hopeful look entering her eyes. Can I? Naruto managed to keep his smile sincere before leaning up and claiming her lips with his own. The snow woman stiffened for a moment, then relaxed as she gently pressed her lips against the blonde's. The light-haired woman's wings flared as she gave a soft and demure moan into the kiss. Ending it, the blonde gave her one more peck on the lips before he remembered his dream. Hey, Musubi-chan, Akitsu-chan, I have a question, he started cautiously. So far neither of them had really been able to provide much in the way of information. Musubi didn't seem to know anything beyond fighting, and Akitsu was just not that talkative. Still, right now they were the only source of information on Sekirei that he had. What do you want to know? Asked Musubi, pleased to know that Naruto needed her for something. Ah. Akitsu gave a slow nod. I will help if I can. Okay. Last night I had a dream, Naruto started. Once again, his body seemed to respond without his mind giving input, pulling both Musubi and Akitsu towards him so he could wrap them both in his arms while their heads rested on his chest. He told himself that it was just so he could get comfortable while telling his story and that there was no other reason for his actions. I was wandering through a forest, when I ran into a little girl who was crying. I don't understand her circumstances, but she said it was all her fault because she wanted to go outside. I assume she's talking about why she was in the forest. Anyways, she told me to find her and help her. The thing is, I think she's a Sekirei, but I don't know for sure. Can Sekireis call out to people through dreams like that? Oh, I think I heard something about this. Musubi said, nearly bouncing up and down in her enthusiasm. She probably would have to if she weren't currently snuggled into Naruto's side. The blonde and Akitsu looked over at her and she smiled. I've heard from the professor who regulated me that when a Sekirei reacts to her ashikabi but can't find them, she'll often reach him in his dreams. So she's definitely a Sekirei then, and she's reacting to me, Naruto muttered even as he gave the naive girl a strange look. So she could remember hearing about how a Sekirei might try to reach a person they are reacting to in their dreams, but she couldn't remember her adjuster giving her an important lecture on sex. How messed up was that? Naruto shook his head. He didn't want to know, he really didn't. Getting back to the topic at hand he asked, what do you think I should do? What do you mean? If she's reacting to you then you have to find her, Musubi said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. And maybe it was as far as Sekireis went. He still didn't know enough about Sekirei to judge what the norm was when it came to them. Hell, he still didn't even know what a Sekirei was beyond that they were apparently some kind of superhumans with the ability to use chakra that MBI let loose. She's meant to be your Sekirei. And do you feel the same way, Akitsu-chan? Asked Naruto as he looked at the light-haired beauty. Ah. Akitsu blinked at him and Naruto got the impression that the woman was carefully considering his question. After a few seconds she gave him a slow nod. I think you should find her. He gave a nod at her words, already having guessed her unspoken thoughts. Not even 24 hours ago, Akitsu had been, in her words, broken. She had been alone and in the depths of her own despair. If anyone knew how this little girl was feeling, it would be her. Also, Naruto was startled when Akitsu began speaking again. Both he and Musubi looked over at the ice user as she cocked her head to the side. Before I escaped from the lab, I heard rumors about ashikabi who forcibly winged Sekirei. So she's possibly in danger of being forcibly winged. Is that what you're saying? Ah. Akitsu paused, then relaxed and nodded. Yes. In that case we'll need to find this girl soon. Naruto frowned at the thought of someone forcing a Sekirei to be winged. From what he understood, a Sekirei's ashikabi was someone who reacted with them. He assumed it had something to do with them having compatible chakra signatures, or maybe there was some kind of emotional element involved. He couldn't be too sure, but he assumed that certain Sekirei only reacted with certain ashikabi. The thought that a Sekirei could be winged by someone they did not react to had never crossed his mind. He had simply not contemplated it as being possible. Now that he thought about though, perhaps it made some sense that anybody who was capable of being an ashikabi could wing any Sekirei. There was obviously something special about ashikabis that made them different from normal humans, otherwise the ability to become an ashikabi would not be such a big deal. But what was that difference? What made an ashikabi special compared to a normal human? Was it their chakra? Perhaps they had more than the average human, enough at least for the purpose of winging Sekirei. After all, he had felt the drain on his own reserves, and it was a decent bit bigger than what most humans were capable of producing. The amount of chakra both Akitsu and Musubi had taken from him would have killed a normal human. From that standpoint, his theory was workable, but he would need a lot more information before he could be certain of whether or not his hypothesis was correct. Bringing his mind away from his new possible discovery on ashikabis, Naruto thought about the information Akitsu had given him. He did not know how she had acquired that information, and was honestly surprised she had even remembered it. Maybe she had simply deemed the knowledge that someone out there was forcibly winging Sekirei to be more important than remembering to put on underwear. With his mind now focused on this new idea, Naruto found that he was not surprised in the least. Disgusted. Yes. The idea that someone would force a Sekirei to bond with them was one that repulsed Naruto. From what he understood so far about the bond between a Sekirei and their Ashikabi, it was a very intimate thing, almost sacred. It formed a literal bond between the two that kept up at all times. Even now Naruto could still feel Akitsu and Musubi in the back of his mind, their presence comforting him in ways he did not even realize was possible. By forcibly winging a Sekirei, the Ashikabi in question was, in essence, trampling on that bond. They were declaring it worthless and less important than their own needs. It was a selfish, heartless, and cruel thing to do to another human being. It was just another reason Naruto had become so disenfranchised with humanity. That human beings were not only capable of what seemed to be essentially enslaving another being to them, but also perfectly willing to do such a thing was beyond reprehensible, and just gave Naruto one more reason to hate humanity. After all of the fighting he and others had done for their freedom, after all of the hardship, pain, blood, loss, and tears, it seemed that humans still refused to understand each other. Sometimes Naruto regret not letting Tobi enslave the world using the moon to cast an eternal illusion. At least then Naruto would not be forced to watch as humans continued to show how depraved they could be. Ah, Ashikabi-sama, Naruto-sama, are you alright, are you okay? Naruto blinked, his eyes clearing to find Musubi and Akitsu looking at him in concern, most likely at the stormy expression his thoughts were causing. It took a concerted effort of will, several deep breaths, and the patience of a man who had lived for thousands of years, but Naruto was eventually able to relax the look on his face. He could not quite get rid of the dark thoughts now possessing him, but he could at least mask them by bringing happier thoughts to the fore. It wasn't quite what he wanted, but it would have to do for the moment. I'm fine, Naruto said, smiling at the pair. Musubi smiled back immediately. Akitsu on the other hand looked at him intensely for a few seconds before relaxing. She gave him a brief nod. Having realized that he nearly let his emotions go again, the blonde shinobi made a mental note to begin meditating more often to keep his dark thoughts from boiling over, especially now that he had this bond. He had no clue if they could feel him like he could them, but Naruto did not want to take any chances. The thought of what might happen if these two were to experience what he experienced every day, the accumulated negative emotions and thoughts of several thousand years, was not one he wished to contemplate. With his negative views of the world and his own boiling emotions hidden under layers and layers of carefully crafted defenses, Naruto decided to get back to the whole point of their original conversation. I'm already pretty positive of where she is, he started. But we'll need to make sure I'm right before doing anything. It wouldn't do for us to go off half-cocked and end up being wrong. I'll be counting on both of you for help. Don't worry, Naruto-sama. You can count on me. Musubi said, pumping her fists in the air, which did delightful things to her breasts, as Naruto could attest to. They really were some of the largest breasts he had ever seen in his life. And quite distracting too. Seriously, if she had let those things loose when he had been brooding, his thoughts might have never gotten so dark in the first place. Ah. Naruto pulled his eyes away from Musubi's swaying breasts to look at the light-haired snow woman. The eternal shinobi was honestly startled and more than a little unnerved when Akitsu gave him a look of such complete devotion that it would make the star-crossed expression Tenten had when talking about Tsunade look like a childhood crush. I'll help too. Thanks, Naruto said with a smile. He let the pair go and slid himself out from under them. Both Musubi and Akitsu shifted as he moved, slightly disappointed looks crossing their face as their Ashikabi extricated himself from their grip and stood up. After doing a few stretches of his own, he offered his hands to the two of them, which they accepted. Lifting them to their feet he began talking again. Now we should get dressed to begin the day. Musubi-chan, would you mind letting Akitsu-chan borrow some of your clothes? I plan to take her shopping today while I do a preliminary search of the area I think our lost Sekirei is most likely to be, but until then. I understand. Musubi gave another one of her signature smiles as she grabbed onto Akitsu's hand and began pulling her into the closet. The ice user stumbled slightly, having obviously not expected such an action, before managing to right herself and allow the enthusiastic girl to pull her along. Come on, let's see what I have to wear. Naruto also decided to get dressed, as he was currently in nothing more than a pair of black boxers with a ramen bowl theme on them. He followed the pair to the closet and began outfitting himself. The blonde ended up dressed in a casual pair of clothes, blue jeans with a white shirt, a faded orange hoodie and a pair of black sneakers. When he was finished, the blonde looked over to see that Musubi and Akitsu had dressed much differently. Musubi was wearing a pair of what looked like red underwear. The only reason he knew otherwise was because of the fabric it was made from. The stretchy, elastic material let him know she was wearing a pair of bloomers, though he did have to wonder why she would choose to wear something like that. She also had on a white shirt with red kanji on it. The shirt was so tight on her that Naruto could see her nipples poking out through the fabric, which also let him know she had decided to forego wearing a bra. It took all of his considerable willpower not to get a hard-on just from the sight of her. Meanwhile, Akitsu had taken to wearing a pair of white short shorts, a white skirt over that, and a white button-up shirt that Naruto recognized as one of his. Not that he cared about her wearing his clothes. The blonde would freely admit that he thought she looked sexy wearing his clothes, far better than he looked in them. But god damn it if this didn't make his already difficult position harder. It apparently wasn't enough that he was dealing with this bond, he also had to deal with the fact that the two he was bonded to were stunning, incomparable beauties the likes of which he had rarely ever seen. Taking a deep breath, Naruto closed his eyes and calmed both his raging hormones and his thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, he was once more a sea of calm. Alright, he started, clapping his hands together. Are we all ready for, What's that noise? He paused, cocking his head to the side as his sensitive ears picked up a noise his mind had previously been too busy to pay attention to. Turning his head, the blonde looked out of the open door where the sound of swishing could be heard. He, Musubi and Akitsu all shared a look before walking out of the door and onto the balcony to see who or what the cause of the noise was. The source turned out to be Mia. Her left hand was lightly clenching a sword, a katana judging from the length. At her side, the tsuka and the saya were obviously crafted from the same wood. The hilt and the sheath flowed seamlessly into one another. Were it not for Naruto's unnaturally sharp eyesight, he would have never been able to see the small line where the two objects separated. The weapon, while plain, was obviously well crafted as far as modern-day swords went. The Lavenderette had a very relaxed look on her face, eyes closed and very little in the way of facial expressions. Her body was likewise very loose, yet ready, like a cobra that was coiled and prepared to strike. A few leaves were falling around her, and Mia brought up her other hand to let it lightly rest upon the tsuka of her blade. There was a flash of light, a slight streak of silver as the only sign to Musubi and Akitsu that the woman had drawn her katana at all before it was resheathed just as quickly. A leaf that had been passing her mid-level just as she had drawn her katana was split in half in perfectly even segments. Her movements were perfect. Naruto took note of her stance. It was much more narrow than the traditional kendo stance, and slightly angled to present a three-quarters view to the opponent. Designed for someone of a smaller build, more than likely made for a woman, the stance was one which would allow the user to remain light on their feet and able to react both defensively and offensively with equal ease. It was a stance designed for quick movement in all directions and iijutsu, the art of drawing the sword at blinding speeds for either a quick counter-attack, or an aggressive premeditated assault. He also noted her stance was perfect and relaxed, with not a single flaw in her posture. His first guess that she was a warrior of some skill looked like it was proving to be true. She's got nice technique, Naruto said, more to himself than the others. I can't detect a single flaw in her swing or her execution. It was a bit surprising to the blonde when he felt the familiar feeling of excitement settle in his chest. It had been a long time since he had met a swordsman with skills as masterful as hers. So long. And for the first time in a long time, Naruto was tempted to ask someone if they would be willing to spar with him. A squeal alerted him to the girl at his side. He looked over at Musubi and sweat dropped when he saw her hands fisted under her chin and stars in her eyes. The girl wiggled excitedly in her place and Naruto thought she looked like she was about to orgasm. It was kind of creepy, if he were honest with himself. With her attention no longer on her practice, she looked up at them and affected a surprised look. Oh, hey, good morning you three. Naruto was not fooled for a second. He knew she had known they were there the moment they appeared on the balcony, but her act would certainly fool anyone else. It seemed to work well enough on Akitsu and Musubi. Taking his attention away from the lavenderette, Naruto looked at Musubi when he heard the girl let out another delighted squeal. When he saw that her entire body was literally shaking with excitement, the blonde began to worry. She looked like she was about to burst. In a way she did. Not even a second later the excitable girl leapt off the balcony, landing lightly on her feet just a few feet from Mia. "Landlady-san, would you spar with me? Please," said Musubi as she looked at the woman with pleading and awe-filled eyes. Mia put a hand to her mouth as she giggled, her eyes crinkling in amusement. She brought her hand back down, and it looked like she had decided to indulge the girl as her hand was drawn back to her blade. "Okay, but I won't go easy on you. That's what I want. Ready, here I come." Naruto and Akitsu watched from the balcony as Musubi charged towards the purple-haired landlady. The fist fighter was actually pretty fast. Her speeds were definitely around the same level as Rock Lee's after he had become an elite Jonin. All things considered, that was very good, especially considering it didn't look like she had any formal training. Naruto was sure that with training she could be faster though. The brunette Sekirei threw her fist out, a straight jab aiming for Mia's head. However, the more experienced woman dodged it not only very easily, but with minimal movement as well, just a slight tilting of her head to let the blow pass by her left. "Well, since we've got some prime entertainment for the moment, I think we should hold off on our shopping trip to watch this spar," Naruto said, making Akitsu look at him. "I haven't actually gotten to see Musubi fight yet, so it would be a good idea to know what she's capable of. I'll want to see what you're capable of as well." "Ah," Akitsu paused, then nodded. "Yes." Once more it happened. Naruto would later blame it on his own excitement at the thought of watching the spar. His body reacted before his mind could tell it not to. He leaned down and scooped Akitsu into his arms. The normally emotionless Sekirei let out a startled eep as Naruto launched himself off the balcony and into the land. He watched as the ground came closer and closer, his chakra already circulating to his legs as he prepared to land. When he hit the ground he bent his knees to absorb some of the impact, his feet making two very small show prints in the earth as he did so. Straightening his bent posture, he walked over to the small veranda leading to the inside and sat down with Akitsu firmly seated on his lap. As his arms once again moved on an instinct he didn't have, Akitsu flushed. It was very slight, just a minor reddening of her cheeks as the blonde's arms secured themselves around her waist. But it was enough that even someone more oblivious to such things like Musubi would have noticed. Naruto, however, wasn't actually paying attention at the moment, his eyes instead focused on the spar happening before him. He watched as Musubi continued attacking the more experienced female with great zeal. However, no matter how many punches she launched she was unable to hit the purple-haired swordswoman. Even when she came at the woman from behind, all Musubi had to show for it was getting a small lump on her head where Mia hit her with the butt end of her sword. "Musubi-chan has a lot of energy and great potential, but she lacks finesse," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else, though Akitsu could hear him just fine. "She's putting all of her power into her first punch, making her unable to follow up with any combination attacks. Add on to the fact that she's throwing her entire weight into her shoulders, rather than spreading it evenly amongst her body for a better flow in combat and you have a problem. She won't be able to bulldoze over someone like Mia with that kind of technique." From what he could see Mia was incredibly talented with a blade, even more so than he had originally estimated. All of her movements were designed to not only utilize the minimum effort for maximum outcome style of combat, but also combine Mia's raw speed and strength to create a style that was both showy and deadly. It combined all the grace and skills of a dancer with the power and abilities of a being who had managed to surpass the physical capabilities of humanity today. It was, in short, something he would have expected to see from one of the cages of his own time, perhaps even better. Even more impressive was that Naruto was positive the woman was holding back. "Wow, sounds like someone know what he's talking about." Naruto turned his head to see Uzume sitting behind him. The busty brunette gave him a grin before setting her head on his shoulder, the act of intimacy making him raise an eyebrow but not react otherwise. "You a fighter or something?" "Or something," Naruto replied offhandedly. Uzume puffed up her cheeks in a pout, but the blonde just chuckled at her and let one of his hands begin rubbing up and down Akitsu's leg. He frowned for a moment when he realized what he was doing and paused. When his ceased movements caused the snow woman on his lap to frown in disappointment, Naruto twitched slight before resuming his movements. Akitsu seemed to settle down again, her cheeks lightly suffused with red as she made to hesitantly place her head on his unused shoulder. Well, you can't say she doesn't have a lot of energy, Uzume commented as she watched Musubi fighting with enough energy for both her and Mia. Then she sent a sly look towards Naruto. By the way, those gym clothes, is that what you're into? Naruto resisted a sigh at the obvious teasing. He was tempted to simply play off her words as nothing, or ignore her, but another part of him was actually interested in playing a game of who can make who the most uncomfortable with his new housemate. It had, after all, been so very long since he'd allowed himself to indulge in simple banter for the sake of doing so. I'm not going to lie and tell you I don't think she looks absolutely sexy in those, if that's what you mean, he said, grinning when the woman puffed up her cheeks again, having obviously been hoping to catch him off guard. Too bad for her, she was 3,000 years too soon to be a match for him. But those were clothes she bought, not me. To be honest, I don't really care what she wears. Her and Akitsu-chan here would look beautiful in anything. While Akitsu's slightly pink cheeks darkened, Uzume grinned. Sounds like we've got a charmer here. Naruto shrugged, still playing his part of naive playboy, a paradox if there ever was one. I just say what I think. That was true. A part of Naruto's charm was his ability to slip compliments into conversation without really intending to. It was at least half the reason he had gotten as much sex as he'd had. Naruto simply spoke his mind, and it just so happened that what was on his mind was often complimentary. At least when it came to women. Uzume seemed to realize she wouldn't be making him flustered anytime soon. With a huff, she looked back out at the spar, taking in the two battling it out before letting loose a sigh. Someday she and I will have to fight each other, whether we want or not. Yeah, I don't think so, Naruto said, snorting loudly. You and she are friends, and I'm not going to let her fight someone she cares about. It's not something you'll be able to help, Uzume said. We're destined to fight, because we're both Sekireis. Don't give me any kind of bullshit about destiny or fate, Naruto actually scowled at the woman. Uzume actually looked taken aback by the vehemence in his voice. Garbage like that is what people who are too weak to create their own fate feed others. I won't let Musubi-chan or Akitsu-chan fight someone they care about. If that really is the fate of a Sekirei, then I'll change it. He looked back at Musubi and Mia, his eyes hardening. I'll change their fate. I don't care if I have to storm MBI headquarters and kill Hiroto Manaka myself to do it either. Naruto blinked as his speech finally ended. Where had that come from? That intense feeling of emotion, that passionate desire to help a group of people he had only met a few days ago. Why was it that after all this time he was getting so worked up about something that he wouldn't have given two shits about a few days ago? What the hell was wrong with him? Uzume looked at the blonde with wide eyes for several long seconds, while Akitsu actually felt herself grow slightly hot from the blonde's determination and the feelings it was bringing into their bond. That's some goal, Uzume said after a while. Her eyes were on him with equal parts admiration and uncertainty. I'm not sure how you would even plan on going about accomplishing something like that. The only way to stop Sekireis from fighting each other is to stop the Sekirei plan. Her words brought a halt to Naruto's self-recrimination. He looked over at the busty Sekirei in the star shirt, the only sign of his struggle being the frown on his face. For a second, he hesitated, doubts and uncertainties hidden behind a picture-perfect poker face. Was he really ready to commit himself to something that involved helping others? Was he willing to break his longtime isolation from humanity and its problems? Well, he supposed he was already neck-deep in this Sekirei plan, being bonded to two Sekirei and all. But was this what he wanted? The answer was both complicated and simple, and one that he was not sure he was ready to acknowledge. In truth, he had already decided, even if his own mind was struggling to come to terms with that fact. In his mind's eye, the blonde saw the struggles he and his friends had gone through so long ago. Their fight to ensure that people would have the freedom to make their own choices. Being forced to fight against people he had come to respect, both as shinobi and as human beings, all because some sick fuck had decided to resurrect them from the dead. The differences between that time and this were obvious, but Naruto couldn't help but draw up the similarities between now and back then. While these people, these Sekirei, were not being forced to fight their loved ones and people they respected that had come back from the dead, they were still fighting their own people. Even if Naruto did not know what a Sekirei was, he assumed from the fact that they were all called Sekirei that they were all related in some way or another, either by blood or whatever MBI had done to them they were family. No one should be forced to fight their own family. Then that's what I'll do, he said softly, his mouth twitching slightly as he did so, as if unsure what his expression should be. I don't care what I have to do, I won't let the people I care for fight each other. He closed his eyes and grit his teeth as he tried to block out the memories of his own haunted past. There's nothing worse in this world than being forced to fight someone you love. One more a stunned look crossed Uzume's face. She seemed to find it uncomfortable to look at the blonde and was forced to look away, her own eyes closing as she did so. Akitsu looked up at him, the bond apparently allowing her to sense his inner turmoil because she moved one of her hands to grab one of Naruto's. More than the hand now gripping his own, the feeling being sent through his bond flooded his body and forced his broiling emotions away. His body relaxed, his mind once more becoming calm. Yep, he was definitely going to have to do some meditation. Sighing, Naruto called out to Musubi, stopping her spar with Mia. Listen, I'm going to take Akitsu-chan shopping. We'll see you when we get back, okay? Okay. Take care, Naruto-sama, Musubi shouted with cheerful enthusiasm, her left hand coming up to wave at him. Naruto chuckled as he stood up, set down Akitsu and then laced the fingers of his left hand with her right. He didn't have time to meditate right now, there were things he needed to get done, but physical contact with his Sekirei seemed to keep his feelings and thoughts at bay. It bothered him, having to rely on others, but for now it would have to do. I want you to also prepare for tonight, he called out to Musubi again. By then I should have the location of the person who reacted to me and we can go and rescue her. While Mia and Uzume looked confused by his words, Musubi just gave him a cheerful smile and pumped her fist. Okay. You ready? He asked Akitsu, favoring her with a smile. She looked over at him and nodded. Then let's get going. XOX. Naruto sighed as he stood outside of the changing room Akitsu was in. It hadn't been long since they arrived at the shopping district, an hour at most. During that time they had stayed in this one store for more or less all of it, and his Sekirei had been in the changing room for about half of that. He could hear shuffling going on inside of the room. While he knew women normally took longer than men to get their clothes ready, out of principle if nothing else, he couldn't help but wonder if she was alright. Akitsu-chan, are you alright in there? He asked. Ah, Akitsu made what Naruto was coming to recognize as her customary pause. I'm having some trouble putting my clothes on, she admitted quietly. Were this an anime, Naruto would have no doubt face faulted at her words. Since this was not an anime but real life, all he did was palm his face before running his fingers through his hair. Seriously, how hard was it to put on a set of clothes? She had already been in there for half an hour. Do you need help? He finally relented and asked. Ah. Once more with the pausing. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if this was some kind of quirk the snow user had gained or if there was some other reason he was unaware of. Yes. Her words, worried the blonde slightly. Naruto couldn't help but wonder if she was actually having troubles changing, or if she just wanted him to change her. The idea of dressing the bodacious female up like a doll was only slightly appealing, he preferred taking clothes off to putting them on. At the same time, if she really was having difficulties getting dressed, that didn't speak well of her ability to survive in the real world. Given that he knew not which one was the answer, a part of him couldn't help but be curious and wonder how she had managed to survive so long before meeting him. Looking around to make sure no one was watching him, the blonde shinobi slipped inside of the changing room. The first thing he saw was Akitsu tangled up in several straps that he was sure did not belong on a kimono. Though he would admit to having never dealt with a kimono for females. Were female kimonos different from their male variants? Perhaps those were built-in bra straps. Not quite sure what to do to help her, the blonde began grabbing at the straps and attempting to untangle her first. Okay, let's see here. Naruto stuck his tongue out between his teeth as he actually focused on what he was doing. It really was quite difficult to keep his focus. With each strap of fabric he managed to untangle the girl out of, more and more of her skin was revealed, opalescent milky white skin that seemed to glow ethereally in the lighting of the changing room. It took a while before the two of them were finally able to get Akitsu dressed, the task proving more difficult than Naruto felt it truly warranted, and during that time the blonde noticed that was his newest Sekirei was wearing wasn't quite a kimono. The top was a white shirt with long, flowing sleeves in a similar make to a kimono, but that was where the similarities ended. The cutout for her head was lined with black fabric and was larger than the standard cutout for her head. It was wider, allowing some of Akitsu's shoulders to be seen and then going down in a very low V-cut that showed off nearly a third of her breasts and stopped at her upper stomach. A black obi with a bow in the front held the shirt tightly against her body. The blonde also noticed at some point that she had chains in her ensemble, which he had only spotted when she began trying to place them around herself. With some help from him, one set of chains was used to bind her clothes together above her breasts, while the other set looped around her neck and then went down between her cleavage, giving her what Naruto would call an elegant dominatrix look. Finishing her look was a two-piece skirt that wrapped around the lower half of her body. It was the simplest part of the woman's ensemble, but somehow seemed to fit, and Naruto had to admit that he enjoyed the way the simple cloth gracefully flowed of her hips and legs, with a split in the front to allow for quick movement when needed. "You look really nice in these clothes," Naruto said with a smile, though he had to admit the chains just looked weird. "I don't know why, but they suit you." Ah. A pause as Akitsu tilted her head to the side. "So you like them?" she asked, and though her voice was still cold and melancholic, the blush on her face told him she liked his compliment. The look on her face was undeniably cute, combined with her strangely submissive demeanor and the odd fetish-like garb, and Naruto simply found his will leaving him. Before his mind could catch up with his body, the blonde shinobi cupped her face in his hands and drew her in for a kiss. Perhaps it was the way she looked, perhaps it was the bond. Naruto would never know what caused him to react like he did. Akitsu's eyes widened for a moment as her wings flared behind her, looking odd in the confined space of the changing room as they pushed against the walls. It was strange, seeing as the wings were made of pure energy, yet they seemed to follow the same laws as any other corporeal appendage. The ice-like constructs conformed to the room around them, looking decidedly delicate as each feather reflected light in prismatic colors. Akitsu's moment of surprise didn't last long, and though her face turned a shade of beet red, her body began to respond in what could almost pass for mating instincts. Her hands buried themselves in his hair, the movement reactive as she greedily drank from his lips. They stayed like that for several long minutes, both of them enjoying the feeling of each other, before breaking apart. "You look beautiful," he said, almost snickering when he got another blush. He didn't because he felt it would be mean to laugh at her, even though he thought it was the cutest thing she had done. A part of him still felt awkward being so affectionate, yet another part felt almost like his actions were natural, as if this more affectionate and kind side of him were the real Naruto, which had just come out after being hidden under layers of locks and entrapments. Ah. Akitsu, her face still red, eyes glazed over, looked up at him, her steel gray eyes partially hidden behind a curtain of bangs. "If you like them then I like them," she said at last, and Naruto got the feeling she just liked them because of the kiss he had given her in what she assumed was response to her clothing, even though Naruto himself did not quite know what had possessed him to kiss her. Naruto nodded, more to himself than to Akitsu, especially since she was still looking quite dazed. "I just have one question," he said, pausing until the snow woman snapped out of her slight stupor to look at him. "Where did you get those chains?" Seriously, they were in a clothing store, one that sold regular clothing. Those chains made her already dangerously risque clothing look like something that came out of a sex shop. To top it off, he hadn't noticed her holding onto them when she had first entered the changing room. So when had she gotten them? "Ah," Akitsu started, then looked at the chains unwrapping around her womanly frame. "I found them near our home." Naruto blinked. She had carried those all the way here. How had he not noticed them before? With a sigh, he shook the thought off, deciding that it would just be too troublesome to dig any further than that. There were some things that a man was better off not knowing. Okay then, so we'll get these, and maybe find a few more articles of clothing for you, he said, pulling her out of the changing room. After all, we should get you a kimono or two so I can take you out to an expensive restaurant on a date or something and. He trailed off when he saw several people staring at them as they walked out of the changing room. No, they weren't just staring at them. Everyone female who had been near them when they had come out was now looking at them with distaste. Mostly, there was the occasional woman who was eyeing the two of them with a speculative gleam and a few more who were giggling, but for the most part they were giving the two mild glares and whispering theories on what he and his girlfriend had been doing. Damn, that would take some getting used to. Fortunately this was a female apparel store, so Naruto was the only male in the entire shop. Quite possibly because he was the only man who was comfortable enough with himself and his masculinity to actually be capable of standing in a female apparel store while helping one of his girlfriends shop. He was very glad that no males were there, otherwise he might have gotten violent when they started ogling Akitsu. And he had no doubt there would be ogling. Naruto scowled. What the hell are you people looking at? At the sound of his voice everyone that had been gaping at him and Akitsu turned their attention away from the pair and made to pretend they didn't exist. The scowl that had been on the blonde's face slowly left him, and after a moment he shook his head and sighed. There, now maybe we can shop in peace. Oh, and Akitsu-chan. Akitsu looked over at him. Is there any particular reason you're not wearing panties? Ah. Akitsu paused, cocking her head to the side before she looked down at her new outfit, as if the answer to his question was somehow stitched into the clothing. I forgot. Reet. XOX. Naruto and Akitsu stood on top of one of the buildings overlooking the botanical gardens. Now that he was seeing it up close and personal, Naruto was positive that the overgrowth of trees had been caused by a Sekirei. The kinds of twisted formations that the trees had taken, the branches that were intertwined in spider webbing patterns that intermingled with each other and crisscrossed every which way would take hundreds of years to grow naturally. That was not even mentioning how the climate of Japan, and Shinto-Tito in particular, was not suited to creating that kind of geological terrain. Naruto was crouched down as he surveyed the jungle of overgrown and twisted wildlife, his hands pressed against the roof, legs and arms looking like a spring that was drawn taut as they bent to accommodate his kneeling posture. The look was something akin to an animal who was about to descend upon his prey. Ah! The sound of Akitsu's voice made him start. Turning his gaze away from the botanical garden, he looked over at the snow woman as she tilted her head towards the place he had been focusing on for the past few minutes. Do you think the Sekirei is in there? When I met Ku-chan in my dream I was in a forest, he said, nodding as he looked from Akitsu back to the grove of trees. From what I know of the Sekirei plan, Sekirei aren't allowed to leave Shinto-Tito. This place is the only jungle-like area in the entire city, there simply isn't anywhere else she could be. Though I'll need to check to be sure. Ah. There was that pause again as Akitsu slowly nodded her head, before her eyelids slowly moved over her eyes in what Naruto assumed was a blink. Check. Naruto frowned, pondering just how much he should tell her. As someone whose life was marred in secrecy, who had been forced to adapt, to hide in plain sight, the thought of telling someone, anyone, that he had abilities and powers that no other human could do in this day and age bothered him. At the same time, Akitsu was his Sekirei, they were bonded on a level that he had never felt before. Her life was now tied to his in ways he hadn't known were possible. Was it really right for him to keep this a secret from her, especially since Musubi already knew that he had some abilities that weren't quite human? Sometime at the beginning of my life I was trained by a group of people who were powerful sages, he started, his mind working as he tried to tell her a little bit about himself without giving away his past. It might be for the best if he informed the woman about his powers, some of them anyways, but he wasn't quite ready to reveal the true nature of his life. During my training I was taught how to harness and manipulate the natural energy of the world. Every living thing, be they plant or animal, naturally exude this excessive energy, and I can bring it into myself to increase my senses and physical strength. One of the benefits of being able to harness and control nature energy is that I gain the ability to sense other people around us. He looked up into the eyes of his Sekirei, whose only sign of emotion was the blink. With this ability I should be able to find any Sekirei within several miles of myself, since you guys exude far more energy than regular humans. Ah. Akitsu trailed off, seemingly unsure of what to make with this new information. I see, she said finally. Whether her words were one of acceptance, skepticism, or something else entirely, Naruto was not sure. He didn't bother trying to find out though, and Akitsu seemed more intent on staring at him again than answering any question he might pose. So he turned back to the forest, his eyes closed as Akitsu watched him. The blonde's breathing slowed, so much he almost looked like he was dead. Only her connection to him told her otherwise. It came as a surprise to her when Naruto's eyes changed. They were still closed, so she couldn't see much. But the area around his eyes took on an orangish-red pigment. She had to wonder what that meant. Was this the power he was talking about? She didn't dwell on the thought long. It wasn't her place to question her ashikabi. The strange coloring of his skin only lasted for several more seconds in any event, before the skin pigment changed back to normal and he opened his eyes. She's in there, he said, standing up. I can sense the same energy signature that I did in the dream. Ah. Akitsu tilted her head to the side as she stared at him. What are your orders, Ashikabi-sama? We'll go home, for now. Naruto looked over at her. Later tonight I and Musubi-chan will come back and go in there to rescue her. This wasn't a decision he had made lightly. Naruto knew that with this act he would be breaking his long-standing position of ignoring the world and all its problems. By rescuing Kusano he would be effectively involving himself in an affair that he was not all that sure he wanted to be a part of. The Sekirei plan. He still had no clue just what being a part of the plan created by MBI meant. He had no idea what the plan even was. Manaka had called the Sekirei plan a game. Naruto knew it was more along the lines of a free-for-all battle royal where the last Sekirei standing won. But what did they win? And more importantly, what did MBI and Manaka in particular gain out of all this? He didn't know, but a part of him found that he couldn't care less. Not right now. Right now all he knew was that there was a little girl who was frightened and needed his help. In the end, Naruto couldn't ignore that. For better or worse, he had now become a part of the Sekirei plan. XOX. Omoke. Uzume's sex advice. XOX. Musubi hummed a tune to herself as she went on her self-appointed task of cleaning up the room she, Akitsu and Naruto-sama shared, using the duster that she had gotten from Mia. As she was cleaning the desk she paused, her eyes spotting the stack of papers on it. Setting down the duster she grabbed the first sheet on the stack and began to read what was on it. Haruto-kun, won't you please let me wash your back? Asked Nusumi as she gave the handsome but scarred warrior a sultry look. Haruto gazed at her and Nusumi felt her breathing quicken and heat begin pooling between her legs. He gestured for her to come over to him, beckoning her with a single finger. Doing as told, Nusumi stopped when she got in front of him, only to moan as Haruto cupped her bountiful chest in his hands, kneading them and sending tingles of pleasure through her body. Musubi continued reading, eventually moving onto the sheet below it. As she did her mind began to wonder some of this story sounded so familiar. Then it clicked. Ah, I remember. This heat the Nusumi feels is the same kind of heat I feel when me and Naruto-sama kiss. She quickly continued reading, her mind thinking about the story and how it might apply to her and Naruto-sama. I wonder, if Naruto-sama and I did this, would it feel as good as this story claims? She asked herself. Unfortunately, she didn't have an answer. I know. I'll ask Uzume if she knows anything about this. Musubi said. She quickly dropped what she was doing, grabbed the stack of papers, and left the room in search of her fellow Sekirei. XOX. Uzume-chan. Uzume-chan. Musubi called, knocking on the other Sekirei's door. Are you there, Uzume-chan? Yeah, I'm here. Hold on a second. Uzume opened the door and gave the over-enthusiastic girl a slight smile. So what can I do for you? I need your help, Musubi said, shoving the stacks of paper she had found on Naruto's desk into her hands. I saw this lying on Naruto-sama's desk and read it, but I don't understand what it is. It sounds really fun, and I was hoping to try it with Naruto-sama, but because I don't know what it is I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. Uzume read through the papers, and as she did her eyes went wide. I don't believe this. I recognize this writing. This is a brand new unfinished Ika book. For him to have this. Her eyes widened even more as she realized what that meant. The only logical conclusion she could come up with. Naruto was the author of Ika Ika. So can you help me? Asked Musubi. She didn't really understand what Uzume was talking about. All that mattered to her was that she wanted to do this with her ashikabi, and needed help. What do you need help with? Asked Uzume, having actually forgot the entire reason Musubi had come to her in the face of learning that her favorite book was being written by her new roommate. Maybe she could get his autograph. Even better, maybe she could convince him to let her star in one of his novels. I want to do those things in the book with Naruto-sama, Musubi said. But I don't know how. Uzume looked at her friend for several minutes longer, before a sly grin crossed her face. Okay, I'll help you with this. Really? Musubi said with wide hopeful eyes. Yes. Now, here's what you're going to do. XOX. Welcome home, Naruto-sama, said Musubi the moment Naruto entered the room. Musubi-chan. Naruto asked, his eyes widening in shock as he saw what the girl was wearing. A skimpy little maid outfit that brought a whole new meaning to the words sexy French maid. The outfit was loaded with frills, lace and showed enough skin that it was a wonder the blonde hadn't died of a nosebleed yet. I've cleaned your room for you, Musubi said in the sultry voice that Uzume had told her to use. It seemed to have an effect on Naruto as his entire body began to get goosebumps. She walked up to him, swaying her hips in an exaggerated manner, and had it not ruined the mood Uzume had wanted her to set, she would have squealed as she saw his eyes follow her hips. It was just like in the book. However, I can't permit you to come in all dirty like that after I just finished cleaning it. Uh-huh. Naruto said, nodding his head as he watched his move from her hips to her jiggling breasts. By now Musubi had walked right into him, pressing her body into his side and rubbing herself against him. Her hand went to his crotch and began to rub that as well, causing it to become rock hard. This was also how it was supposed to according to what she had read from the book. Which means that Naruto-sama must be clean before coming into the room, Musubi continued, her lips moving over to his ear where she blew on it very lightly. If it would please you, I will endeavor to wash your body and make sure it's all clean, Naruto-sama. Apparently, even Naruto had his limits, because the moment Musubi had said his name in that sultry and sexy voice, enunciating each syllable he lost it. Blood spurted out of his nose and the blonde fell onto his back with a happy grin as he passed out. However, the moment Musubi saw the blood she began to freak. Ah. Naruto-sama, are you alright? She knelt down and placed his head in her lap, trying to wake him. When it didn't seem he would wake any time soon the brunette Sekirei pouted. This didn't happen in the book. It was later in the evening and the sun was beginning to set. The sky was now painted a deep orange, much to a certain blonde shinobi's pleasure, with streaks of red and purple soaring across the sky in a picture so beautiful that only nature could have painted it. During this time, Naruto and Akitsu arrived at Maison Izumo after the blonde had used his Senin Moto to determine whether or not Kusano really was in that forest. It was surprisingly empty when they first entered the boarding house. Neither Musubi nor Uzume were anywhere to be seen, and it wasn't until Naruto channeled chakra into his ears that he heard the telltale humming of Mia from within the kitchen. Since he couldn't hear anything else, like say, the enthusiastic shouts of his first Sekirei or the laughing of the busty star-wearing Sekirei, he decided that the kitchens would be his first destination. He had wanted to start seeing if he could help out in the kitchen anyways. After removing his shoes for a pair of slippers that Mia left near the entrance so people don't walk around barefoot, Naruto made his way through the house and towards the kitchen. The only sound aside from his softly patting feet being the clinking sounds of Akitsu's chain as she walked a few paces behind him. Just as he had expected, Mia was indeed in the kitchen. She was standing over cutting board, her left hand holding onto a steel knife as she methodically sliced up several vegetables which she put into what Naruto could tell from sight and smell was some kind of stir-fry, a surprisingly simple dish considering what she had made yesterday. Though considering just how much she now needed to make to feed everybody, perhaps it was the most logical choice until she could get more ingredients. Good evening, Mia-chan, Naruto greeted, continuing with his usage of the more affectionate, chan, suffix for the landlady. It was a habit he fell back on from when he had been living in the elemental nations. Back then, Naruto had never really been one for giving respectful titles or even using what many would consider appropriate suffixes. Aside from addressing Kakashi with the title of sensei, no one else had ever received a modicum of what many would consider a proper showing of respect. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, the two legendary Sennin and his superiors, had been given the nicknames of Arrow Sennin and Ba-chan respectively. Oh, Mia paused in her cutting to turn around, affecting a look of mild surprise. Naruto wasn't fooled for a second, but decided to allow her fun. You should know better than to sneak up on a young woman like that, she scolded, still holding the knife in her hands and making slight chopping motions. I could have chopped a finger off. I apologize, Naruto replied, his face adopting a suitable expression of regret. The look on his face was only slightly offset by the mischievousness in his eyes. Though I doubt someone who's so skilled in the kitchen would ever suffer from such an accident even if she was surprised. Well, aren't you a flatterer? Mia said with the hint of a smile before her face adopted a look of wariness that was as fake as his look of regret. I hope you are not beginning to give into your lustful urges and decided to make untoward advances on a poor widow like me. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her words. It was clear to him that the woman was teasing him, which didn't quite bother him. However, he was quite interested in the fact that she was teasing him despite them having just met recently. His original opinion on Mia had been that she was an extremely kind, if somewhat reserved, individual. She would never turn someone who needed help away so long as they were willing to follow the rules she set down. At the same time, she didn't strike him as the type to get so comfortable with a male like himself so soon, yet this was the second time she had teased him about his lustful urges, within 2 days, the fact that they had only met 2 days ago notwithstanding. Still, a part of him was actually glad that Mia was comfortable enough to tease him. It made living with her much easier. If I did, I can assure you my advances would far more subtle than complimenting you on your skills in the kitchen, Naruto shot back in a dry tone, then he frowned, seemingly taking in the other part of her statement. And what do you mean, lustful urges? He asked. Much to his consternation, Mia didn't answer, instead turning around and going back to her cutting. So I noticed that you and Akitsu-san seem to have had a successful shopping trip, she commented as she began cutting up a daikon radish. Though I must wonder about your choice in clothing. It is rather disconcerting to see you select such risque attire for your Sekirei. Should I be worried that you might truly be giving into your base instincts? Naruto frowned as he tried to figure out how best to respond to the woman's words. It seemed she had a particular fondness for teasing him about his lustful urges towards his Sekirei, something he got the feeling would likely be a common theme during their interactions. Currently, there were 2 avenues of attack from his perspective, the shock factor, and the subtle movements. Introducing the shock factor would be him telling Mia that she was right, which would possibly be funny depending on her reaction, but also dangerous as well for that very same reason. On the other hand, using a more subtle approach would mean he would have to wait for whatever comeback Mia had up her sleeve before being able to give in a proper rebuttal. As he weighed his options for possible exchange of wits, his decision was taken out of his hands by the topic of their current conversation. Ah, Akitsu paused as she looked down at her outfit. I like these clothes, she admitted to the lavenderette, who blinked in surprise at her response. Oh. I hadn't realized he had already managed to sink his claws into you so far that he was able to convince you to wear clothing like that. Mia cracked an eye open as she turned her head. Despite no longer looking at the cutting board, her hands continued to move in an economical motion that spoke of long-standing experience. Ah, taking her eyes off her clothing, Akitsu looked at Mia and cocked her head to the side. I chose these. Oh, that seemed to throw Mia for a bit of a loop. She even hesitated on her cutting for a split second before resuming her activity. She frowned for a moment, then turned her attention back to her cutting board. Well, to each their own I suppose, she said. It seemed to be the only comment the woman was capable of making. Naruto silently thanked Akitsu for her quick intervention. Even though he could not chalk up this as his win, it was kind of amusing to see the graceful landlady off kilter. Do you know where Musubi is? Asked Naruto, changing the subject that their small exchange of wits and words seemed to have come to a close. I believe she and Uzume-san are in the bath, Mia supplied with an almost absent air. She worked quite hard today while you were gone. I don't think I've ever seen someone who's quite so energetic. It was hard for Naruto to fight the smile that threatened to reach his face. Yeah, she's definitely a lively girl, he spoke almost fondly, before shaking his head. Damn it, he was doing it again. Wanting to dispel those thoughts, Naruto turned to Akitsu and said, why don't you join Uzume and Musubi while I see if Mia-chan would like a helping hand? Ah. Akitsu paused, then gave him a slow nod. Okay, she said, and Naruto watched as the snow woman turned around and began to walk out the door and down the hall. I appreciate the offer, Uzumaki-kun, Mia chimed as she finished cutting up all of the vegetables and placed them in the stir-fry. But I think I've got things well in hand for now. She looked over at Naruto and paused, seeing the small frown on his face. It didn't take long for her to accurately interpret the look, and when she did her smile returned. But it would be nice if someone set the table for me. Naruto's body relaxed slightly. Thank you, he said, even as his legs began moving him towards the cabinet that he knew contained the tableware. I've gotten so used to living on my own that I don't really like not having anything to do anymore. The chores that he did in whichever country he lived in were some of the only constants in his life. Over time they had become a comforting part of his routine. In his youth the idea of cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking repulsed him. Now they were some of the only things that made him feel like a halfway normal person. It's not a problem at all, Mia graced the blonde with a beautiful smile. It's nice to have someone around the house who actually wants to help me. XOX. Damn bro. First your bloomer fetish and now this. Uzume grinned at the blonde as she sat down at the dinner table with Naruto and everyone else. She was seated on the opposite side of him, absently twirling some noodles from her stir-fry with her chopsticks before placing the food in her mouth. Both Musubi and Akitsu were sitting on his left and right respectively, with the girl wearing skimpy shrine maiden clothes shoveling food into her mouth like it might disappear at any second and the ice user eating in her slow, methodical way. Mia was in her usual spot at the head of the table, her eating measured and graceful as she watched the busty Sekirei teasing the blonde. Naruto noticed with some curiosity that Kagari wasn't there. Perhaps he had been called into work at the club again. Well, Naruto started in a calm voice. I do admit that there is something erotic about Akitsu's style of dress. Over at her place at the head of the table, Mia placed a hand on her cheek and made what the blonde was beginning to realize was her customary, oh my, when someone said or did something that could be construed as unusual. He ignored the woman to the best of his abilities in order to focus on the Sekirei in front of him. However, I'm sorry to disappoint you but I didn't choose her outfit. Uzume blinked, a string of noodles hanging out of her mouth and sticking to her chin. She slurped the noodles up, then turned to Akitsu. Is this true? Did you actually pick those clothes? Ah, Akitsu slowly nodded her head. I like them, she admitted, before she went back to her eating. Why? Pressed Uzume, placing the elbow of her left arm on the table and leaning forward as if to get a better look at the ice user, the chopsticks in her hand absently moving around as she pointed them at the other woman. Why would want to wear something like that? Ah, Akitsu looked over at Naruto and flushed a light shade of pink on her cheeks. Because it means I belong to my Ashikabi-sama. That particular noise did not just come from Uzume, but also from Naruto, who, despite himself, was equally surprised by her declaration. Not so surprisingly, Musubi did not show any shock at Akitsu's words. Also not surprisingly, rather than looking surprised the fist fighter looked more confused than anything else, her head tilted to the side as a few pieces of chopped radishes stuck to her chin. Mia on the other hand looked more amused than anything, her eyes crinkled in what Naruto could only assume was mirth and her mouth hidden behind the sleeve of her kimono. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you belong to him? The words were spoken at the same time by Uzume and Naruto. The two paused, their eyes turning to each other in surprise. Yufufufu, Mia giggled behind her hand. This place is getting so lively. It's too bad Kagari-san isn't here to see this. Naruto gave the purple-haired landlady a strange look, but was brought back to Akitsu when the ice user began speaking. Ah, he looked over at her just as she began speaking in her unusual way. Because he is my Ashikabi. Her words caused a moment of silence. Uzume's expression now joined Musubi's general state of confusion. Mia had actually cracked her eyes open to study both Naruto and Akitsu with an interested gaze. But it was Naruto's look that had changed the most, going from surprised to contemplative. Well, I suppose that makes sense, Naruto muttered as he scratched his chin in thought. In a way it made a lot of sense if taken from Akitsu's point of view. When they had first met she had called herself broken, a failure, because she was apparently unable to receive her wings and get an ashikabi. Now, Naruto had no clue why this was, but when he had first kissed her to try and initiate that bond something had blocked his chakra from flowing through her body, and instead all of that chakra went to the symbol on her forehead and dispersed itself into the air. He had been able to overcome that block by simply overloading it with his ridiculously powerful chakra, but the only reason he was able to do that was because he could actually use his chakra. No one else could have winged her. Had he not shown up in that park with Musubi when he did, it was quite possible that she would have never received her wings. When put into perspective like that, her desire to be seen as his made sense. How does that make sense? Of course, since Uzume didn't know the specifics of just what had occurred between them, it meant that she didn't understand. The busty brunette was looking back and forth between Naruto and Akitsu with a curious gaze, before settling on the ice user. I mean, I still don't get it. Why do you want everyone to know that you belong to him by wearing those kinds of clothes? Because I was broken, Akitsu's answer was very succinct and spoken surprisingly quickly. There was a firmness in her tone as well that had not been present before, ever. Clearly, this was something she felt very strongly about. I was not supposed to have an ashikabi, but Naruto-sama gave me wings. She looked over at Naruto as she said this, her gaze just as intense as usual, only this time there was something different hidden within those steel orbs. Adoration. Much like how Musubi would often look at him, only with far more intensity and maturity. Where Musubi's adoration seemed to border on childish, the ice user's gaze spoke of an intense devotion that surpassed anything Naruto had ever witnessed. In that moment he knew for a fact that Akitsu would do anything for him, anything at all. If he asked her to, Akitsu would even sacrifice herself for him without a moment's hesitation. He did not even need the bond they shared to tell him that much. To be honest, he wasn't really sure how to take this new facet he had just learned about the woman. Naruto had never had that kind of devotion. Well, he had, a number of times to be honest, but that devotion had not been towards him so much as it had towards the mythological figures that had been based off his image. Whereas the people who had worshipped his image with made-up names and stories of incredible feats he had performed in whatever given time period it was, Akitsu's devotion was to him and him alone. Naruto, not Zeus, Jesus, Hercules or Merlin, just Naruto. And that bothered him a lot. The knowledge that this woman would do anything he asked made him uneasy. Not because of the feelings that caused her devotion, that was flattering, but because it meant he was essentially holding Akitsu's life in his hands. Whatever decisions he made, whatever orders he gave, Akitsu would carry them out to the best of her abilities, even if those decisions turned out to be harmful to her. That kind of power, absolute power over another person, was not something he was comfortable with. Naruto had already proven that he was incapable of making informed decisions when in a position of leadership. The Fourth Great Shinobi War had shown him that. Hey, Uzume laughed after a few seconds, not only breaking the silence but also unknowingly dispelling the disquieting thoughts Naruto had gained. She looked over at the blonde with a contemplative look. Looks like you've got a pretty devoted Sekirei, bro. Aha, Naruto gave a nervous laugh as he rubbed the back of his head in a sheepish manner. Yeah, I guess so. That's 'cause Naruto-sama's the best. Musubi declared, throwing her hands into the air as she decided to finally add something to the conversation. Even if that something wasn't necessarily insightful. He's so warm, and kind, and protective, and has superpowers. As Naruto face-palmed, Uzume cast her fellow brunette an amused look. Superpowers, she said with a questioning tone. She looked over at Naruto and her amusement seemed to increase. So what kind of superpowers do you have, bro? I don't have any superpowers, Naruto stated. Thankfully, being someone who has lived for thousands of years, the blonde had perfected his poker face. Not even a twitch escaped him as he looked at the Sekirei in the star shirt. Despite not revealing any emotions on his face, inside Naruto was cursing. He was beginning to realize that it might not have been the best idea to show Musubi his shadow clones. The girl obviously hadn't learned enough about discretion to be told any of his secrets. Damn this bond for making him trust her so much. Musubi blinked as a confused look crossed her face. But what about your strength? Naruto interrupted the girl, placing a hand on her knee to try and convey his silent message. I already told you I was pretty strong, remember? I also think I mentioned something about discretion, in case you forgot, he whispered at the end, so quietly only Musubi could hear him. Tilting her head to the side, it seemed to take Musubi a few seconds before she cottoned on. When she did, her eyes widened. Oh. The fist fighter smacked her left fist into the open palm of her right hand as realization struck her face. I remember now. Sorry Naruto-sama, she apologized, knuckling her head with her left hand as she stuck her tongue out. Learning discretion is hard. Ha. Naruto sighed. It's fine. Just try not to mention my, special abilities ever again. Okay. Okay. Musubi said enthusiastically, loudly too. Oi, what's going on over there? Asked Uzume, looking back and forth between the pair. Naruto had been speaking a little too softly for her to hear properly, so all she heard was Musubi speaking. What are you guys talking about? And what powers does Naruto have? I just told you, Naruto replied nonchalantly as he once again slipped on his poker face. My strength isn't any kind of power, I'm just naturally strong thanks to my training. Training. Uzume tasted the word. What kind of training does someone have to do to get that strong? She asked, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief as he managed to dodge the bullet one more time. This had been a particularly close call, and definitely not something he wanted to repeat. He opened his mouth to answer Uzume's question with an innocuous comment that wouldn't really answer her question, and would no doubt leave the girl pouting at him dodging her question once again. However, before he could speak, his cell phone began buzzing. Hold on one moment, Uzume, Naruto said with a frown as he reached into his pocket to pull out his phone. It wasn't on vibrate, which meant he hadn't received a call but a text. After pressing a small button on the top of the Android phone, the screen lit up. He accessed his inbox for text messages, then scrolled down until he saw the newest one he received. It took less than a second to open it and only a few more seconds after that for the blonde to read the content. His expression went blank. There was no other way to describe. 1 second his face held a look of mild curiosity, the next it was as if he had lost all sense of emotions. There were corpses that looked more animated than he did right now. Naruto-sama? Asked Musubi, no doubt reacting to the blonde's shift in personality. Akitsu likewise looked up at him, though that was partly because her eyes had never left him. Her chains did clink, however, as she shifted, her posture going from semi-relaxed to rigid. Unlike the other two in the room who weren't bonded to Naruto and thus, had no clue why his entire body language had changed so suddenly, Musubi and Akitsu were. No doubt they could feel the shift in Naruto's emotions as his mind began gaining a darker tint to it. The blonde stood up quite suddenly, startling all those present. Musubi, Akitsu, he said, his voice not only far more serious than any of them had ever heard it, but also carrying a hint of command that had Uzume shivering. Mia also reacted to his tone, though her own reaction was more of a straightening of her posture and a narrowing of her eyes. Naruto did not take either of the two into account as he looked at his two Sekirei. Come, we're leaving, he stated, confusing the pair, at least for a second. With her usual slow movements, Akitsu stood up a moment later while Musubi remained on the ground, blinking at him. Why are we leaving? She asked, tilting her head to the side. Is something wrong? Yes, Naruto responded, his voice tight. Something is most definitely wrong. He looked over at Mia and bowed to her. I apologize for departing with such haste while in the middle of dinner, but something very important has come up that requires my attention. Mia was staring at him with both eyes fully opened now, her gaze searching. After a second or two she smiled and gave him a small nod. Very well, do be careful with whatever it is you're going to do, she said in a gentle voice. Naruto gave her a tight smile in return. I'll see what I can do. XOX. It was nearing dusk when Naruto, Akitsu, and Musubi arrived at the botanical gardens. They were standing on the roof of a building several meters from the fenced-off gate that had flora growing over it. Naruto was crouched down in a position not dissimilar to a springboard, his muscles tensing and untensing as he observed the situation to the best of his abilities. Standing directly to his left was Musubi, bouncing on her feet in what he could only construe meant excitement, though it could just as easily be anxiety. Akitsu on the other hand was a sea of calm, standing perfectly still and expressionless as she gazed at him while awaiting her orders. It looks like there's quite a number of guards at the front gate, Naruto murmured to himself as he surveyed the scene before him. He had already managed to count 32 guards in total, including the 5 who had taken to patrolling the perimeter. There were also 5 ATVs, armored transport vehicles with top-mounted turrets and headlights in order to pierce the soon-to-come darkness of night. Many of the guards were standing by the vehicles, their all-black combat armor reminiscent of SWAT teams, though a fair few of them were also standing guard at the gate. It was very quiet out, much too quiet considering the number of troops in the area. Seeing such a large number of soldiers would have usually evoked some kind of response from the civilian population, be it outrage or simple idle curiosity. Naruto took that to mean MBI had managed to evacuate all of the civilians from the vicinity that was very likely about to become a battlefield. Well, if nothing else, Monaka was being earnest when he said the Sekirei plan was a secret project. It seemed that while the man may be a nutcase, and didn't seem to have any compunctions about bringing 2, or 3 in his case, people together in the form of a bond so powerful it made every other experience pale in comparison and then ripping them apart, he at least had the right idea in not allowing innocent civilians to be harmed from the fallout of the fighting that would soon take place. It hadn't been that long since Naruto and his 2 Sekirei had left the sanctity of Maison Izumo, only about half an hour. He, Akitsu, and Musubi had taken to the roofs as soon as they had gained a fair distance from the boarding house. Naruto didn't want to let Uzume or Miya onto the fact that he did indeed have powers beyond the norm after all, and had blazed their way towards the botanical garden that Kusano was hiding in. Musubi had not only been quite surprised when she couldn't keep up with him, but had nearly burst in excitement when she saw how fast her ashikabi was. He wasn't sure what Akitsu thought, seeing as how her facial expression had not changed in the slightest, but he thought for a moment that he had seen a hint of surprise in her eyes. Naruto had only given himself enough time to change into something more suitable for this mission before they had left. Now he was wearing a pair of black pants that were tight around his waist but flared out the farther they went down, allowing him for more range of movement. Strapped across his outer thighs were 2 pouches that were carrying smoke bombs, flash bangs, explosive notes, kunai, shuriken and ninja wire. The shirt he had on was black with long sleeves and a face mask that hid the lower half of his face from view and a hood that was currently put up, covering his hair so it would be harder for anyone to see him. A pair of black fingerless gloves were being worn on his hands. Strapped across his forearms and ankles were metal protectors with a dull black finish, and his outfit was finished by a pair of black shinobi sandals he had custom made from a retailer in France. All in all, Naruto looked like someone who was planning on sneaking into a fortress. He didn't normally wear clothes like this, even when he had been a shinobi of Konoha. Naruto had preferred his orange and black tracksuit. Times had changed, however, and with the new and innovative technologies that made spotting someone from a distance easier, he would need every advantage he could get, especially when it came to MBI. The Eternal Shinobi was not sure what kinds of advanced technology the large conglomerate had when it came to tracking people. He could think of a number of devices though, anything ranging from night vision lenses to heat-seeking goggles. If they did have something like that, where they could find a person by heat, then Naruto was not all that sure their hiding place would last for much longer. Alright, Naruto started as he took his eyes off the front gate to look at his partners for this mission, his gaze more serious than either of his Sekirei had seen from him. It was the first mission he'd had since the end of the shinobi era and he had no intentions of it ending in failure. It looks like the front gate is heavily guarded, so that's out. We're going to try and see if we can't sneak in through the back way, or perhaps find a part of the gate that isn't guarded and simply hop over. Once inside we'll need to hurry up and find Kusano and get her out before MBI and the other Ashikabi realize she's missing. That was the whole reason they were here now. Naruto had planned on going in a little later tonight while under cover of complete darkness. It would have helped conceal his presence much easier. That option had been taken out of his hands when he had received a text message claiming that, the green girl is in the arboretum. Anyone who can find her first and wing her wins. The text itself had no doubt been sent in mass. Monaka wouldn't have sent the message just to him, not when with the way it was worded, which meant Naruto's timetable had been raised. Now they had to move in more quickly, with less caution than he would have liked, get in, get Kusano, and get out before the ashikabi he was positive would came. Otherwise things would get a lot messier. If we're sneaking in, does that mean we won't get to fight? Asked Musubi as she finally came down from her high to give him a curious look. Naruto blinked, nonplussed. Of course, he said, his confusion obvious. Right now the last thing we need is to find ourselves in combat. At this very moment there was a scared little girl hiding within that depth of trees. Getting into needless combat would not only be pointless, but it would delay them from reaching Kusano, giving some other ashikabi the chance to get her before they could. Ah, Musubi looked put out, her expression going from curious to depressed. I was hoping to fight a strong opponent. Naruto took a moment to stare at his first Sekirei blankly, then shook his head and decided to ignore the girl for now. He didn't have time to deal with her apparent battle mania. Naruto stood up, preparing himself for the mission to come. He could feel adrenaline begin pumping through his bloodstream, heightening his already impressive reflexes and reaction time. Opening up his chakra pathways, the blonde allowed his impressive internal energy to begin flowing through his body, enhancing his muscles, increasing his speed, his strength, his power. With his inhuman chakra flowing through his body, Naruto became something more than a mere human, an entity whose power could easily keep up with most Sekirei and in some cases, surpass it. Therefore it was no surprise when Naruto heard the crackling sound of a fireball being tossed at him. Scatter! He shouted to his Sekirei, already tensing his muscles in preparation to leap. In an odd display of synchronicity, Naruto, Akitsu, and Musubi jumped away just as a compressed ball of flame impacted the part of the roof they had been standing on. As Naruto landed on the ground, his eyes took in the sight of impact, making an idle note that despite the power that had been put behind the flames, no damage had been done to the building. Not even a scorch mark. His eyes then went over to the person who had attacked them. He was a male, that much was obvious from the lack of chest, though he looked a lot skinnier than most men. The man's lithe frame was covered in long black clothing and a black overcoat that flapped behind him, a pair of full-fingered gloves, and a half-mask much like Naruto's own covered the lower half of his face. The only thing that could truly be seen about him was the silvery hair that looked vaguely familiar for some reason. I see you people decided not to waste any time responding to that bastard's message. The man, a Sekirei Naruto, figured from the large fireball he had thrown moments earlier, all but snarled. As if to confirm his status as a Sekirei, a ball of flame was conjured above his left hand, looking like a miniature sun as it flared into existence. I would say I'm sorry to disappoint you, but that would be a lie. I won't be letting you three go anywhere near 108. 108. Naruto questioned to himself. Was that Kusano's designated number? Well, Musubi was number 88, so it would make sense that Kusano would have her own number as well. He wondered what the numbers signified. Were they simple designations or did they mean something more? Perhaps a measure of their power in comparison to the others. Maybe something like a rank. He would have shaken his head to dispel the thoughts, but then he would have to take his eyes of the fire user. Is that you, Kagari-san? Asked Musubi, her voice suddenly ringing from where she stood. Naruto blinked, then his eyes narrowed when he saw the man wielding the ball of fire stumble. What? Asked Kagari, stuttering over the word in surprise. The flame in his hand increased in brightness, illuminating the darkness further and bringing more of the trio's features to light. The man blinked as he looked at the three of them, then his eyes began to widen, though he did not say anything. Musubi studied Kagari intently, before smiling sheepishly. Ah, my bad. Kagari-san doesn't wear a mask. The naive Sekirei once more did her customary head knuckling with her tongue sticking out of her mouth. Once more she didn't seem to notice. Kagari, breath a visible sigh of relief. Naruto did. Not that he could do anything about it. Less than a second later, the flame user seemed to remember he was in combat and entered what Naruto assumed was his combat stance, feet spread slightly apart, back slouched a little, with his left hand out to his side and the ball of flame hovering over it looking like an unstable star. For a moment no one moved. Naruto was trying to figure out what to do while Kagari seemed to be in the same position. Akitsu had lowered her arms, the air thickening around her into a cold mist as she utilized her powers. It appeared the only thing that kept her from attacking was that Naruto had not given out the order to yet. On the other hand, Musubi was still studying the fire user with a confused look. A surprise considering she had been so keen on battling just moments ago. Before any one of them could make a move, the sound of multiple explosions filled the air. Two sets of eyes widened as both Naruto and Kagari forgot their battle and rushed over to the edge of the building. The blonde's eyes narrowed as he took in this new scene. What had once been a nest of MBI troops and armored vehicles now looked like a war scene out of a Call of Duty game. All of the troops were lying on the ground, some injured but most dead. The ATVs that had once been sitting on their wheels, gleaming and pristine, were now destroyed, smoke billowing from what looked like several large cuts from a blade of some kind. To top things off, it looked like the gates had been destroyed by those same blades, and were now wide open for whoever had wreaked such destruction. It looked like Naruto was no longer the only Ashikabi chasing the green girl anymore. He had known the moment the message had appeared on his screen that more people would come trying to claim Kusano, but he had been hoping for a little more time. Swearing to himself, the blonde turned to Kagari, who was still looking at the devastation with narrowed eyes. Look, Naruto started, his tone sharp and concise as he got the Sekirei's attention. The fire user turned to him, his left hand absently coming up to scratch his chest. I'm sure you don't trust me, and considering you just threw a fireball at me I sure as hell don't trust you. The blonde grimaced, that sounded like something out of a corny action movie. However, I'm equally sure you don't want Kusano falling into the hands of someone who is willing to allow their Sekirei to kill so indiscriminately. What are you trying to say? Asked Kagari, his eyes grimacing as he rubbed his chest some more. I'm saying that it would be in our best interest if we worked together until we rescue Kusano, Naruto stated, looking directly in the fire user's eyes, daring the man to contradict him. Kagari looked at him for a moment, grimaced, looked over at the scene of devastation below them, scratched his chest, then looked back at Naruto. It didn't take more than a second before the fire user made his decision. It looks like we don't have much of a choice, he admitted. It's either work with you or waste time fighting you while the Ashikabi who went after number 108 captures her. I knew you'd see things my way, Naruto stated, making Kagari narrow his eyes. The blonde wasn't paying any more attention to him, however, instead his gaze had shifted back towards the gate. Come on, let's go rescue Ku-chan before some prick manages to forcibly wing her. XOX. Light as a feather, Naruto and the others dropped to the ground, his arm around Akitsu's waist as he pretended to have the currently lightly blushing snow woman help him. Normally, such secrecy wouldn't have been warranted, but with the added presence of the fire user Naruto didn't want to do something inhuman in the presence of a Sekirei he didn't really know. The last thing he needed was for the man to ask questions about his abilities. The four of them hurried over towards the now decimated gate, Naruto taking the lead with the fire user on his immediate right. Behind and to his left was Akitsu, her chains clinking and rattling with each movement. On the fire user's right was Musubi, who was once again looking excited, possibly at the prospect of battling whoever had managed to cause so much damage. Naruto was honestly worried that the girl wouldn't be able to focus on the rescue, so consumed was she by her desire for combat. Now that they were not only closer but also no longer upwind, the destruction before them seemed that much more real. Naruto could see the varying states of injury that the soldiers had suffered from in one degree or another. Some had received simple wounds, minor cuts that looked like nothing more than artificial wounds. Most, however, were suffering from a number of life-threatening wounds, loss of limbs, giant's gashes that sliced through their armor and bit deeply into their chest. Many of the troops who had received such wounds were already dead. The smell of blood was thick in the air. Naruto was also able to gain a closer look at the damage that had been done to the ATVs, and could say with almost 100% certainty that it was definitely a blade of some kind that had done the damage, most likely a wind blade of some sort. The cuts were perfectly smooth, no displayed or frayed steel. It looked like the vehicle had been sliced in half by some kind of high-intensity laser. Just one more testament to the power these Sekirei have. Who the hell goes straight through the front gates? Naruto's muttered question went generally ignored as everyone else looked at the scene. Except for Akitsu, who was still staring at him as if awaiting her orders. An idiot with no sense of discretion, the fire user seemed to have heard Naruto and answered the rhetorical question. Wow, these people must be really strong, Musubi stated with good cheer, somehow not at all bothered by the devastation around her. Naruto wondered if it was just in her nature to be so excited by the thought of a fight that all other thoughts were pushed out of her mind, or if there might be something wrong with her. His question was answered when she wheeled around to look at him, stars in her eyes. Are we going to fight them? We may be forced to, Naruto said, shaking his head as he started to make his way towards the gates. However, I would prefer if we just got Kusano and got out, and do it quickly. Whoever had sent their Sekirei here obviously doesn't have much in the way of moral scruples. If they were willing to allow their Sekirei to kill in order to get what they want, then there was no telling what kind of pain they would inflict on Kusano to force her into compliance. Worse still, it was clear that the Sekirei who had done this had no problem ending lives. Naruto didn't want that kind of person coming within 50 feet of Kusano, though he was not quite sure where his overprotectiveness was coming from. Right, the fire user muttered as he made to follow Naruto. Especially since I think I know who did this, he added, causing the whiskered shinobi to look over at him. And if she's the one who was sent after number 108, then you can bet something bad will happen to the girl. Number 43 was never known for her patience. Naruto ran through the small amount of information the fire user had unknowingly given him. It wasn't much, but Naruto could infer several things from the few sentences his partner of circumstances said. The first was that he knew the people currently after Kusano, or at least the Sekirei that had been sent after her. Second, judging from the tone in his voice, it was clear that he and this other Sekirei had been at odds more than once, and the fire user was not very fond of her. And lastly, they apparently needed to hurry because the girl that was sent after Kusano was impatient and liable to harm the child responsible for all these plants if the child didn't comply with her demands. In that case we'll want to move quickly, Naruto stated. The fire user gave him a nod. However, before anything more could be said or any action taken, a thick mist began entering the area. Naruto cursed, an action copied by the fire user, as his eyes darted around, staring into the thick mist. He should have realized the Sekirei who went after Kusano wouldn't be alone. Well, what do we have here? A voice spoke up from somewhere to the blonde's left. It was female, that much Naruto could tell for a fact, though it was difficult to judge anything else about the girl form voice alone. It looks like the guardian of unwinged Sekirei has gone and found some allies. I hope you're not winged yet. While we're not after you this time, I'm sure my Ashikabi would love to get his hands on you. The only way Mikogami is getting his hands on me is if I'm dead, the apparent guardian of unwinged Sekirei stated, his voice calm and collected despite his words. Now that Naruto had heard the title the fire user apparently went by, the man's hostile actions towards him made a great deal more sense. No doubt he had been under the belief that the blonde was one of the Ashikabi who came to try and forcefully win Kusano. That can be arranged, the voice said. Naruto closed his eyes as the girl continued to taunt them. She couldn't be the only one guarding the entrance, could she? It was quite possible given that there were only 108 Sekirei. At the same time, it was pretty illogical to have just a single Sekirei guarding the entrance. The chances of that Sekirei being taken out of the game while you were trying to acquire a new Sekirei were high, and would defeat at least half the purpose of adding another Sekirei to your forces. Naruto didn't believe for a second that someone who was at least intelligent enough to guard the entrance and ensure no one else but their Sekirei could get in would leave it guarded by only a single number of their forces. And so he listened, channeling chakra to his ears to see if he couldn't determine how many enemies they were dealing with and just where those enemies were. The first one was easy enough to hear. The girl was still talking, and as Naruto's hearing sharpened to insane levels, the blonde was able to make out exactly where she was. 5 meters to his left and just a little behind his ear. Aside from her jabbering, Naruto could hear the rustling of her clothes. The others, if there were others, were being very quiet. Despite his enhanced hearing, he couldn't seem to. There. Half a dozen meters to his right and near the tree-beginning line of trees. Whoever they were standing on the wall. The scuffing of their feet combined with the slight, squelching sound of Flora as it was stepped on by a set of heeled shoes let Naruto know that this Sekirei was also a woman. It also stood to reason that the woman standing farther from the center of action was the one creating this field of mist. Akitsu, Musubi, he called out, his mind already going through all of the information he had so far from this little meeting and planning his response accordingly. The clinking of chains sounding from his right let him know he had gotten the Snow Woman's attention. Yes, Naruto-sama. Came the voice of his first Sekirei closer to the Sekirei guardian than it was to the blonde. There's two enemy Sekirei here, one to our left and another one several feet away to our right. The one on the right is trying to keep her distance and is most likely the source of this mist, he stated and then quickly outlined his plan. I want one of you to take that woman out, and the other to take on the one to our left. Yes, Naruto-sama. Musubi shouted with a cheer that belied the seriousness of their situation. Clearly she was more excited by the fact that she was finally going to be in a battle than she was worried about possibly losing. For some reason, that kind of attitude was strangely familiar to him, though he couldn't for the life of him figure out why. Whatever, there were more important things to deal with, like getting into the Arboretum and finding Kusano before that number 43 character did. Ah, yes, Ashikabi-sama. Akitsu's response came with none of the poignant pause that usually accompanied her speech. Naruto assumed it was because they were now in a combat situation, and she likely understood what was at stake better than the fist fighter in his group. The speed of her speaking was not the only thing that was quick about his second Sekirei at the moment. The air was beginning to get cold, the mist that surrounding them beginning to turn into hoarfrost. Naruto could see the layer of thick white cloud in front of him condensing even further, shifting and changing shape as the icy air caused the collection of millions of water droplets to solidify into a jagged-looking dagger. This was not an isolated incident. Naruto saw, all of the fog surrounding him was turning into the crystalline forms of icy death. The constructs hovered in mid-air, before without warning, they launched themselves towards the two sources he had given Akitsu previously. What the hell? The loud shriek of terror as who knew how many jagged daggers of ice hailed down on her came from the woman closest to the group of four. Another squawk of surprise sounded from the woman standing on the wall. Both noises were followed by what sounded like hundreds of thunks in quick succession as the ice shards penetrated the ground. Naruto noted that in that entire sequence of noise, there was no sound of flesh being penetrated by the ice creations. The fog began to clear. Naruto assumed that the one who created it had to concentrate in order to maintain it, and now that her concentration had been broke, she was no longer able to keep the technique up. The very first thing Naruto took note of was the areas Akitsu's ice shards had hit. His sharp eyes could count upwards of 200 shards within each area, the ice that created them having been so strong it managed to penetrate the concrete rather than shatter on impact. It was an impressive display of power, he admitted to himself. The usage of sub-elements like ice was very difficult to use. Ice was a combination of water and wind, the water was used to form the general shape and the wind cooled the water down until it froze over. Moreover, the speed at which the technique had been formed was equally impressive. If Haku were still alive, the young apprentice of Zabuza would no doubt have been in equal awe at incredible display of ice manipulation. The second thing Naruto noted was Akitsu herself. It was clear that she had been the one who had created the ice shards and launched them at their adversaries. Granted, the circle of ice that now surrounded the woman followed by the several dozen other ice shards already floating around her, hovering like ominous knives ready to be launched at a moment's notice, would have made that fact obvious to anyone. Naruto found the fact that his second Sekirei was an ice user to be almost poetic. Akitsu was already engaged in combat, from the look of things. Though Naruto felt engaged might be too harsh a word. She was just standing there with the same expressionless look on her face. However, that did not mean she was idle either. While her body was not moving, the shards of icy death certainly were, launching themselves at both of the opponents Naruto had told the Snow Woman about. Each time she launched a set of shards, more would reform in their place at a rate so quick that all a human would have to do was blink before they missed it. Screw if Haku were here to see this display he would have shit a brick. And that was the third thing he noted. Both of the women were doing their best to not be impaled with the many dozens of ice shards that were launched at them. The first woman, the one closest to them, was a weapons user of some kind. She had long blonde hair in two pigtails on either side of her head, and was wearing a black Chinese-style dress with one large yellow stripe running vertically down the center of it. To top her outfit off, she had black stockings, high-heeled boots and was wearing a pair of white gloves over her hands. The weapon she was wielding was a whip, and she obviously had some talent with it as Naruto watched the weapon lash out and shatter all of the ice shards that were threatening to impale her. The other woman was tall and with long gray blonde hair, dressed in a cleavage-bearing dress and miniskirt held tight to her hips with crisscrossed belts and covered all over by a light blue overcoat. She didn't seem to be doing nearly as well dodging the hailstorm of icy death sent after her as the other one. It was quite clear that she was also the one who had created the mist. That other girl was using a weapon, which Naruto deduced to mean she was a weapon-type Sekirei. And if that were the case then it meant this girl was a water type. Possibly. It was hard to tell, and it didn't look like she had any abilities beyond creating mist, otherwise she would have used them to defend herself by now. Also clear to him was that the girl wasn't really a fighter. Naruto watched as she stumbled slightly in her dodging and nodded. She had some speed and the inherent strength of her species, but it looked like her physical attributes were less than those of a weapons user or fighting type like Musubi and that girl with the whips. If his observations were right, then that Sekirei would be the first to fall in this fight. As if his words had prophetic abilities, the creator of the fog stumbled, tripping over one of the many ice shards she had been dodging and fell on her rear. Akitsu created several dozen more around her, all of them set to launch themselves at the downed Sekirei. Before they could, however, Akitsu was forced to dodge as several dozen strings made from some kind of leathery-looking fabric that attacked the position she was standing on. The ice user jumped up and back, her ice shards losing cohesion as she did so, and landed on the ground several feet away. And just like that the positions were reversed and now it was Akitsu who found herself being forced into a tactical retreat as she did her best to dodge the many dozens of tendril-like strings that seemed capable of tracking her. Naruto's eyes traced the string's path towards their user. It was girl, much like the whip user. This one had blonde hair in two pigtails, and looked so similar to the other one that he had to wonder if they were twins. Even her dress was similar, albeit in a different style. Where the other Sekirei was wearing a Chinese-style dress, this one's outfit was more along the lines of Western fashion, though Naruto noticed with some amusement that there was a large yellow stripe running down the center of her dress much like the other Sekirei's. For a moment, Naruto wondered why the snow woman was focusing on just dodging and had not started creating more ice. It took him a moment to come up with a working hypothesis, but when he did Naruto felt like banging his head on a wall. Much like the mist creator, Akitsu's ability to make ice shards must be reliant on her concentration. It was possible to create the element and move at the same time, but only if one had the concentration necessary to do so. Akitsu didn't seem to be quite there yet, at least not when it came to creating ice and moving while dodging dozens of whips. Which meant she would need help in dealing with this new opponent so she could focus on the other two. Naruto looked over at Musubi who was, surprisingly enough, just standing where he had last seen her. Of course, standing was slightly incorrect. While Musubi was indeed standing there, it may be more accurate to say she was bouncing on the balls of her feet in excitement. Her fists clenched under her chin, stars in her eyes as her head moved back and forth between the now four combatants. It looked like she wanted to battle, but was unsure which opponent she should fight. Naruto decided he would help her decide. Musubi, he shouted, gaining the girl's attention. The moment she looked at him he said, "Go after the one with the strings. Make sure she can't use her weapons against Akitsu." Yes. The girl's shout was half cheer, half relief at finally knowing which opponent she should fight. With post-haste, the fist fighter bent her knees, and then blasted off the ground like a rocket. The cement under her feet shattered as she was launched into an incredibly fast run that had her closing the distance between her and the string user in mere seconds. Number 88, Musubi. The excitable girl shouted halfway through her run. The string user's head snapped over to where Musubi was flying towards her, a slow widening of her eyes to show her surprise. And then the fist fighter was on top of her, fighting with an enthusiasm that was almost endearing and more than a little unnerving. Thankfully, with Musubi now occupying the string user, Akitsu was free to renew her assault on the other two. While the girl with the whip was good, she only had one weapon to occupy Akitsu's attention. Considering the snow woman could launch dozens of shards of ice with nothing more than a thought that didn't mean much. The other woman wasn't even worth mentioning. Naruto was just waiting for her to slip up again. With the battle now being engaged in full force, Naruto decided it was time to leave. He would have liked to stay and make sure that his Sekirei would be alright, but if he stayed then Kusano might end up getting captured by the Sekirei, number 43, that had already entered the Arboretum. If that happened, not only would their mission end in failure, but all the time he had spent finding her would have gone to waste. Come on, Naruto said to the fire user. Let's leave this battle to Akitsu and Musubi. We have to find Kusano before number 43 does. The guardian of unwinged Sekirei looked over at him for a moment, his gaze studying him with an intense gaze, before nodding his head. With the sound of battle echoing all around them, the two allies of circumstance rushed into the lingering darkness of the Arboretum. XOX. The air was thick and cloying within the mass of trees. It reminded Naruto of the Amazon rainforest in South America. With so much flora and the trees packed so closely together, the air was incredibly warm and moist. Already the eternal shinobi could feel his clothing begin sticking to his skin as a combination of sweat and the natural moisture from the atmosphere clung to his body like liquid skin. It was definitely not the most comfortable he had ever been, but Naruto had suffered through worse. It was also very dark. Even Naruto's enhanced eyesight did very little to help him see through the nearly black shroud of trees. While the blonde's vision might be far better than a normal human's, the fact remained that Naruto was, in many ways, still human. Without some form of light to penetrate the darkness and ensure the continued refraction of light particles to stimulate the eyes, Naruto's enhanced vision might as well be meaningless. Maybe he should begin investing in a set of night vision goggles. God, those would have been so useful back when he was still a shinobi. Thankfully, he had someone who was perfectly capable of creating his own source of light. The fire user had a decently sized ball of flame hovering over the palm of his hand, looking almost like a miniature sun as its brightness penetrated the gloomy darkness of the Arboretum for several dozen feet in all directions. Once again, Naruto couldn't help but be impressed by the display of elemental control. The Sekirei with him had managed to conjure the flame from thin air, a feat that would have made any fire user back in his day green with envy. Naruto took his gaze away from the ball of flame to look out into the murky depths of the forest. Now that he was finally inside of the Arboretum, the Eternal Shinobi had run into a problem that he hadn't really thought about beforehand, but was now cursing himself for not recognizing it as an issue. He had no clue where to go, and no idea how to find Kusano. Even when Naruto had been using his Sennin Moto to see if the child from his dreams was inside of the mass of trees, he hadn't been able to do more than figure out that there was a Sekirei in there and that it was likely Kusano. He hadn't been able to pinpoint her location, or tell anything more that the forest of trees that made up the Arboretum had not been created by natural means. It was times like these Naruto wished that the special chakra granted to him via his Uzumaki blood contained some of the more esoteric abilities of his clan. Karen would have been able to easily tell where Kusano was with her Kagura Shingen mind's eye of the divine entertainment technique, an incredible ability that allowed her to sense individuals through their chakra over a vast distance exceeding 10 kilometers. It had been even more impressive because when using it, Karen had the ability to tell was lying from the fluctuations in a person's chakra made from dishonest emotions or detecting if someone, including herself, was under a genjutsu. Also, by focusing on a single chakra signature, Karen had been able to perceive its location and movement with great detail. The ability was incredibly useful, and while Naruto knew that even though the Kagura Shingen technique might have trouble sensing Kusano at first due to the girl's chakra being infused into the entire forest, he had no doubt Karen would have been able to find the little girl eventually. Unfortunately, Naruto's Uzumaki blood was diluted to the point where he had no sensor capabilities to speak of. The only thing that he had gained through his Uzumaki blood was the incredible chakra capacity and powerful chakra of his clan. He would have counted the longevity in that list of abilities, but the blonde shinobi's immortality had nothing to do with his Uzumaki blood and everything to do with his cursed existence. Realizing where his thoughts were taking him, Naruto's lips became a thin line as he shook his head in an attempt to physically dispel the thoughts. They wouldn't do him any good, he told himself. Thinking about his curse would only force his mind into an endless loop of self-recrimination and hatred. Right now there was a little girl who needed his help. He should be focused on finding Kusano before number 43 did. You really didn't know about the message that bastard sent to all the Ashikabi. At the sound of the question, Naruto turned his head to study his current ally in this conflict. The fire user, who Naruto had a suspicion of his identity, had been studying him intently since they had left the battle between Naruto's Sekirei and the other three enemy Sekirei. The eternal shinobi had no clue what the man was searching for, and in truth had barely even paid attention to the fire user since they had entered. I knew Manaka had sent out a message, Naruto admitted after taking a second to register the question. I received the same message during dinner, however, I knew about Kusano being in this forest a day before the message had been sent out. The blonde took another glance around his surroundings and his eyes narrowed. Or at least, I knew that she was in a forest of some kind and needed help. The fire user stared at Naruto for some time, enough that the blonde had began to wonder about just what was going on through the mont's head. Finally, the silvery-haired male tilted his head and narrowed his eyes. I don't remember telling you number 108's name, he said at last. That's because you didn't, Naruto replied succinctly. Knowing that kind of answer would be unlikely to satisfy his current ally, and not wanting to be forced into a confrontation when they should be focusing on finding Kusano as quickly as possible, he decided to elaborate further. Last night I had a dream. I was in a forest and someone was crying, a little girl with bright blonde hair and green eyes hidden in a tree. She told me it was her fault, that she wanted to go out and play. He looked over at the now surprised fire user and shrugged. I didn't know what she was talking about at the time. Hell, I still don't have the whole story. But I know that she's here, inside this forest, scared, helpless, alone. I need to find her. It was there again, that same level of emotion that he had gotten with Musubi when they had first met. The feeling itself was slightly different, whereas with Musubi he had felt a desire to be with and cherish her. When thinking of Kusano, the blonde felt a sense of protectiveness not unlike those a brother might feel for their little sister. It was this very same emotion that had driven Naruto to his impulsive action, rushing towards the arboretum without creating anything more than a basic strategy after reading the mass text sent out by MBI's enigmatic president. Number 108, Kusano, the fire user started. Naruto had been just about to go back to his scanning when the man's words made him turn his head. She was on a day trip from the lab when an Ashikabi attacked her adjuster and tried to wing her afterwards. He once more gave me a studying look, his hand coming up to scratch his chest, and Naruto got the feeling that he was grimacing. You must be a very powerful Ashikabi to have received a reaction like that. For some reason, the fire user sounded shocked. Not that Naruto could blame him. The silvery-haired man had probably been under the impression that Naruto was like the Ashikabi of those Sekirei that Akitsu and Musubi were currently battling. Of course, he wouldn't have been so surprised if he had spoken to the blonde instead of just launching a fireball at him, but that was neither here nor there. I guess, Naruto said before falling silent. He didn't feel inclined to give any more information than that. Not only would doing so not help with the situation, but it was giving away knowledge about himself to someone who might become an enemy sometime in the future, regardless of whether or not they lived together. All thoughts were driven from his mind in short order when Naruto felt a familiar surge of chakra. While he may not have the incredible sensor abilities of an Uzumaki, long life and constant use of Sennin Moto had given him a very basic grasp on detecting chakra when it was being used. Move! He shouted to the fire user, who looked at him in surprise for a moment before his eyes widened. Both he and Naruto jumped away just as a large bolt of lightning struck the ground where they had been standing. Naruto reached into his pouch and with the speed of one who had gone through the motions a million times, pulled out a pair of kunai. As he landed on the ground, the blonde crouched low, the hands holding his kunai crossed in front of him in a gesture of preparedness as he searched for his attacker. It didn't take long to find them. The three weren't doing anything to hide their presence as they strode forward. It was the two lightning twins from before, wearing their typical bondage costumes, and a male who Naruto suspected was their Ashikabi. He was a lean, brown-haired man of average height with a gruff, wild look to him. He looked fairly average, with clothing that consisted of a white undershirt with a pair of jeans. However, while most people would have dismissed him, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Was this man also seeking the green girl? Naruto wondered. Just how many people were after Kusano? Well, whatever the case was, if this man really was after number 108, then he would need to end this quickly. Well, look at this, another ashikabi, the man drawled out in what Naruto thought sounded like amusement. He had his hands in his pockets and stood in a casual stance as he leered at the blonde. Naruto didn't let the look bother him, already prepared with several possible attacks to either incapacitate or kill all three of the figures standing before him. Come to find the green girl too. You weren't the ones responsible for the destruction of the front gate, Naruto stated, his eyes narrowed as he tried to calculate how long it would take to defeat these three, though he would prefer not fighting at all. The ashikabi's eyebrows rose. So sure about that are you? What makes you think I wasn't the one who did that, little ninja? Naruto's eyebrows twitched violently at the mocking reference to his current outfit, most likely his mask. His fingers twitched but he didn't react otherwise. Because those ATVs were cut, he gestured to the twins behind the scruffy-looking male. And I already know that those two use lightning. Lightning was an element used for piercing, not cutting. Even the Reikiri, Kakashi-sensei's infamous lightning blade didn't actually cut, like its namesake suggested. And since Sekirei only had one power, there was no way these two could have any kind of cutting ability. The man raised another eyebrow at the blonde's words, seemingly finding some amusement in them. However, it was the brasher of the two twins, Hikari, who spoke. She pointed at the blonde with an angry look on her face as she shouted, "Wait a second. How the hell do you know about our powers? How I know isn't really relevant at the moment, now is it?" Naruto said with an almost questioning tone of voice. The fact remains I know that you three were not responsible for the damage at the front gate, which means that there is another Sekirei somewhere in here already making their way to Kusano. Speaking of that other Sekirei, it might have been a good idea to have at least tried to grill the fire user on details about 43's powers. He had been so overwhelmed with worry that the blonde had simply forgotten to ask. Once again Naruto found himself getting annoyed at himself. Not only was he getting so worked up over something that normally wouldn't have caused him to bat an eyelash at just a little under a week ago, but his haste and the overwhelming emotions smashing against him with all the subtlety of a battering ram seemed to be pushing his analytical mind to the side. Already he had made several of the most basic rookie mistakes when it came to missions of this nature, not being prepared, leaving his back exposed to a potential enemy, not taking in his surrounding to ensure he would not be ambushed, and not learning every facet of information possible so that he could make the most informed decisions. Naruto could only hope this strange phenomenon would settle down so he could once again think properly. Oi! Hikari shouted, her pointed finger now quivering with rage as she glared at him. Now you listen here, punk. You either tell me how you know about mine and my sister's powers, or I'll zap your ass right here. Naruto could have made any number of responses to that demand, anything from snappy comebacks to simply launching himself at the Sekirei and beginning what would most likely be a battle to the death. Fortunately, he had to do none of those things, for a large fireball was launched at the twins, forcing them to jump out of the way and take their ashikabi with them. A second later Homura jumped down from his perch and landed on the ground next to Naruto. The blonde was actually quite surprised to see the man still here. He had expected the fire user to have ditched him and left to go find Kusano. Perhaps the man had decided that he was being sincere in his desire to rescue the little girl, or maybe the male Sekirei simply changed his stance now that he knew number 108 was reacting to him. Either way, Naruto was grateful for the assist. He wasn't sure he could be two elementalists with nothing more than taijutsu. At least, not if he wanted to rescue Kusano in time. Homura. The other sister, Hibiki, Naruto remembered, stuttered in surprise. The blonde raised his eyebrow at the recognition that had appeared on the pair's faces. It seemed that these three were acquainted with each other in some way. Hikari and Hibiki, and their ashikabi Seo, the newly minted Homura stated casually, a ball of fire appearing above his hand. It seems you two just haven't learned your lesson. Not only are you going after unwinged Sekirei, but now you've decided to go after a little girl who's technically not even supposed to have been released from the labs yet. No, now wait just a minute, Homura, Hibiki stated anxiously. There was fear evident in her eyes that made Naruto glance over at his partner speculatively. If these two were afraid of him, then it likely meant Homura was either more powerful than both of them combined, or had more experience when it came to combat. Given the man's title of Guardian of Unwinged Sekirei that he had heard being bandied about, it was probably both. You've got it all wrong. We're not here to defeat the green girl. Oh. Homura narrowed his eyes. Then just why are you here? Ah, well, you see. Hibiki started, however, in that second Naruto stopped paying attention. Oni-chan. The scream of a little girl forced its way into his mind. Kusano was scared, terrified even. Her fear was coursing through his veins, and for a moment, he was the little girl, watching with wide eyes as someone stalked up to him. And even as the feeling began to fade, Kusano's fear was quickly replaced by Naruto's own fear. Fear that he might be too late in helping her. Oi! Homura shouted at the masked shinobi, who was no longer paying attention to anything around him, in worry. Naruto's entire body had gone stiff, his eyes darting frantically from side to side as they widened in fear. Are you all right? He asked when his partner didn't respond. Naruto didn't answer. The feeling of fear that had been fading was increasing, Kusano's fear mixing with his own. Wherever she was in scared and most likely in danger. Whatever feelings he may have had, whatever reluctance he might have still possessed about getting himself even more involved with the Sekirei plan were thrown out the window. Nothing else mattered more right now than getting to Kusano and saving her from whatever it was that had caused such fear. Without a word, without a warning, Naruto spun on a dime, his legs bent, his chakra surged, and in a rupture of movement, the masked shinobi blasted off the ground, the earth underneath him exploding and gouging out two craters where his feet had been. What the hell? Naruto only absently noted the shocked shouts coming from 4 different voices as he was propelled through the air. Landing on a branch he crouched down for barely a moment, before with another chakra-propelled leap he soared through the air and onto the next branch. There was a reason Konoha shinobi preferred using the trees to transport themselves as opposed to running. While part of the reason was that it helped them remain hidden when on a mission into enemy territory, after all, very few people, ninja included, thought to look up. The other, larger reason was because of how fast one could travel when jumping from tree branch to tree branch. With the right amount of timing and the correct application of chakra, one could propel themselves through the air at a rate faster than any modern-day car could hope to travel by using the chakra and momentum derived from the act of pushing off each tree to increase their speed. It was an art that had been perfected by the ninja of Konohagakure, and one they had used to great effect during the many wars that had plagued the elemental nations. That was what Naruto was doing right now. No longer even caring who saw him, the blonde leapt through the sea of trees at speeds that gave the phase, breakneck speeds, a whole new meaning. He flew through the forest, a mere blur to anyone who might have seen him. Adrenaline was pumping through his veins, combined with his chakra it enhanced his already phenomenal inhuman reflexes far beyond what even most shinobi in his day and age could have accomplished. He could feel her, Kusano was getting more frantic with each second that ticked by. Wherever she was scared, and that fear was increasing his own fear by the second. He increased his speed, pushing his body and chakra to the max, feeling his muscles strain as he moved, hearing the harsh sound of his breathing accompanied by the almost audible pumping of blood to his veins. Whether by design of an unconscious act made manifest, Kusano began directing him, not just with her feelings either. Even though the sights around him looked like nothing more than a blur, he could see the girl he had come here for, her ghostly image floating before him, showing him where to go. Finally, as Naruto cleared one last branch and landed in what looked like the heart of the forest, the sound of a voice, the same voice he had heard in his dreams and just a few seconds ago, shouting in his mind. Stop. No. Came the warbled cry of terror from a scared little girl. The girl's shout of terror was followed by another voice. I promised my master I would bring you back in one piece, you stubborn little brat. The voice was female, older, and if Naruto was a betting man he would have said the person was this Sekirei number 43 that Homura had mentioned. A thump sounded from where the voices were coming from and Naruto turned to corner in time to see the pair as he heard the next part of the woman's speech. But if you're going to be like this, maybe it would be better if I just brought you back in pieces instead. Naruto grit his teeth, the fear that had been fueling him until now changed to white-hot anger. Once again reacting without giving a moment's thought, the blonde shinobi bum rushed the woman and body-checked her from the side. With a cry of both surprise and pain, the woman was thrown away violently, her body moving with incredible speed as it impacted against a tree several feet away. Naruto stood there, his breathing harsh in his ears as he panted due more to his own rage than any real shortness of breath. That is, until a gasp from his left alerted him to the whole reason he had rushed here in the first place. Turning, Naruto saw the little blonde girl from his dreams staring up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. Oni-chan. She whispered, her tone reflecting the look on her face. The blonde was honestly surprised when he heard Kusano call him that. He had called himself that when speaking to her in his dreams, more as a way to help the little girl feel at ease than any other reason. Children always felt more relaxed around familial figures. That she had not only called him that, but also seemed to know it was him despite the mask he was wearing was shocking. Of course, there was the possibility that her reacting to him meant she could tell who he was due to the beginning forms of their bond. Perhaps Sekirei somehow managed to imprint the person they were reacting to in their psyche or something. It would explain how she recognized him so easily. None of that really mattered now, and so as Naruto dropped down to his knees and pulled off his mask to reveal his face and the spiky mop of his golden blonde hair, he put any thoughts and theories out of his mind. That's right, Ku-chan. It's me, he said, a relieved smile on his face. That seemed to be all the encouragement Kusano needed. With a cry of, Oni-chan. The little girl launched herself at him. Naruto wrapped his arms around her as the tiny blonde buried her face in his chest and began to cry in earnest. Ku-chan was so scared, she spoke in between her crying. It was somewhat difficult to make out her muffled voice as she stained his shirt with her tears. That mean lady was the one who hurt Takami-ne. She wanted to steal Ku-chan away from Oni-chan. It's all right now, Naruto said as one hand reached up and began to stroke the girl's hair as a strange sense of calm came over him. It was strange, he reflected in a moment's clarity. He could not remember the last time he had actually interacted with children before. A long, long time. But even if it had been thousands of years since the last time Naruto had dealt with children, a part of him still knew how to take care of a child. He was running on instincts now, memories long forgotten helping guide his words and movements. Everything's going to be alright. Ku-chan no longer has to feel frightened anymore. The little girl sniffed and hiccuped, but her crying soon decreased. Her tiny hands clutched at his shirt as she tried to bury her face into his chest even further. The moment, a moment in which Naruto felt strangely at peace in a way he had only begun to feel recently with his Sekirei, was ruined by the sound of an obnoxious voice shouting at him. You insolent dog. Naruto turned as Kusano stiffened in his arms. He looked over at the girl he had launched into the tree, taking in her appearance now that he was no longer filled with inconsolable rage. The girl had long brown hair that was tied together in the back by a black ribbon and brown eyes. She was wearing a black and white dress with puffed-out sleeves and a length that reached her mid-thigh. Her legs were covered in a pair of black stockings and high-heeled shoes. Her outfit was finished by a pair of black gloves. Perhaps the most telling thing about her, however, was the large scythe she was wielding, with a black handle and a blade that gleamed wickedly in the darkness of the forest. Naruto judged the blade to be about 3 feet in length. It was the weapon in her hand that confirmed in his mind that this was the girl who had destroyed the gate and attacked the guards. How dare you interfere with the business of my Ashikabi? The girl continued to screech at him. Naruto would have winced at the way her octaves seemed to rise to near glass-shattering levels, but his mind was already moving into a state of being he had long forgotten existed. His mind became coldly analytical. Possibilities and variables sprang through his mind for how best to fight this new opponent at Hiraishin-like speeds. No longer was Naruto's mind that of the cynical wanderer, nor that of the confused man who had just found himself bonded to several Sekirei without a clue on his overly emotional state. Now what stood in the place of those two people was the man who had fought in the Fourth Great Shinobi War, who had been trained by some of the best, who had been honed into a blade of incredible sharpness. Once more, Naruto became a shinobi. Oni-chan. Naruto stiffened in surprise, and then cursed. In the face of this new enemy he had almost forgotten about Kusano. Letting his mask dissolve until he needed it, Naruto looked down at the young Sekirei still in his grip. Ku-chan, he started in what he hoped was a soft voice. He released the girl from his grip and stood up. Kusano frowned a bit, but he just smiled and said, I want you to do me a favor. Close your eyes, and by the time you open them I promise everything will be alright again, okay? Kusano nodded her head eagerly, and obediently closed her eyes, even going a step further by covering her eyes with her hands to ensure she didn't open them. Naruto's smile dissolved a second later as if it had never existed. He moved in front of Kusano, protecting her from the Sekirei standing before him. You really think you can stand up to me? Number 43 looked like she didn't know whether to laugh or to feel insulted. After a moment she seemed to settle on insulted, gave the blonde a disdainful sneer. Arrogant human. After I cut you up, I'm going to be taking that little brat to my ashikabi. She smiled coldly. After I punish her for not heeding my words, of course. Beside him, Kusano stiffened, and Naruto didn't need to see her to feel her fear as it was already affecting him even though they had not completed their bond. There were a dozen things he could have said to that, and were Naruto more like his old self, before his curse, before even the war, he might have said something. Perhaps something along the lines of how he was going to kick her ass, or maybe how she should give up before he had to hurt her. Naruto had been altruistic like that. But that was then, back when he had been but a child, a boy who held onto the naive belief that good always triumphed, and that people could learn to understand one another with words alone. Now he knew better. Good didn't always win, evil could never truly be destroyed, and people would never understand each other. This Naruto didn't speak, instead he just acted. With blurred movements quicker than the human eye could follow, his hands reached into his pouches, pulling out a pair of kunai and launching them at the woman. From the widening of her eyes it was clear she was surprised, though if that was due to the speed at which he had thrown the kunai or audacity that an arrogant human was attacking her was unknown. It didn't really matter in the end, and so Naruto put it out of his mind. He had to hand it to the girl, she was very quick to respond. His blades had been thrown at roughly 120 miles per hour, far too fast for any ordinary human to react to. The girl had managed to get her scythe up in time to deflect the two projectiles that had been aimed at her head, the weapons clanging off the steel of her blade. It was impressive all things considered, and just went to show him how powerful these Sekirei were. However, the kunai themselves were nothing more than a feint, a mere probe that he had used to judge her timing and reflexes as he rushed forward. He had already determined the best course of action to win this battle. When normally fighting a scythe user, or anyone who specialized in using close-range weaponry, the safest bet was fighting from a distance by using projectile weapons and long-range ninjutsu. Naruto couldn't do that right now, not only because using ninjutsu would damage the surroundings and possibly harm Kusano, but also because of the other people who were also in the forest. It would only be a matter of time before Homura, the lightning twins, and that Seo character stumbled upon them, and he didn't want to have to explain away any possible scorch marks, fallen trees, and upturned mounds of earth. That left Naruto with one option, close-range combat. Taijutsu was out of the question, this girl was wielding a scythe, one that was apparently sharp enough to slice through an ATV. While losing a limb would not be debilitating in any way, he didn't want to have Kusano open her eyes to the sight of blood covering his body. Kunai were equally out. While it was possible for some skilled ninja to fight a swordsman with a kunai, a scythe was a different story altogether. Due to the curve and length of the scythe's blade, it was nearly impossible to truly block a scythe with nothing more than a kunai, and while it was possible to dodge the blow then counterattack, that kind of action was a lot harder than it looked. Hidan had proven that. That meant he needed to use a weapon that had a good length and would be capable of blocking large bladed weapons with ease. Fortunately, he had one such weapon, one of the few he kept on him at all times due to nostalgia. Without slowing down his movements, Naruto held his hands together, the left one under the right one. Were he not wearing gloves, anyone looking would have been able to see the glow of a pair of seals before a puff of smoke covered his hands and a good portion of the air in front of him. The smoke didn't last long as the blonde charged through the smoke, dispersing it. In his once empty hands there was now a sword, a massive blade that was almost as tall as Naruto. The blade itself had two cutouts, a circle close to the top and a semicircular one nearer the handle, that aptly fit the sword's purpose of decapitation. The latter notch allowed a strap to be wrapped around the weapon, making it easier for the user to carry. Its extremely long handle was also detachable to further aid transportation and then reattached when required for combat. It was a weapon that had once been used by the former Kurigakure no Kijin, the demon of the hidden mist, Momochi Zabuza. The Kubikiribocho, the infamous decapitating carving knife. In the time it took Naruto to summon the weapon and rush over to number 43, said Sekirei had only just begun to lower her scythe from her face after having deflected the two kunai aimed at her head. The way her eyes widened in fear was almost satisfying to Naruto, who would admit that a part of him wanted her to know that same fear she had given to Kusano. The scythe wielder barely had time to react, lifting her scythe to once more defend herself, before Naruto was on her. Naruto's first attack was a swing that came in wide from the left and below in an upward curve that would vivisect the woman from her left hip to right shoulder. Despite having been swung from all the way behind him in a wide arc, the blade moved at blurring speeds. It struck his opponent's scythe, the blow so powerful that the death scythe was knocked away from the woman's body. Surprisingly enough, Naruto noted that the attack, which would have normally been enough to not only knock the weapon out of a normal human's hand, but also had enough power to jar and numb the appendages holding it, did nothing more than force the blade away from the woman's body. The strength of a Sekirei was powerful indeed. As the scythe-wielding woman stumbled backwards, Naruto pivoted on his left foot, spinning around in a clockwise circle and using the momentum of the blade to increase his rotation and therefore its cutting power as he brought it down on the girl's head. In a clear testament to the enhanced abilities that all Sekirei seemed to possess to some degree, number 43 managed to move out of the way of the descending blade in time to survive with nothing more than a slight injury on her shoulder. She had jumped back into the right, an instinctive action Naruto noted, that forced the blade to move past her. Had she gone to the left, his attack would have likely sheared off the arm, rather than simply cut into the shoulder. Despite himself, Naruto was slightly impressed by number 43's combat abilities, or at least her reflexes. While not as fast as Musubi, and certainly nowhere near the power he had seen being displayed by Mia, the scythe-wielding had definitely had that inherent Sekirei prowess. Despite her having what amounted to the genetic strength of her people, or whatever strength she had been granted by MBI's genetic manipulation, Naruto still didn't know what Sekirei were. After all, it soon became clear that while she may have the abilities of her people, the girl before him was no warrior. Naruto didn't give her enough time to recover as he once more charged the scythe-wielding girl. With Kubikiribocho in hand, he began attacking her with a powerful combination of wide swings that became increasingly faster as time went on. Naruto used his natural strength, enhanced by the power of chakra flowing through his body, and combined it with the increasing momentum derived from his swings to noticeably increase the speed of his attacks. Each swing of his blade blended into the next, a constant whirling movement as Naruto pivoted and pirouetted, all the while driving number 43 back. Had there been anyone around to witness the events, or had Kusano opened her eyes and watched him, all anyone would see of Naruto was the constant whirl of his blade and body as he relentlessly drove the scythe-wielder into a corner. Naruto became a living maelstrom. The girl, number 43, did her best to keep herself alive. Her eyes were wide as she tried blocking the blonde's forceful attacks. However, while the scythe-wielder had power and raw talent, it was clear that she was inexperienced in the ways of combat. Rather than use her scythe in a way that would allow her to redirect the giant cleaving knife away from her and force its momentum so she could launch her counterattack, she took each blow head-on, stumbling backwards with each and every step as the power behind each swing became more and more forceful. Her legs began to buckle as she was driven into the ground by the relentless assault. Her arms became like lead as they finally began to go numb under the powerful swings of the Kubikiribocho. Finally, after one last incredible swing, a downward stroke that clanged on number 43's feebly raised scythe, the girl was forced to the ground, her weapon falling to the earth in front of her. Naruto raised his blade, preparing to finish her off. He paused, however, a brief moment of hesitation as he saw the pure, undiluted fear in the girl's eyes. Those were not the eyes of a warrior, of someone who knew that battle and death often went hand in hand, but a young girl who realized she was in way over her head. It forced him to pause, to hesitate. Naruto was no stranger to battle, and death was quite possibly his closest companion. He had killed many times, hundreds, thousands, millions of people throughout his life. However, in all that time, the one thing Naruto had never done was take the life of an innocent. At least, not consciously. But could this girl really be called an innocent? The very term implied a lack of guilt in respect to any kind of crime, sin, or wrongdoing. This girl had just killed at least 24 soldiers, destroyed 5 Adivis, and broke into the Arboretum with the intention of kidnapping an innocent girl and delivering said girl to her ashikabi in order to be forcibly winged. Those were not the actions of an innocent. Yet the girl's face as she looked at him, that look of utter terror, the scent of fear she exuded, it was the same look he had seen on innocent men and women when they were about to be killed. And so he hesitated, and that cost him. No. Number 43 screamed, the sound once more reminding Naruto that he had to finish off his opponent. Before he had the chance, the girl had once more managed to get a hold of her scythe. From her position, she swung the bladed weapon and, much to the blonde's surprise, released a stream of what looked like a wind blade at his face. Naruto was forced to quickly dodge to the side, not entirely able to escape the technique entirely, he noted as he felt the searing heat of his cheek getting cut open. It didn't matter, however, even as the blonde felt blood trickling down his open wound, he felt that same wound closing near instantaneously. In the time it took for him to dodge the attack, Number 43 had scrambled to her feet and once more swung her blade haphazardly. No, 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 no. She shrieked as she launched wind blade after wind blade at him in quick succession with no real rhyme or reason. Get away, get away, get away. Stay away from me. TCH, Naruto grunted as he forced chakra to the bottom of his feet in order to increase his speed. The chakra helped propel him away from the wind blades that were now tracking him as number 43 followed his movements. The ground in front of the girl was sliced open, trenches formed into the earth as her attack sliced apart the ground and flew towards him. Each attack missed and with each miss the trees around him were torn cut deeply into. A whimper when one of the blades got too close to Kusano let him know that the girl was still there, her eyes still closed even as one wind blade got too close to her for comfort. Naruto narrowed his eyes. It was time to end this. Taking one hand off his blade, Naruto created a single-handed ram seal in order to utilize the shunin, or body flicker, a high-speed movement technique that allowed a ninja to move short or long distances at near untraceable speed. To the casual observer it would appear as if they had teleported. It was not normally a viable jutsu, a ninja technique, for use in combat. Only a few people like Shunshin no Shinsui of the body flicker, had been capable of using the basic D-rank movement technique to its full potential in a combat situation, and that was partially because of his Sharingan eyes and partially because he had practiced with it for years to get to that level. While Naruto laid no claim to being that good with the jutsu, having rarely ever used it, he was used to moving at high speeds thanks to other jutsu he had at one point after mastering Kurama's chakra. He was more than capable of retaining full attention to detail even while moving at high speeds and thus, the Shunshin became a viable option for him to use while in combat. With a short burst of chakra Naruto disappeared within a swirl of leaves, utilizing the leaf body flicker version created by Konoha to reappear right next to number 43, his blade already swinging to decapitate the girl as its namesake suggested it was for. It was only at the last second, when he once more saw the fear evident in the girl's eyes that he changed his course of action from kill to incapacitate. He reasoned with himself that it was for Kusano, he didn't want the girl to see him covered in the blood of his enemy. He refused to believe that it had anything to do with simply not wanting the last thing he saw from this girl to be her scared face as he cut her head off. With a grimace, Naruto rotated his hands, shifting the blade so that rather than the sharp edge being pointed at number 43 when it connected, it was the flat of the blade that struck the side wielder. There was a resounding smack as steel met flesh, followed by a loud crunch as number 43's nose broke under the assault of his blow. This too was soon followed by the girl he had hit being sent into the air as she flew backwards. Even though Naruto had no longer been using his chakra to enhance his blows at this point, he still had the momentum his swing had already accumulated to increase its power. The scythe fell out of the girl's hand, landing blade first in the ground several feet away, and the girl herself continued soaring for several more feet before she struck the earth hard, rolling and tumbling like a rag doll before coming to a stop lying on her side against one of the large trees. Naruto was at her side in an instant as he once more used the shunshin to close distance with her, his blade already prepared to strike again if she got up. However, all the girl did was quiver as her body struggled to retain consciousness. With one final shudder, number 43 murmured, "Master," in a desperate voice, as if hoping her Ashikabi would somehow hear her and come to the rescue, before all her movements ceased. Naruto stayed where he was for a moment, wanting to make sure she wasn't faking it and would get up to strike the moment his back was turned. He had already made too many mistakes on this mission and refused to make another rookie error that could cost him. However, the girl didn't move, all that happened was a slight glow came from her back before it disappeared again. With a frown on his face, Naruto stuck his large head-cleaving blade into the ground, knelt down and put 2 fingers on the girl's neck. He felt her pulse, it was slow, very slow. No human could survive with a pulse moving that slowly, and for a moment Naruto wondered if she was in some kind of hibernation. Bringing his hands together and formed a set of 3 hand seals, his left hand glowing green as he activated the medical jutsu, one of the few he could actually do. It was nothing more than a basic scanning jutsu, used to scan and diagnose a person for injuries and sicknesses. Naruto brought his hands to the girl, stopping when he was just a few inches from touching her, and slowly moved it down her body. Broken nose. Severe concussion. The first through 5th cervical bones of the spinal column had suffered extreme whiplash, her neck had almost been broken when he smacked her in the face with Kubikiribocho. Her arms and legs were under extreme duress, the muscles having suffered from the brutal assault he had launched at her. Other than that there was no serious damage done to her. In short order, she had taken a beating but would survive provided she received medical attention within 24 hours. With his diagnoses done, the glow covering Naruto's hand disappeared. Now that he knew she was not going to be getting up anytime soon, he let his curiosity get the better of him. He turned her over slightly onto her front, grabbed the back of her dress and tore it down so he could look at the spot that had been glowing a few seconds ago. There was nothing there, he noted, the skin was unmarred. How strange. Number 43 had called for her master just before she lost herself fully to unconsciousness and the glow appeared, which meant she had an Ashikabi. Shouldn't that mean she should have had that Sekirei crest as well? Both Musubi and Akitsu had gained their crests when he winged them, and that was a requirement in order to gain an Ashikabi, right? So what had happened? Had the crest disappeared after her defeat? What did that mean? Was it in some way significant? Perhaps it was used to signify a Sekirei's defeat. If that was the case, then was the crest on their backs a natural phenomenon or something they had been given by MBI? He didn't know, he had no answers to those questions, and that was beginning to bother him. He would need those answers if he was going to figure out just what the hell he had gotten himself into. Oni-chan. At the sound of the small voice Naruto swore. With all the excitement he had completely forgotten that Kusano was still here. Standing up, the blonde grabbed the Kubikiribocho and sealed it back inside of the seal on his hands, then made his way over to where the little girl was still waiting for him. His need for answers could wait. For now at least, he could be secure in the knowledge that whatever his thoughts were, whatever his feelings were, he had at least managed to complete his mission to save Kusano.